How are you, Tara? How are you, Stephen?
Good, good.
Very good.
All right, so the job started, has it?
Yeah, the drop started. They're up to she's up to two now. Should I
Okay. Yeah, kick it off, man. Kick it
go in?
off. I'll get everything. Yeah, I'll get everything sorted in the background. Get the team ready, and I'll let you read it for us and explain it to us. I'll bring the speakers up. Tara, I've made you co-host, so you can bring speakers up as well.
Okay, very good. So guys, part five of the Twitter files just dropped via Barry Weiss, and right now she's up to number two. So we're just gonna crack into it, and then we'll just kind of backtrack on it from there. So number one, on the morning of January 8th, President Donald Trump, with one remaining strike before being at risk of permanent suspension from Twitter, tweets twice. And the second part two says 6:46 a.m. 75 75,000 great or 75 million great American patriots who voted for me, America first, and make America great again, will have a giant voice long into the future. They will not be disrespected or treated unfairly in any way, shape, or form. And then provided was a screenshot of that tweet from President 45. So right now we're just waiting for number three. Oh, number three.
So she's putting.
Oh, it's
Oh, go ahead, mate. So she's putting out the context now for the job, correct?
yeah. This is the context, and they're dropping pretty quick. So I'll just catch up on them as fast as I can here. Number three, 7:44 a.m. to all of those who have asked. I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th, and that was another tweet from the former president. Number four, for years, Twitter had resisted calls, both internal and external, to ban Trump on the grounds that blocking a world leader from the platform or removing their controversial tweets would hide important information that people should be able to see and debate. Number five, our mission is to provide a forum that enables people to be informed and engage their leaders directly, the company wrote in 2019. So this is part of the mission statement from Twitter's mission statement from 2019, guys. Twitter's aim was to, quote, protect the public's right to hear from their leaders and to hold them to account, end quote. Number six, but after January 6th, as Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger have documented, pressure grew both inside and outside Twitter to ban Trump. So that's where we are at so far. Number seven, sorry, they're just coming out in my minute, guys. Number seven, there were dissenters inside Twitter, maybe because I am from China, said one employee on January 7th. I deeply understand how censorship can destroy public conversation, said this same person. So this was an employee. This is interesting. That was an employee from China inside Twitter, showing signs of dissent of the trajectory they were going down at the time. And there's a screenshot of all that, which I think we should just backtrack on momentarily, because number 8 is already up here. 8, but voices like that one appear to have been a distinct minority within the company. Across Slack channels, many Twitter employees were upset that Trump hadn't been banned earlier. So that just goes to show that those dissenter voices were in there. It's interesting that some of these dissenting voices rather were from China, people who have experience with countries that have a history of more excessive censorship. So they're
So you're saying, hold on, employees. So Twitter employees based in China have concerns with the censorship that Twitter's doing.
yeah, they had it's showing screenshots that a few employees from China were expressing concerns over the trajectory of censorship back then, around the time the president was getting ready to be suspended. Yes. So these correspondences were taking place on Thursday, January 7th of 2021. And this is what those correspondences said. Maybe because I'm from China, I deeply understand how censorship can destroy the public conversation. Then the response looks like redacted from the person. I understand this fear, but I also think it's important to understand the censorship by a government is very different than censorship of the government. The First Amendment of the U.S. and similar legislation in other countries with similar concepts exists specifically to prevent the government from silencing the people. And then the Chinese employee at the time responds, I respect that, but realistically, we impose far stricter rules on effectively everyone else on this platform. We started labeling, restricting his tweets when they became a threat to democracy. So this is, again, just another reply, a rebuttal to this Chinese employee, and seemed like that was our red line. Yesterday, he clearly attempted to overthrow our democratic system of government and showed no signs of remorse. Again, these are follow correspondences between Twitter employees at the time on January 7th, guys. If this is not a clear reason to suspend him again as an unhinged ruler attempting to subvert the most powerful democracy in the world, I'm not sure what would be. Shrug. Interesting.
Harrison, what's your take? I know you've been going through the drops since the first drop we had. What's your take on after what we saw a couple of days ago and what we're seeing right now?
So first off, I just want to say welcome back to Brian. I'm glad you got your account restored. It's good to see you back. I thought your thread on your theory of raising Twitter stock price to get Elon to buy Twitter was hilarious. So good job with that. But ultimately with this drop and all the other drops, it kind of feels like more of what we already knew. It's kind of concerning that we're seeing people that grew up in communist China censor or be worried about Twitter censoring just because it's such an overbearing thing. I know with their censorship of the president, clearly they were just looking for any excuse to shoot the ban on him. I was kind of predicting to my friends prior to January 6th even, as soon as he's out of office, they were going to ban him. Kind of just a prediction I was thinking on early on. And then once January 6th happened, I'm like, they're going to ban him within the next week. I'm pretty sure of it. And that's ultimately what happened.
Yeah, it just seems that they're trying. At first, it's going to become a meme where you've got someone based in China, referencing Chinese censorship when they're referring to the concerns they have with Twitter's way of censoring content. So that for me is pretty laughable. Brian, what are your thoughts, man? First, welcome back to Twitter. Good to have you back. I think you got your account back 2 days ago. But would love your take on the drop we're seeing now, especially that resistance we're seeing within the company.
Yeah, thank you, both of you, for that. Yeah, we got our account back late on Saturday night. But yeah, I mean, I was never a fan for them banning Trump. I think that I don't see any government involvement. If I saw that, then that's a whole other story. But I don't have a problem with them banning Trump. I do have a problem with him banning Trump. I think he, as a leader of the United States, he had a right to his voice. If it happened after he was no longer president and they were to do this along the lines that they held others accountable, then I wouldn't have a problem with that either, though.
Yeah, I'm just going through the drop right now. I'm just going through what Barry's writing. I'm going through the tweet. For anyone that had just joined, you can see it above. You can see all the whole correspondence. I think she's just setting out the context. So this is the last drop in a series focusing on censorship of a lot of conservatives and the censorship of Trump and his cabinet. So you can go through, see the tweet above. Anything else drop yet, Stephen, or still pretty quiet?
Yes. Yeah, there's a few more here. So number 10, quote, we have to do the right thing and ban this account, end quote, said one staffer. It's, quote, pretty obvious he's going to try to thread the needle of incitement without violating the rules, end quote, said another. And then number 11 says, in the early afternoon of January 8th, the Washington Post published a letter signed by over 300 Twitter employees to Jack Dorsey, demanding Trump's ban. Quote, we must examine Twitter's complicity in what President-elect Biden has rightfully termed an insurrection, end quote. And then there is also another screenshot here of two former Twitter staffers corresponding on January 8th. And the first message says that last sentence, we have to do the right thing and ban this account. And for whatever reason, that is stated 3 times in a row. The response is, we don't have a good track record of acting on his account, except in the clearest and most explicit cases. And even then, to which the response was, in my opinion, extraordinary circumstances demand extraordinary leadership. It took 3 years, but I've lost faith. Donald Trump, Republican Party 46, looks like it looks like the final official tally voter count someone put at that time on there. And then the final message on that correspondence is screenshot is, second this, it's pretty obvious he's going to try to thread the needle of incitement while not violating the rules. So a lot of projection there, a lot of assumption, and that's where you can really see the stain of internal bias there. So people are just kind of reading. So
this is what happens. This is what happens when there's no systems in place. I think we talked a lot about it a couple of days ago. There's more tweets.
Yes.
She's so quick. Where are we up to? Which number are we up to?
I think we're up
13.
to 12 now, or 13. Yeah. So
I don't know.
We're
up to. There's even 15. She's very quick in posting them.
Yeah. So Mario, however you want to do this, I mean, I can keep rapid firing these, or we can, read some out and then
let's go through them. It's like reading an article. Yeah. So let's go 12 and 13. But the Twitter staff assigned to evaluate tweets quickly concluded that Trump had not violated. We're up to okay. In the early afternoon of January 8th, the Washington Post published an open letter signed by over 300 Twitter employees to CEO Jack Dorsey demanding Trump's ban. So you've got people, a lot of pressure around Jack, and it proves that Jack knew of the ban of Trump, or that people wanted to ban Trump. So I think Jack is complicit based on what Barry's saying here. We must examine Twitter's complicity in what President-elect Biden has rightly determined insurrection. I think, Steve, you read this already, but it's all good.
It's okay.
So number 12, but the Twitter staff assigned to evaluate tweets quickly concluded that Trump had not violated Twitter's policies. Quote, I think we'd have a hard time saying this is incitement, wrote one staffer. Okay. So they concluded that Trump did not violate the policies. Let's see what happens next. Quote, it's pretty clear he's saying the American patriots are the ones who voted for him, not the terrorists. And then brackets, we can call them that, right? About calling them patriots, I think, from Wednesday. Okay. Number 14, so they're debating. Oh, yes. Oh, shit, yeah. So
calling them terrorists, yeah.
Okay, so it just shows how extreme, like their bias is having significant impact on the decisions being made by Twitter over their systems, and it further proves the bias. Let's see how far this goes. All right, number 14, another staffer agreed, quote, don't see the incitement angle here. So maybe they disagree with what Trump is doing in general, but what they're saying is that on Twitter, like if you look at the Ayatollah, for example, Ayatollah is doing horrible things. I think most of us agree, a lot of things we disagree with as a society off of Twitter. But Twitter's like, yeah, but he's not breaching our policies on Twitter. In Trump's case, it seems that what's happening off Twitter, and if anyone wants to disagree with me, feel free to do so as I keep reading. What's happening off Twitter is having an impact on the decisions being made within Twitter. So number 14, another staffer agreed. Don't see the incitement angle here. And then we've got dialogue here between Anika and an employee. Their name is hidden. I see XXX has pinged us to ask about incitement for the DJT tweet and wants to see if we can align. So they're messaging trying to see like they're facing a lot of pressure. They're facing a lot of confusion. I'm not sure how much to blame them. I was talking to someone who has worked, and we'll try to get him on this.
I have to interrupt you, Mario. I don't know. This whole take on like that they're going off of things outside of Twitter, I have to completely disagree, like 100%. They're going off of things that he was tweeting, and that's exactly what they blamed him being suspended on. And no one knew really what it was until his account was reinstated, and we all can see his last tweets.
No, I think you misunderstood what I think.
You disagree with that.
No, I think you're disagreeing because you misunderstood what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they're not allowed to do this. Their decisions should be made on what happens on Twitter. So they disagree with Trump in general. They don't like him. They don't like they don't like conservatives. They're all on the left. So yeah, so I think you'll agree with me. What I'm saying is that, and I'm kind of confirming this is not right. They're going after what Trump does, says, believes, etc. off of Twitter, which has nothing to do with Twitter's policies. And they're making decisions accordingly because they don't like it.
But then you're saying you don't know if you can blame them. Well, then who would you blame? Who would you blame?
So the second point I was making, so that's the first point. The second point I was saying is, I don't know how many, because there's a lot of employees at Twitter. There's thousands of employees. There are specific ones that intentionally went over the systems they have in place. And we've gone through these names over the last few days. And I think those people, of course, you can blame them because they've broken Twitter's policies, and they've placed pressure on Jack, and they've even tried to circumvent things that Jack said. I remember there was one thing where Jack was saying something, employees were referring to it, and then one of the guys, I'm not good with names, says that, no, I don't think that's what he means. So they're going over what Jack says in Twitter's policies. Now, there's thousands of employees. I wouldn't put all the employees in that one basket, though. There's some of them that were disagreeing with some of the decisions. Others were just, following as herd mentality. If the boss says so, the boss says so. So I think there's specific employees that are responsible, and I think we've gone through their names. I think you guys might remember their names more than I. And we're seeing here, like, for example, one employee based in China was trying to disagree with that decision, as Stephen mentioned. Before I keep reading them, I see Catherine and Tim with your hands up, guys. Go ahead.
I think we should keep reading them because they're coming out as live. Like, I think we should keep going through it.
All right, let me do that now. We're up to number 11, I think. Where are we up to? No, we're past that.
No, we're up to 18.
No, there's like 3 more now.
19.
We're up to 15, yeah. So I'm up to 15. Quote, I'm also not seeing clear or coded incitement in the DJT tweet, wrote Anika Navaroli, a Twitter policy official. I'll respond in the elections channel and say that our team has assessed and found no vios or violations for the DJT one. Okay, so you've got here Anika saying that she doesn't see a violation within that tweet. 16, she does just that. Quote, as an FYI, safety has assessed the DJT tweet above and determined that there is no violation of our policies at this time. So you're seeing people within Twitter. By the way, Tara, I'm not looking at the speaker request, so I'll let you manage that. We're seeing people within Twitter just say, like, there's no breach of policies. So it'll be interesting to see where the resistance comes in. Later, Navaroli would testify to the White House January 6th committee. Quote, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. Okay. So based on this quote here, she's saying in the committee that they intervened because of their beliefs, their concerns of people dying. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah,
So they're actually just bought into fear, so they're actually worried about this. This is where they're coming from. They might be irrational, but where they're coming from.
That was later. That was later in the January 6th committee. Later, they talked about that, but prior, if you notice, it clearly says that there's no violations of the Donald J. Trump tweets. So there was no incitement to violence or any of that.
So based on the
they say they were worried that people were going to die.
Yeah, I agree. So based on the tweets, Tim, what I'm seeing here, their correspondence, they're not talking about people dying. They're just saying, I don't agree or I disagree. But then later in the committee on January 6th, they're like, hey, we were worried about people dying. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. We haven't seen hundreds and hundreds of messages, but based on the messages that Barry shared, it doesn't look like that's the case. And then we go to number 18. Next, Twitter's safety team decides that Trump's 7:44 a.m. ET tweet is also not in violation. They are unequivocal. Quote, it's clear that no violation is just to say that he's not attending the inauguration. So again, it just shows that there is no, the Twitter team themselves are confirming in writing that there is no violation. And then we go to number 19. To understand Twitter's decision to ban Trump, we must consider how Twitter deals with other heads of state and political leaders, including in Iran, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. So based on what I'm seeing here is that there are people within Twitter that are resisting, and they're saying that there is no breach. Trump hasn't breached the policies with his tweets. So it'll be interesting to see where that pivot happened and why the ban still took place. Tim, I'll let you go now. I'll go to Catherine.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you have an unelected technocracy here, which is kind of similar to like the deep state as a bureaucracy or the corporate management class. This is essentially the corporate management class being really worried about public pressure. And there's no law protecting public speech on social media. So they're actually just caving to this pressure, and they're conforming to that outside pressure because they have no ethical code guiding their actions. And this basically, to me, this shows the risks of a one-party system, because essentially almost all the people in the social media companies at this point have a really entrenched institutional background, mostly on the left. So you have an issue there where you have groupthink that doesn't have any ethical framework or law to prevent them from silencing public discourse out of trying to conform to virtue, and this is the right thing to do. It's like they're ignorant to behavioral psychology. And it shows
not just that they're biased, Tim. There was clear bias. Over 98% of Twitter employees donated to the Democratic Party. Like, we cannot be in denial about the truth behind that. So there was clear bias. It wasn't just outside pressure. There was complete bias by employees within Twitter.
I'm in total agreement about that. I think you're interpreting what I'm saying as being adversarial to your perspective.
No, I'm just saying it needs to be clear that there was 98%, over 98%, almost 99% of employees of Twitter were donating directly to Democrats. So there was clear bias. It wasn't pressure. This comment of pressure from the outside, it's almost like a cop-out. I don't know. I think there needs to be reality here. Like, no, this was a very biased decision from within.
Coming from is this outside pressure is where their views are coming from. That's what I'm saying. As in, most people in institutions are conformists. So
so what the point you're making is like kind of similar to what I said earlier. Is that what you mean by outside pressure? Is not people from the outside pressuring them and that they're kind of forced to do it. By the way, there's new drops I'll read in a bit. But what you're saying is that they should be sticking to their policies. Their policies should never be influenced by anything outside of Twitter. Their policies apply to Twitter. And what happened is that their bias, which is their political stance, comes from outside of Twitter, is having impact on their decisions within Twitter and Twitter's code of conduct and algorithm. Is that what you mean, or did I misunderstand?
That's exactly what I mean. What I'm saying, because
again, I'll give you the mic again, man. I'll give you the mic. You'll speak while I have to finish your point. I will. I promise. I'll go to number 20 just for the audience.
It was a little complex.
You're good, man. You're good.
And all I mean is that
Tim, I'll let you. I'm just gonna read the two drops and I'll give you the mic again. 2 seconds.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, okay.
Number 20 in June 2018. So now we're comparing to Iran's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. For anyone that doesn't know, highly recommend you look him up, and you'll understand why this is a bit funny. All right. So in June 2018, he tweeted, quote, "Israel is a malignant cancerous tumor in the West Asian region that has to be removed and eradicated. It is possible and it will happen." Again, that was a user on Twitter. So Twitter should not be bound by geographical boundaries. Obviously, there's legal requirements in different countries. So if you compare this tweet, whether you like or don't like what Trump said, compared to what the Ayatollah said, I'm going to read it again because this show you how imagine Trump or any president tweeting this in the US. Quote, "Israel is a malignant cancerous tumor in the West Asian region that has to be removed and eradicated." Continues, "It is possible and it will happen." Twitter neither deleted the tweet nor banned Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Yeah, so they keep an authoritarian ruler who says he wants to eradicate all of Israel, and they don't have a problem taking that down. Yet they take Trump's thing down, and we're going to not we have to recognize that there's a huge bias here.
They
And
have
there were also
multiple terrorists as well. There's
I,
multiple
I think
terrorists on
the
the
issue
platform.
is more that Twitter didn't have a coherent policy in dealing with this. They weren't ready for a leader to question an election or perhaps spark. I don't want to say spark an insurrection because we don't have all the details right now, but they
I've
weren't ready for a leader to take these steps. And you see that in these messages that they are basically running around crazy, like trying to figure out what can we do, what shouldn't we
no,
do, and
There was
ultimately
nothing predicative of that happening. So for them to try to sit there and act like that was going to happen or predict it happening or look for it and look for any reason to ban Trump, that's the issue. There was nothing indicative of him actually asking for an insurrection or any of that. Nothing.
yeah. No. I'm not supporting their decision here. I'm just saying that I think it's less a bias and more of a company in disarray at a time when they're taking heat from all sides.
Here's the thing. They have had experience with it. During when the 1997 Tiananmen Square event happened, the anniversary, the 10-year anniversary or 20-year anniversary was coming up, they knew myself, Kyle Bass, the Communist Party knows who we are. They don't like us. They don't want us posting on social platforms. We both had a bunch of our followers and I had my whole account suspended for the week leading up to the Tiananmen Square anniversary and 2 days thereafter. And then boom, they give it back to me. No reasoning, nothing. And they've done this a lot with China way before any of this Trump stuff. So they did have experience with it. Whether or not we have those files yet, they definitely did.
So I think it's important to recognize here that the actions they're taking are generally regarding U.S. Policy and politics, and they don't seem to care about the same things they say they care about when it comes to international issues and human rights issues abroad. So this is a clear bias of what they are triggered and afraid of is influencing their actions, because they're actually responding to their own emotions and preferences in their actions, as opposed to having a clear policy framework that's based on human rights.
But why would they?
We'll continue the discussion, guys. I'm just going to read the drops. Tom, I'm just going to send you a co-host invite as well to join us as a co-host because it gives us another space. Perfect. Now we have a space to bring in a speaker. Good to have you, Tom. Did you read before I continue? Tom, did you hear the comparison to what the Ayatollah tweeted?
I did.
That's crazy, man.
What's going on here is a continuation of what we saw indicated the other night. They had no good faith basis to remove Trump. You had these anti-Trump activists throughout Twitter who opposed him for, reasons that they have a right to oppose him over. But you can't let your political ideology get in the way of managing a site like this. And that's what they did. They picked Trump for suspension based on politics, not based on rules violations. And in doing so and suggesting otherwise, they were lying to regulators, shareholders, users in Congress, and the whole world. And so this was a political hit on Trump, and it had nothing to do with inciting violence because, as we know, and I'll say this provocatively, but it's true, the left has no problem with inciting violence. And you can see this, that they were allowing other world leaders to directly incite violence, but left their tweets up.
And I just want to say real quick that I don't think this had anything to do with public pressure on Twitter. I think they took this opportunity. They wanted to ban Trump, and they took this opportunity to do so. Nothing to do with outside pressure. Doesn't matter what you think of Trump. If you look at that tweet by Khamenei, and you can't see the problem with that, with not even censoring that, not even saying anything about it, there's a problem there. So I don't think that had anything to do with it. I think it was a very left-leaning organization that took action when it saw the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the more we sit around and make excuses, the less people will be held accountable, and they should be. It's election interference, direct election interference, what they did, and they do need to be held accountable. And I don't care if they had pressure from the outside. They had a job to uphold, and they didn't.
Wait, I have a question. Did any okay when the Black Lives Matter, the 574 Black Lives Matter riots, injured thousands of cops with bricks, rocks, Molotov cocktails? How many people were held accountable for that? At Twitter, nobody was held accountable for that. Kamala Harris posted a bail fund. She wasn't held accountable for it. They only attacked Trump because it's against the narrative. It's what the narrative is. It's all about the narrative. And Alex Jones said this. The left is beating the right in the information game. It's what they're doing. And everything is about the narrative. Everything is. And
So I'll let you finish. Sorry, Ian.
oh no, that's basically all I had to say.
Okay, yeah. So I want to
Yeah.
just quickly, just want to say for just if we don't mind, for everyone in the panel and off the panel, just try not to ban people. Just want to try to get all different perspectives. I'll get Ed, because I know Brian for some reason just got banned out of the room. I'm hoping it's a glitch. There was a take by Tom, and I'd like you to comment on that before we continue going through the tweets, because it's a pretty extreme take about the left don't have a problem with inciting violence. I would take a different take on it, Tom. I think there's some of them on, I think, both sides of the aisle. When you go too extreme, you'll see different groups that will incite violence. I think we can find examples on both sides of the aisle. Would you agree with that, Tom? Is that a better way to characterize it?
Well, my point is that during the riots of 2020, you had the organized left and political officials excuse and condone, if not encourage, violence.
Yeah, Kamala
And
Harris
so when I
posted a
say the
bail
left
fund.
doesn't have a problem with violence, that's what I'm referencing. They use and have used violence as they've kept it in their back pocket as a threat, and they used it regularly in 2020 to undermine Trump. Remember, Trump had to flee into the basement of the White House because the Secret Service was fearful that the violent left surrounding the White House was going to burn the building down.
So I think that Mark, it's just we got to worry about avoid absolutes, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So
when I say the left, I say the organized left. Look, everyone listening understands what I mean. Obviously, not all leftists support violence. Obviously, not all liberals support violence. My point is, in terms of the political conversations that we were having in 2020, the organized left and their political acolytes and allies justified and defended violence and incited it in our major cities. So let's be clear there. And so when they say they're concerned about inciting violence, they're not. They're concerned about Donald Trump objecting to an election. And this was never about violence to begin with, as it is.
I don't even think that they were concerned with Trump objecting to an election. I think they were just looking for an excuse, and him objecting to an election just happened to be the excuse that they were looking for.
Well, that's true too, yeah.
I'm going to continue reading. We'll continue the discussion right after I continue reading the tweets. So I was just organizing the panel. All right, we're up to number 20. So 20, I want to read 21 last time. I know I've read it so many times. I'll be quick this time. Ayatollah said the following: Israel is a malignant, cancerous tumor in the West Asian region that has to be removed and eradicated. It is possible and it will happen. Like, ignore the whole the file drop. Ignore all this. Ignore all the discussion about Trump. All this, the left bias and all that. That alone is a concern to me. If you believe in any form of censorship, which many of us don't even believe in censorship, which means this tweet should stay. Many of us would say that. But if you believe in any form of censorship, this is probably the top of the list of tweets that should be at least deleted, or at least put a warning sign or quote unquote shadow banned. I'll go to number 21. I think we're up to, I'm not sure if there's anything after it. 21, 22, 23, 24. All right, I've got a lot, guys. Let's go up to 20, 30. Let's go. 22. 21. In October 2020, the former Malaysian Prime Minister said it was, quote, a right, end quote, for Muslims to, quote, kill millions of French people. That's the former Malaysian people. Twitter deleted his tweet for, quote, glorifying violence, but he remains on the platform. The tweet below was taken from the Wayback Machine. She spelled Wayback wrong. Oh, no, she didn't. All right, so I think that was the right decision, removing the tweet, not banning him. Fair. Maybe a shadow ban could make sense if you believe in censorship in some forms. But again, if you compare it to what happened with Trump, it just shows the bias to U.S. politics. Let's go to number 22. Muhammad Buhari, the president of Nigeria, this is going to get interesting, incited violence against pro-Biafra groups. Quote, those of us in the fields for 30 months who went through the war will treat them in the language they understand, which is killing them. Twitter deleted the tweet but did not ban Buhari. Number 23. In October 2021, Twitter allowed Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed to call on citizens to take up arms against the Tigray region. Twitter allowed the tweet to remain up and did not ban the Prime Minister. So it's a whole tweet. I'm just going through and it's written in another language.
Well, Mario,
that called on citizens to wake up.
Ethiopian one, mate. There's more context to that Ethiopian one. You need to read more than just the tweets.
But despite whatever the context, if the tweet says citizens could take arms against the Tigray region, that's inciting violence. Doesn't matter if it's the right thing or not.
Because the TPLF was
before you chime in, there's still more dropping, so I think we should continue.
But I think
exclusively on Ethiopia, you need context.
I want to get into Ethiopian one, but understand that things are not as simple as they may look.
It's still part of the drop, and it needs to be read here for the integrity of the call and the space. So he's reading the drop. So please let him continue.
Thanks, sir. And number 24. In early February 2021, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government threatened to arrest Twitter employees in India and to incarcerate them for up to 7 years after they restored hundreds of accounts that had been critical of him. They didn't ban him. So Twitter employees returned accounts that were critical to him, and he threatened to jail them for up to 7 years, and the tweet was not deleted. Okay. Number 25. But Twitter executives did ban Trump, even though key staffers said that Trump had not incited violence, not even in a coded way. And to be honest, I'm going to be on it. I don't usually give my opinions on things, but I just think that a lot of the things that happened in that period are wrong. A lot of the things that Trump said are too extreme, and I understand the concerns, but not even close to enough reasons to ban an account. And I was surprised when I saw his account banned. In my opinion, that was pretty extreme. Would love to see if anyone else disagrees. And number 26. Less than 90 minutes after Twitter employees had determined that Trump's tweets were not in violation of Twitter policy, Vijaya Gadde, Twitter's head of legal policy and trust, asked whether it could in fact be, quote, coded incitement to further violence. Okay, so less than 90 minutes after Twitter employees determined that Trump's tweets were not in violation of Twitter policy. So in other words, Vijaya wanted to amend the policy so they can ban Trump 90 minutes after employees said, hey, he did not breach policy. And there's messages there, you can go through them, the tweet pinned above. There's messages there by Vijaya trying to get that to happen. I'm not sure which. I'm not going to read them all, but I can see how I'm just going through them quickly now. She's trying to convince other employees to change the policy. Number 27, a few minutes later, Twitter employees on the quote scaled enforcement team suggest that Trump's tweets may have violated Twitter's glorification of violence policy. So that's a few minutes after Vijaya sent those messages. If you interpreted the phrase American patriots to refer to the rioters. Okay, so they're trying to see, in other words, without getting into too much detail and reading the correspondence, what we see here is the employees trying to find a way to use from the information they have to try to ban Trump and to make it look like it's within policy. Up to number 28. Things escalated from there. Members of that team came in to view him as the leader of a terrorist group responsible for violence and deaths, comparable to Christchurch shooter or Hitler. And on that basis, and on the totality of his tweets, he should be deplatformed. That's extreme. Let me read out the message there. Just to update you, XXX, which means a retracted name. Just to update you, XXX, I spoke to XXX just now. They understand our assessment of this individual tweet, but they now view him as the leader of a terrorist group. That's messages within Twitter. This is within Twitter talking about the US president at the time. But they now view him as the leader of a terrorist group responsible for violence, deaths, comparable to Christchurch shooter or Hitler. And on that basis, and on the totality of his tweets, he should be deplatformed. They will continue to push that argument with leadership, and we will see where it falls. Whew. Let's go to number 29. 2 hours later, Twitter executives host a 30-minute all-staff meeting. Jack Dorsey and Vijaya Gadde answer staff questions as to why Trump wasn't banned yet, but they make some employees angrier. So we're seeing a lot of employees push Jack, and that's based on their bias to the left, push Jack and Vijaya to ban Trump. Number 30. And that shouldn't even be the case. The policy should be so coded in that such meetings were just purely for explaining the policy to employees if it needs any explanation. Let's go to number 30. Multiple tweets Twitter employees have quoted the banality of evil, suggesting that people implementing our policies are like Nazis following orders, relays Yoel Roth to a colleague. What? I want to read this again. Multiple tweets have quoted that the banality of evil, suggesting that people implementing our policies are like Nazis following orders. How can he take it to that extreme? Let me read what he says. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it. Candidly, not a lot of people who are close to the decision would feel safe engaging there. Multiple tweets, that's not tweets, that's tweets. People have quoted the banality of evil, suggesting that people implementing our policies are like Nazis following orders, which, as someone responsible for our policies who had direct family members in Auschwitz, he's comparing it to a death camp, is not exactly an environment I want to wade into. People are angry and want to express themselves, but the way the conversation happens can close off meaningful engagement. Whew, okay, this shows how extreme they're taking it. We're going to continue reading them. Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Sorry, go ahead.
Quick question. I think I think we're seeing somewhat of an inflection point right here, just to kind of mark this time and date that this is either the confluence of events or some sort of excursion point in the dialogue, from my perspective.
Yeah, I agree. Like we've been waiting for that moment we see that shift, and there's a few more tweets, but I won't read them. Let's just take a quick break because there's another 4 or 5, and then we'll continue. Oh, there we go. Now we'll take a quick break now, and then we'll talk about the suspension, what happens and what happens afterwards,
Real quick,
and the response to Trump's ban. Go ahead, Emma.
On the quote, read the banality of evil. That one. Did it say in the parentheses what a tweep is a Twitter employee? So they're saying, oh, people are saying that our Twitter employees are like for not removing his account. They're all trying to. They're like perpetrating evil if they don't get rid of this account. I mean, it's just the most bizarre thing I've ever read.
Yeah, they're comparing it to like he's referencing like just looking at it objectively. They're very emotional about it. Like they genuinely see this as like their responsibility to help the US against what they see as evil, which obviously is based on bias and their own emotions and feelings, which should never have an impact on any system or any processes or protocols in place for censorship on a platform at this size.
Yeah, or they're just shady in using whatever they can to.
Ed, I'll go to Ed then Prodigal. Ed, I saw you unmute. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say I think this is a problem. I don't know if there's an escaping of this problem. There's always going to be bias. Twitter was obviously biased to the left, but is Elon Musk's Twitter going to be biased in one direction? So he's going to have rules too. If you incite violence, you're going to be kicked off, or you're going to be suspended. Yes, he said
it's not going to be biased to one side. That's the whole point of why he wanted to purchase Twitter was to be centered.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
No, you're incorrect. Over 98% of employees at Twitter donated to Democrats. Can we be very clear?
That's what I'm saying.
Elon Musk voted for Biden. Elon Musk voted for Joe Biden. He voted for Obama. No, the comparison you are making is invalid.
Can I please explain what I'm saying? Can I please explain? So Elon Musk is going to be running Twitter. He's going to have a set of rules, right? Where he's going to ban people still. He's going to ban people for breaking certain rules according to what his team, let me just finish what I'm saying, then you can respond. So what his team believes are against the rules. There's going to be people who could be banned for inciting violence, but his line is going to be somewhere else. Maybe it would be a more liberal line. Maybe it would be a more conservative line. We don't know.
Well, at least one, he'll probably outline what that line is. 2, when someone gets censored, removed, whatever, explain why.
So I think at the point you're making
Yes.
Sorry, Tara. So yeah, I was just gonna say. So Ed, the point you're making is like whoever it is leading. Like your question is that how do we prevent bias one way or
There's
another? And it
always
could be
there's always going to be a bias, and like it might not be biased as far as political bias. It could
what
be
do you think
biased
of?
toward
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be
like
anything. I
every world
understand.
has
Humans,
bias.
yeah, humans are biased. I understand. So
Well,
my question is like, go ahead, Tom.
let's bring it back to what we just read here. We read that according to Twitter's own corporate documents, that Trump was not in violation of the rules, and they twisted reality based on their personal political animus against him, calling him a terrorist and comparing him to Hitler, to remove him from Twitter, despite no violations of the rules. So this isn't bias. This is just unhinged Twitter activists hijacking a company's operations to target their political enemy. And when you see them say that he's leading terrorists, what does that say about Twitter's approach to tens of millions of Trump supporters who were using the platform or otherwise on the platform, who were going to be similarly targeted subsequently? This is extremely damaging to the reputation of Twitter as a corporation, and you have to wonder, to Ian's point, Musk has a lot of work to do to reestablish regularity and normalcy in the management of content on the platform.
Yeah, so I'm going to continue. I'll give you the mic after Protocol. I'm just going to continue reading the tweets, and then we'll continue the discussion. But I think like both you and Ed kind of agree, because Ed, you're saying that bias will always exist. Tom made the point that in this case, we don't just have bias, we have like extreme bias, where it's just kind of gone a bit too far.
Yeah,
and
bias leads to extremism, and that's where you don't want to get. Hopefully, Elon can control that bias, because there's going to be bias, but hopefully it doesn't lead to
and then the question
policy.
is exactly what happens in 10 years time as employees grow again, and what will it lean one way or another? And that's not just politics. And then this is where it gets tricky, like how, and this is what, having proper systems in place. And Elon was talking to Jack, I think, a few months ago about decentralizing certain aspects of a platform. Like imagine you could decentralize censorship in a way. It sounds pretty complex, but like there's ways to do it. I'd love to have Vivek on the show. I'm going to try to invite Vivek on because
it's like Emma said, Mario. It's like Emma said, transparency, and that's what Elon plans to do is have it completely transparent, so you'll know exactly why you've been, put in Twitter jail or suspended or whatever it may be. You'll know, and everyone else will know as well. This account was suspended because. So I mean, until we have that, it could be biased, like Ed was saying, but. If he follows through with the things he says he's going to do with the platform, then we'll have complete transparency. It'll say you were banned for this reason.
Agree. I think transparency is a big step in that direction. I'll keep reading the tweets, guys, and then we'll continue. I think it was Asya. I'll give you the mic right after. Oh, no, sorry, Protocol and then Asya.
So Protocol, myself, and then Asya, Mario.
All right, Protocol, Piotr. Yeah, I didn't see you. Sorry, bro. We're up to number 32, I think. 1 hour later, so we talked about these discussions, the resistance, the meeting with Jack, in which he's explaining why Trump was not suspended to employees. Employees were not happy. They're making comparisons to Auschwitz and Hitler. And then 1 hour later, Twitter announces Trump's permanent suspension, quote, due to the risk of further incitement of violence. We go to number 33. Many at Twitter were ecstatic. So here we have Team DJT suspended. Oh my God. Yeah, so a lot of excited messages here by the team. Saw the message. Thank you to everyone for your impactful work this week, for the discussion, and for drafting all these complex assessments. I'm very proud to work and learn from you every day. Wishing you a good weekend. And then we go to the next one. And we have to understand as well, like back then, I'm not, just when I make statements like this, I'm not defending one side or another. It was also a time of a lot of fear and it was a pretty uncertain time for everyone. So the employees at Twitter, in their opinion, they thought they did something good based on their biases, good for the US. All right, let's go to the next one. And congratulatory big props to whoever is in trust and safety is sitting there whack-a-moling these Trump accounts. All right, so it's this impossible to deny now the bias having an impact on a lot of people on the right, including the president himself getting suspended or shadow banned. By the next day, employees expressed eagerness to tackle medical misinformation as soon as possible. Okay, so that kind of leads us to the next drop. I'll create a space in a bit. If my team could send me a link, I'll do a space where you can all register, because we're having the next topic, before I continue reading, is going to be about COVID. I think this is a very, very polarizing topic. I want to be very careful. I'm not a doctor myself, and getting people from doctors you all know, you've seen on TV, people from the board at Pfizer, people that are completely against the vaccine, to debate this topic, because then we're going to be talking about the censorship of COVID, which is, I get nervous even talking about that topic. It's a very tricky one. And people,
hey, Mario,
yeah, man.
Just quick, look, I just want to dig a little deeper on that. What we're seeing is almost a bipolar reality here. On one hand, you have they are Nazis, and then when this is resolved, you have this euphoria. That is not typical behavior. When you defeat a Nazi or have some sort of resolution of profound existential conflict, you have a sense of awe, if you will. And here, I think the duality of these two things come together. Euphoria and this sort of Nazi paranoia is really pathologic. So I think that in of itself is real interesting to me.
So we'll go for number 36. For the longest time, Twitter's stance was that we aren't the arbiter of truth, wrote another employee, which I respected, but never gave me a warm, fuzzy feeling. So in other words, the employee is saying that he wasn't, I'm going to read out what he said. Very excited to see us handling more categories of misinformation. For the longest time, Twitter's stance was that we aren't the arbiter of truth, which should be the case. If you're a free speech, if you're a platform allowing people to speak, Chinese government can say that we don't let people talk about X, Y, and Z for the betterment of the country, for the betterment of the society, the economy. But then that gets out of hand, and now anyone that talks negatively about the president or about certain policies, they get censored, they get jailed. It just goes too extreme. So as soon as we see Twitter veering off, and I'm guessing it's happened over a period of time, veering off from just being a place where people could speak with certain limitations that we all agree on, to veering away from becoming the arbiter of what they consider the truth. Again, agree or disagree with what they consider the truth. This is where it got really dangerous. And I'd be curious to see how this evolved after Trump's suspension and what happened over the last couple of years. COVID's going to be a big one, and then what happened post-COVID as well. I'll continue reading. Twitter's stance was that we aren't the arbiter of truth, which I respected, but never gave me a warm, fuzzy feeling. That said, my dad is an MD, to give context, and medical misinformation is a really hard topic. I get nervous reading this stuff. Even for COVID-19, we only covered a narrow category of misinformation. As an example is, quote, take vitamin C, vitamin D, elderberry, and xylitol with GSC daily to reduce COVID-19 risk, end quote. Good misinformation, creative marketing, or misinformation? Personally, I'm not sure, and I suspect there are views on both sides. All right, so this message there, I respect more than others. It's not as extreme. It's like, hey, I respect we're not the arbiters of truth, but then where do you consider something as misinformation or not? Where is something like, hey, is that just good marketing? Does it play a role in fighting COVID? And then we go down that slippery slope, which we won't go down in today.
Mario, if possible, I think we need to look at this not just in the context of how big tech shape public opinion, but how corporate media shape public opinion. This is an apparatus controlled by multinational corporations that fed for years a narrative that anybody who supported populist policies or Trump were essentially Nazis, white supremacists, etc. So this fed into it. As somebody said earlier, they were just looking for a pretext. They had previous discussions from previous Twitter file drops showing that they were pushing to ban him over and over again, and this gave them the one use. And when people say be objective, we can be objective, right? You look at the Portland federal courts, you had 80 days of riots and attacks on a federal building. As Tom Fitton mentioned before, you literally had temporary fencing put up, and a church burnt down as they tried to assault the White House. And the president of the United States, regardless of political affiliation, was forced to cower in a bunker. right? A narrative was pushed onto the entire American population, which, as Tara brought up, 90+% of these people are wholehearted Democrats, vote and donate towards them, and they used it to effectively eliminate Americans' free speech and public discourse. And I'll end with this. His comments regarding vitamin D and zinc, multiple studies have now come out confirming that lack of these specific nutrients and vitamins do increase the severity of COVID.
So I'm just going to end it, Protocol. So just that one there, we'll leave it for the next space.
Something to say. Yeah.
I'll just quickly.
Correct. I mean, people forget. I had a couple of people DM me just now. Black Lives Matter. There was over 500 riots that entered thousands of cops with bricks, rocks, Molotov cocktails. And if you remember, Kamala Harris posted a bail fund for those people that committed those crimes. Where was Kamala Harris's suspension? What happened to Kamala Harris? Nothing. She was allowed to post the bail fund, and they were allowed to get those criminals out. So there was no action taken against left-wingers who came out and said, look, we stand with these rioters that are destroying buildings, attacking cops, and there was just no accountability on the left side.
So we'll go to Piotr. I know you've been waiting for a while. Piotr, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Okay, so a couple of things here. One, context is always important. When it comes to the Ethiopian post, President Abiy Ahmed had suggested this action because the TPLF, which is the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, has basically just begun launching large-scale assaults on southern parts of the Tigray province and north of the country. So there's a little bit of backstory to that. That being said, what we are seeing here is the illustration that authoritarianism and censorship exists on both sides of the aisle. There is a reason that the Nazi Party was actually the Nazi Socialist Party, and why there are so similarities made between Stalin and Hitler, despite them supposedly being on the ideological opposite sides of the spectrum. So what you see here now is a clear illustration of people with a very, very influenced and impressionable perspective of what's happening across the country in DC, taking it upon themselves to pressure senior management, senior staff, as well as the staff in the top end, having their own biases, deciding that despite them being a private corporation with no ability for transparency and accountability, to take it upon themselves to make influences that will directly decide the future of the United States, even if that United States situation is very polarized, it's very difficult. Private enterprises like this should not have that much power, and I think that's extremely disturbing to hear the information that you shared, particularly when it comes from just how much of Twitter's staff were really, really pushing for this. And it shows you how in history, when you're on the center ground, you tend to gravitate towards both extremities, and then people come back or they go out again. And we've got a problem, I think, in the US, on one side of the country, or some parts that you've got people who are very, very part of this very far left-wing perspective, which is, as much as I said before, censoring of people's opinions as, say, you could say the far, far, far right is. Then in other parts, you've got people who sit on the other side. And what Twitter needs to be doing ultimately is actually representing a platform that people can share their perspectives and hopefully bring people more towards that center ground, and we can find accommodation, not pushing people further to the extremities. And now you've got this middle lost ground, like no man's land. It's extremely disturbing, everything you said so far.
We have a lot of tweets to catch up on here.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. By the way, everyone, I've just tweeted the link for the before I read the tweets. It's above, and it's the last tweet on my profile. So you start registering for the COVID space, which is probably, like, when I do spaces like this, it's going to be very easy to slip up here or there and get into trouble. So I'm going to try my best. And I think you guys are going to be really impressed with the panelists that we're going to bring into that debate. So the next round of drops will be based on COVID and the censorship around COVID. So wish us luck, and we'll see you in 2 days for that. Let's continue reading the drop. But Twitter's COO Parag Agrawal, who would later succeed Dorsey as CEO, told head of security Mudge Natko, quote, "I think a few of us should brainstorm the ripple effects of Trump's ban. Centralized content moderation, in my opinion, has reached a breaking point now." Okay, so respect. Parag, despite her biases, she realized that, from what I understand, I'm going to read out the conversation, maybe I got it wrong, but at least we have somebody notable, someone in an executive position saying, hey, we might have taken it too far. Let me read out what Parag and Mudge are saying. Parag, I think a few of us should brainstorm the ripple effects and potential fragmentation of public conversation and how we might adapt. Mudge, who are you suggesting? Parag, not sure. A few of us on staff maybe to start. The future of public conversation feels uncertain to me. To my mind, we need to move fast towards opening up control over policies and enforcement and decentralizing it. Respect. Okay. Like it or not, that's heading in the right direction. Centralized content moderation, in my opinion, has reached a breaking point now. Exactly. Like, this is what we're saying. This is someone on the left. I think Parag's on the left. I'm just guessing to be an executive. Someone on the left saying, hey, this seems to have gone too far and we may need to take action. And that's where the decentralized concept. And just remember, everyone, Jack, after all this happened, Jack was launching project whatever. I forgot, Sky something. And that's a project of building a decentralized social platform. There's another one called DeSo. So there's like decentralized versions of Twitter coming out and trying to solve problems like this. Interested to hear what people think now that it's played out the way it has. I think more important questions now is the future of public conversation. In my mind, this is the end of the road for centralized content moderation. Hard to believe that this approach will be sustainable moving forward. I agree. Suggested to Mudge that a few of us get together to anticipate ripple effects and decide how we want to mobilize for the change ahead. So they realized, I think Parag and I think other employees realized that, hey, we took this too far and we need to not only to deal with what we just did now, but we should come up with long-term solutions for where human bias takes over free speech. 2 hours later, Twitter executive hosts a 30-minute all-staff meeting. Okay, now we've done that one. Where are we up to? 30 what, guys? 30. Okay, medical information. Okay, we're up to 38. Outside of the United States, Twitter's decision to ban Trump raised alarms, including with French President Macron, German Prime Minister Angela Merkel, and Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López. Piotr, from these three people, Macron is liberal, is more on the left. Merkel is more in the middle, from what I know.
No, I would say Macron is centre right. Merkel's probably centre right, and then the other one I'm not sure.
And how about Andrés Manuel López Obrador? Do you know?
Mexico or Spain?
Mexico.
He's very far left, but he's a good example of where he's actually enacted quite a lot more law enforcement. Mexico's had issues with the drug cartels this year, so he's become quite
okay. So
in certain liberties.
All to the left of Trump. All to the left of Trump.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
so
they're all centers, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to hear. So you got three people that are not, and I know Merkel, and yeah, I know both of them. Didn't Macron plant a tree with Trump, and later they became friends, best buddies, and later they kind of started bad mouthing each other. So I like this because it shows three people, and it makes our point that this is bipartisan, and I'm trying to keep it at that level as much as I can. The issue I'm talking, not in this case. In this case, obviously, is targeted to the right. But the issue itself is censorship. We have people that disagree with Trump that were worried about Twitter's censorship. How a president of a country, of the biggest country, of the biggest economy in the world, can be censored. Number 39. Macron told an audience he didn't, quote, want to live in a democracy where the key decisions were made by private players. Exactly my point. I want it to be decided by a law voted by a representative, or by regulation, governance, democratically discussed and approved by democratic leaders. I agree. Number 40, Merkel, Germany. Merkel's spokesperson called Twitter's decision to ban Trump from his platform, quote, problematic, and added that the freedom of opinion is of, quote, elementary significance. Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who's in jail now, criticized the ban as an unacceptable act of censorship. And this is someone who's being censored in a country that's being censored by, and I don't want to get into a whole political discussion, but I think most of us would agree that Russia has severe censorship as well. And he's in jail based on that censorship. So I think it's across the board. You've got policymakers concerned by Twitter's decision, whether they agree with it or not. And I'm going to go through the comments in a bit. I'd love to see the audience.
Can I just point out one quick thing on that? Merkel, Macron, all these people are neoliberals. So they're part of the establishment, the globalist sort of rhetoric that you will hear. Trump was not. He was much more about America first. So it's fascinating how even politicians who are against Trump or against his ideology in some ways are still against this private enterprise ability to influence freedom of speech. Very interesting point.
I agree. I think it's a very interesting tweet. I'm going to put this as one of my core tweets. Is you got policymakers that disagree with Trump that are on the left. Hold on, didn't you just say that? Doesn't matter.
Capitalism, conservatism in America is a very different interpretation in Europe. Just keep that in mind.
Understood. Just a reminder for everyone, the tweet pinned above before I continue, make sure you set your reminders for the space in 2 days. And we have another space tomorrow with Mark Andreessen from Andreessen Horowitz as well. So make sure you set your reminders for that. It's going to be a pretty crazy week. All right, number 41. Whether you agree with Navalny and Macron or the executives at Twitter, we hope this latest installment of the Twitter Files gave you insight into that unprecedented decision. From the outset, our goal in investigating the story was to discover and document the steps leading up to the banning of Trump and to put that choice into context. Ultimately, the concerns about Twitter's efforts to censor news about Hunter Biden's laptop, blacklist disfavored views, and ban a president aren't about the past choices of executives in a social media company. They're about the power of a handful of people at a private company to influence the public discourse and democracy. And that's why we're seeing people that are, I always get the panel balanced, and we have here people from both sides of the aisle on the panel, and everyone disagrees everyone agrees in one way or another that this level of censorship is a problem. And some people are calling this a nothing burger. There's 2 more tweets. Some people are calling this a nothing burger. Maybe, hate me for saying this, maybe it is now. I'm not saying it is. Even if you think it is now, later on, if this continues, this level of censorship, how far could that go? Because we saw what happens in China with high levels of censorship and other countries. Imagine now our country's not our, because I feel our in the US, your country or anyone in the US. The US is a democracy, and anyone else living in a democracy like myself, Australia, we live in democracies. But the companies that have the power right now, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Google, are not a democracy. They do have a board, but they're not as democratic to an extent as the government. They don't have that safe system. So that means that when they start having influence, when they start censoring, they start dictating where a country heads. They literally decide what people hear, what people don't hear. If you go to China, I'm researching a lot about COVID now, different theories and stuff. When you go to China, there's a conspiracy theory that the US brought the COVID to China, US military. And then in the US, there's a theory that China intentionally released the COVID, and that's one theory, there's multiple, as a weapon against the US. So you can see 2 different countries. When you meet someone, where we're saying we're all on one planet, yet we have completely different versions of reality. It shows the influence of how far censorship could go. I'll read the last 2 tweets quickly, and then I'll give the mic to our co-hosts and panelists. This is it. So I'll read it again. Ultimately, the concerns about Twitter's efforts to censor news of the laptop, etc., is not about the executives. That's not the issue. The issues and the whole story, that's not the issue. The issue is about the power of a handful of people at a private company to influence public discourse and democracy. Go ahead, Tom.
This is an absurd conclusion, frankly. I mean, Barry is just showing her ideological colors here. The New York Times can do whatever it wants as a private company to moderate content on it in its publication and on its site. This is about a private company corruptly telling users that they have contracts with, telling regulators, telling shareholders, and telling Congress they are moderating content on a good faith basis. And part of that basis, and that is their ability to do that is allowed under law, but also based on the idea that, they are doing it on a good faith basis. So they've been lying and have been caught lying about what they were doing as a corporation. This isn't about, quote, democracy. This is about a company breaking the law, breaking the rules, working illicitly with the government to target political enemies of a specific party and a specific ideology. So let's forget, this is not about democracy. This is about censorship by corrupt individuals in Twitter and corrupt individuals on the outside, whether it be in government or in media, to push Twitter to do this. And to say this is about democracy and the private sector, baloney. the private sector has all sorts of abilities in the right context to censor anyone they want. But Twitter is allowed to moderate content based on the idea, or suggest that they were moderating content based on this idea that they're committed to neutrality and they were politically not biased. And it was a lie. And there needs to be accountability for this corruption.
And I think we need more transparency. I think that's one of the major solutions here. You don't want government interference in it, but I think you do want some sort of transparency, whether it's laws passed to make corporations like this more transparent, or if it's just people like Elon Musk coming along and saying, "Okay, I'm gonna just make it transparent."
Which
I think that's
Tara
a better
said,
solution.
Tara brought that point as well earlier. Elon's decision to make it transparent, like, hey, all right, we're a private company. We wanna silence people that say X, Y, and Z, but we're gonna be open about it. We're not gonna lie about it. And we silence you because you said this, and we disagree with it. I think like this. Okay, this is their right with it as a private company, but I just think they just have too much power influencing discourse to even have that right. I think the size of Meta, for example, 3 billion users, they, in my opinion, even if they're a private corporation, I think we're past them. They're just too powerful to have that right to censor. What if they were like, all right, guys, we decided we want to censor everyone on the right. We're a private company. We're going to be transparent about it. We're going to do it legally, but we're going to censor everyone. Because even after Twitter banned Trump, we didn't see Truth or other platforms blow up. They gained. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong on this one, but I don't think the other social platforms blow up. People are still like, yeah, we'll stick to Twitter just because it's more convenient. That's where the attention is. So it just shows Twitter, Meta, they just have too much power to even have that right. I think Tom made a good point that they lied in like saying they're not censoring while they were, which is a whole different issue. And a serious
Mario,
one at that.
Trump wasn't
Go ahead,
the
Tara.
only one banned. Trump wasn't the only one banned either. There were so many accounts,
list of them, yeah,
conservative
so many.
accounts banned.
Well,
And to,
exactly.
and to Tara's point, and to your point, Mario, Elon can ban people as the owner of a private company. It's far different than what Twitter was doing, which was essentially acting as an extension of the U.S. government. Completely different things.
That's a good point. Yeah, we shouldn't forget as well that they did have, that was in one of the drops as well. So it's like multiple problems. I think Tim's point that this is, democracy is one problem we can discuss, but there's also the fact that they lied. There's also the fact that they were talking to the FBI and other governmental bodies as they made those decisions. And there were the back door that we talked about. And we also mentioned, to remind everyone, that Trump administration either never used, just because they thought it wouldn't work based on the bias, or Twitter just never, I think they said never used. So it's not like Twitter got these requested and implement them. Trump's administration did not use that back door, yet the Democratic side did. And again, that could be based on Twitter's bias. So that's another issue that you mentioned, Sphinx. That's really.
Can
really
I just
good.
point out one thing here, which is that this is authoritative oppression or censorship, right? This occurs, as I said before, on both sides of the aisle. But in this case, it isn't more right-leaning reasons that it's being done. Think of China's WeChat.
Yeah, Pieter, but one side of the
Russia,
aisle
right?
controls big tech. One side of the aisle, neoliberal and neocons, controls big banking. One side of the aisle controls most of the major
Prodigal, I
newspapers,
wasn't finished,
6 of
buddy.
the multinational corporations that control 90% of media. You can't paint this as if it's equal when one side
What I'm
completely
doing,
controls
Prodigal,
all
is using other
institutions in
countries as
American
an
society,
example to
including
talk
higher
about
education.
authoritarianism in different countries and how it applies in different contexts. I'm not putting it only in the American context. What I was trying to say was that in this case, you've got a very far group left-wing people who are doing the very thing that they are trying to do, which is to supposedly be diverse and inclusive and et cetera, et cetera. And that's what happens when you have corporatism, which is so influential. Particularly a company that isn't a media organization, which is supposed to be a place that everybody of every aisle can come and join. I'm not disagreeing with you, and I think it's important to let people finish their point.
Guy, I see Max, you've been waiting for a while, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So, I mean, we look at the data that's been shown with the donations from obviously the Twitter employees that show bias there. We look at the actions taken. We look at the causality, and quite a bit of, some would say damning evidence. I try to look at everything from a rational point of view and say, hey, if I'm going to believe, my personal angle on this, I have to look at the other side and say, how are they seeing this and how are they justifying these actions? I'm not talking about necessarily the Twitter employees right now, but those who still defend the actions that take place. And as we've said, we need to hear from both sides. That is important. But when we look at leaders of other countries who are coming in and they have they're starting to have talking points and having concerns about these decisions that have been made. When we look at, really anybody who, I don't know how objective anybody can be. This is a very polarizing topic, but I truly want to try and understand from the other side what's left here to defend.
I'm just going to add in one point. If the pretext for this was the riot that occurred on January 6th and the violence that was there, right? The only connections that have been shown to government actors are to the Alphabet Boys in D.C., specifically the FBI and other organizations, right? We know now the number 2 at Oath Keepers was an asset. They had at least 8 in the Proud Boys. Ray Epps was never arrested, right? If you're claiming we have to limit governments inciting violence against their citizens, the only organizations and federal actors shown to be connected to January 6th are the FBI and these other agencies. So let's try to be a little bit objective. There's no connections that have been shown to Trump at all. So, I think that we need to be fair, especially when these same state actors and federal agencies did nothing when there was $3 billion worth of damages, countless police officers blinded, injured, and killed, and cities on fire. They literally carved out their own territories in Chop Chaz in Seattle and in Minnesota. You literally had entities functioning outside of state, local, and federal government. So if we're going to be honest, let's be honest.
Are you really going to
I'll let
blame
you.
the left
Yeah, go
more
ahead,
than
Ed.
the right for that, though? Are you really going to
Yes,
blame the
you
left
want
more
to
than
talk
the
about
right
the 6
for
day
what
plus
happened
They
at
should.
the
I
Capitol?
can
churches
blame the
that were firebombed in the
CDC going
So hold on, I
online.
would like,
And
just quickly, so we'll leave it. Yeah, Prodigal, go ahead, respond to Ed.
I can blame them because I'm in a blue state. I couldn't bury my dead. I couldn't go to my house of worship. I saw 1/3 of businesses bankrupted. Then I saw these same health experts say, listen, you can't live your lives. Target and Home Depot can stay open. But you listen, these protests, it's for a good cause. We're going to allow it. This is once again the use of federal assets and control to limit Americans' free speech. And to argue otherwise is just disingenuous. We saw the bail funds. I'm in New York City. I saw 10, 20 blocks looted, and people were released the very next day. This is something where we saw government actors taking actions to basically protect their supporters from the law of the land. And to say otherwise is just disingenuous, and I'm surprised.
No,
I'll let
We had a
Prodigal.
riot for a couple of
Prodigal,
hours
Prodigal.
versus a summer of love destruction.
I'll let Ed, I'll let you respond, man,
Also, the
because I know it's
60
a pretty
plus
hot topic.
churches that were firebombed
Ian,
in the aftermath.
I'll give. It's too many points. Too many points, guys.
I'm just referring to January 6th. Are you really blaming the left more than the right for January 6th? Because
No,
that's
I said I want to know what the FBI was doing. We still don't know that. Comey was recently at a hearing on the Hill, and 2 years later, he still won't tell how many federal assets and informants were embedded in this group. I don't think that all these riots were bad actors. I think it's very similar to January 6th. There's bad actors embedded, and once chaos hits, everybody gets engulfed in it. I don't think.
Why did Nancy Pelosi have a camera crew? That's what I want to know on January 6th. Why did she have a camera crew following her around?
Yeah, let me see the 14,000 hours worth of footage, and I'll let you know what I think.
Ed, do you want to respond? Because there's a lot of points being made here by Prodigal. I think it's good to have a response.
Well, I mean, the FBI plants people in all kinds of investigations. So, I mean, that's nothing new, whether you agree with it or not.
This was months beforehand. They had assets embedded at the number 2 Oath Keepers.
If there's a criminal investigation into the Oath Keepers,
why wouldn't they counteract it before it occurred?
So, Prodigal. I know. Just I'll let Ed respond, man, just so he can get his point as well.
I mean, if there was a criminal investigation into one of these groups, the FBI could have had plants, and that's nothing new. That's been going on for 100 years. So since the FBI was created, that's been going on. So, I mean, You can't blame the left for something that's been policy of the FBI
I
since
didn't
the
blame the
FBI
left.
started.
I said if we want to know which government actors were involved in January 6th, then let's find out instead of painting a narrative it was Trump.
Oh, I
I'm not
agree. I
arguing
agree
that
100%.
informants are a key part of it, right? The question is, if you had these assets embedded for months, as high up as the structure, as the number 2, and you didn't move on this, and the Capitol Police were refused when they were offered for a week by Pelosi and other people on the Hill, then we need to know why this occurred. We need to know why magnetically sealed doors that cannot open without a code open. We need to know why Capitol Police were waving people in. We need to know why the Q shaman was walked in to the Senate building. Right? This is questions. If this is the worst thing since 9/11 and Pearl Harbor, then let's have transparency, like Tara said. We haven't. Instead, we've had a narrative basically trying to take the state surveillance state and focus it on 74 million Americans who voted for Trump, who are mostly law-abiding, and basically an expansion of the surveillance state to eliminate their rights to organize, to have free speech, and to ensure integrity in their elections. So we're having a very different conversation, right?
Well, I mean, we still
getting
don't know
back to
who
the
killed JFK.
hold
So.
on a second.
All right,
Getting
go ahead,
back
Tom.
to the file released today. What's interesting about this is that January 6th, it's clear Trump's tweets about January 6th were not the reason he was deplatformed. The reason he was deplatformed was because of political animus against him by Twitter activist employees. So, some of these issues are important to discuss that are being raised. But you have Twitter saying, well, Trump did nothing wrong on January 6th in terms of his tweets. We can't think of a reason to deplatform for him because of those tweets. And the irony is that Twitter's deplatformed him anyway. And that to me is the big news here, is that Twitter found Trump's tweets were okay, but changed the rules to deplatform him anyway. And then they recognize, and what's the other irony here is the criticisms of Elon Musk's way of running Twitter is how he's putting these policies in place without thinking about, what the ripple effects are going to be. Here, they make this new rule up for Trump, and then they start talking among themselves about what the implications of this new rule is going to be. The hypocrisy of the criticism of Elon Musk is pretty apparent when you look at the way Twitter was operating before he took over. It was make the rules up as they go along. And it's funny how all the rules seem to benefit one ideological side of the equation and not the other, and one partisan side of the equation and not the other.
One of the more notable things on today's drop, as I see it, was the fact that they knew full well that Trump wasn't violating any of their terms of service. But in the next sentence, they keep insisting that Trump was a threat to democracy. Well, which is it? Which is it? Is it a guy that hasn't even violated the terms of service on Twitter, or is he an all-out threat to democracy? To me, this is just really shows how disingenuous they were really operating. And furthermore, the schoolgirl and giddiness in their messages, getting schoolgirl-like giddiness in their messages that they're sending back and forth to each other following the suspension of the supposed threat to democracy. It kind of really tells you everything you need to know.
So I've got a question, Stephen. I'm not sure. Have you used the other platforms? I think there's one called, there's obviously Truth Social, and there's one called Rumble, I think. I don't know if it's Rumble or something else. Do they censor at all, or they all focus on free speech? Like, because obviously they're more, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're more conservative platforms. Do they censor people on the left or not?
That's a great question. So from what I've been able to see, I'm on Truth Social. I hardly use it. I'm not particularly too fond of the platform, to be honest. I think it's set up to be too much of an echo chamber, and I think I actually liked Elon suggesting that he named it Trumpet. I thought that would be pretty good. But from what I understand, they're certainly have much more lax in terms of freedom of speech as Twitter 1.0 has been. But Rumble seems to be the most vibrant, successful YouTube alternative there is out there so far. And some pretty high profile people from Glenn Greenwald has a show on there now, and Russell Brand is broadcasting there as well. So out of all of the alt tech platforms, I would say Rumble's probably the most well positioned to be a viable alternative.
And there's another one called Parler as well, that I tried. We had someone from Parler on the panel a few times. But from what you know, guys, they don't censor.
So I've been on Parler,
Well-
I've been on Gab, I've been on, of course, DSO, which is diamondapp.com, and I've also been on Truth Social. And I actually had some posts censored on Truth Social. They were pro-choice tweets truths that I made, and they were removed. So
That's ridiculous.
I think
And
they
they
Can
tell
I
you-
just say I tested out Rumble about a week ago, and I wasn't removed, but some of my material was sort of, shall we say, suspended or suppressed because I was taking a little bit more.
Were you guys suspended? Were
either?
either of you suspended from these other platforms? I'm just curious.
Yes, I was suspended for a day. Yes, I was. So,
But were
But were you
banned
permanently
multiple
banned,
times?
suspended?
I was
There's a
not.
reason
I
my
wasn't
account's
suspended.
4 months old.
Whataboutism isn't the best form of argument. Sorry.
No, you weren't suspended, or you were?
I was not. I don't know if you're speaking.
Okay.
No, so
And
Ed
that's
said-
Ed
said-
speaking. And Ed, you were suspended from Twitter, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but how long have you used the other platform for, Ed?
I don't really, like, other than Diamond App, I don't really use any of the other platforms too much. Like, here and there, I would make a post. I do use, what's the new, I do use post.news a little bit, but I mean, that's like a
Okay.
heavily
So
left
the point I want to say is, like, I don't know anything. I don't want to talk about Rumble. I don't want to talk about Truth. I've never used any of them. It's just that maybe they're perfect now. Maybe they don't censor now. Obviously, it shows otherwise. But let's say even if they don't censor now, the problem of having people decide what should be censored doesn't matter what they believe. People are far from perfect as a species. Like, you're looking at it from a science-based perspective, we're far from perfect. We get emotional, we judge, we have bias, we have herd mentality. We saw that in Twitter. We saw a lot of these things in Twitter. So as humans making those decisions when it comes to such an important thing, that's the whole purpose of having a democracy. So the point, in my opinion, stands that whatever platform, now those platforms are smaller. So maybe they, like, when you're small, I think there's a certain level where censorship, if you're small, like, hey, we're a conservative platform and we this is what we want to do. And if they don't have a billion users or 500 million users, then that's fine, because there should be a line drawn, as we talked about earlier. There should be a line drawn as when does it become a responsibility to never censor, not censor and tell people we're censoring and being transparent about it, as Tari mentioned. I think that is happening. Elon's doing that, and I think it's really important. But there should be a line as well where you're too big to censor. You know, we talked about too big to fail in 2008. Too big to censor because you'll have too much influence or too much impact. You're too big of a monopoly. I think Meta is definitely in that category. I saw someone unmute.
Well,
But yeah,
I think you have to always have some level of censorship, right? Like child pornography, you have to censor that.
Vivek and Ian had a really good debate on this. I might actually do a poll. I'll do a poll now and see what people think. But they had a really good opinion. It's like, what should you censor then? Now, when we talk about censorship, none of us wants to. I use the example of seeing heads getting chopped off. None of us want to see that type of content. Should that content be censored for the good of community? Or talking about child pornography, for example, should those things be censored? And then Vivek came in and very intellectually, a very, very good discussion. And he's like, look, if you believe no censorship, there should be no censorship. Because as soon as you decide what should be censored, that's where you risk of it getting out of control. I think it's somewhere in the middle. Alpha, go ahead, Ed, and I'll give it to Alpha.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem, though. You know, once you say one thing should be censored, it's child pornography, and I think probably 99.9% of the world would say child pornography should be censored. But once you do that, then what else do you censor? How far do you go? And it's where that line is drawn. And every single person is going to have a slightly different line, and some lines are going to be more conservative, some are going to be more liberal, not from a political standpoint, but from just how much you censor.
I want to ask Tom and Tara that question actually before I go to Alpha. Like, Tom, when do you think, and Tara as well, like, when do you think censorship, like, how do we know where to draw the line as a society?
Well, there's the American context, which I think we ought to be following, as Twitter is an American company, and we're talking about the president of the United States of Twitter, in terms of his account. Legal content should generally be protected, and my view is under Section 230, these companies are supposed to be operating as bulletin boards. And they can only take down posts under Section 230 that are, and there's this list of categories in Section 230, including pornography and incitement to violence. Just typically material that isn't protected by law. Some others which are, but, arguably it's so outrageous to the common man that someone could take it down. And to the degree there's going to be any censorship, it should be kind of a narrow interpretation of those Section 230 terms. They've reinterpreted or overinterpreted or expanded Section 230 to include anything they want to take down, which I don't think the intent of the law was, and I think it's being misread. But that's neither here nor there, since the courts disagree with me more or less. Look, if there's pornography that's not speech, it's not, quote, censorship to take it down. This debate is about speech. There's not much debate about inciting violence. Here, he wasn't inciting violence, and they didn't take it down. The question is, are we going to allow ideologues to take over a company and censor their opponents while telling everyone they're not? These are good debates to have. But they're pretending they're doing something in a straightforward, good faith way when they're not. And, once they start doing things in a good faith way, those debates may be worth having, because then you kind of start running up against the guardrails that people try to put in place. But we're a long way from that. Stop censoring me because of my politics. Stop censoring me because I disagree with government policy on major public health matters. Stop censoring me because I dispute an election. Stop censoring me because I oppose transgender extremism. Stop censoring me because I disagree with your efforts to destroy Western civilization. Let's figure that out first before we start arguing whether child pornography should be given protections on Twitter, because I don't want that to happen.
I agree, Tom. And I was just going to say that with the way that Elon has already put community notes into place, it's going to become a matter of, I think, sort of policing each other and deciding what should and should not be allowed on Twitter. And I think that is ultimately the way Elon Musk wants to see Twitter democratizes, by doing that, by putting up polls and saying, should Donald Trump's account be reinstated? What does the community say? What do the users of Twitter believe? And that's where we do need the human eye. We do need humans, looking at information and deciding what should and shouldn't be there. And yes, of course, there's always going to be biased, but at the same time, it could be much more balanced than it was. I mean, almost 100% to the Democratic or left side is just not okay. And I mean, I think the way it's headed already, the things that we're allowed to talk about already within the couple months that Elon Musk has been here, just goes to show you that it's heading in the right direction. I mean, I can tweet about things that I would have definitely been suspended for before. So I think we're heading in the right direction. I think he's reinstating accounts like Ed here and several others, primarily, mainly, right side conservative accounts. And I think it's going to open up a dialogue again, and we get to sort of police each other, just like a citizen's arrest on Twitter. You go and report something. If you see something, report it. And so far, so good as far as reporting goes. Accounts are, it's already better. It's already being treated way differently. And then, community notes. So I think, with all of those things, it's just going to improve the platform and improve the balance that needs to happen. And I appreciate, Mario, the way that you run these spaces. I get a lot of DMs from people saying, why is so-and-so up there? Why is so-and-so allowed to speak? That is the point, you guys. Free speech. That is the point of all of this, is that we don't just live in an echo chamber. We get to hear from both sides of the aisle, from, all parts of the world. Twitter isn't just even America. So it's not necessarily even just left or right. it's a beautiful thing. And I appreciate Mario for being able to, host very subjectively and be, on your toes and be able to manage. And these are topics that most people don't want to talk about. These are topics that are scary. I mean, you go to Thanksgiving with your family and you don't talk about politics, right? So to be able to sit in a room like this and have adult conversations, and yeah, we don't all agree. A lot of us are on, opposite sides of the spectrum, but to be able to do that is the biggest thing that we can do as users of Twitter. So good job, guys.
If you think this one is hard, yeah, I'll give Piotr. I want to give it to Alpha because I know he's been waiting for a while. Then we'll go to you, Piotr. But if you think this was hard, Wednesday's gonna be a shit show. Like when we bring COVID, I'm like trying to research as much as I can and trying to bring.
I'll have my mouth shut on that one because I want to hear the information.
Yeah, I think
I've been through the ringer with COVID conversations. I had a
oh,
lot of
it's so tough.
It is. I can hear and see and understand. You're kind of terrified as you're even talking about it. I mean,
yeah, but I'm bringing the people we're bringing are very high profile people that all of you would know, which is really cool. So I think we'll hear, and they even disagree. Like I'm talking about people that know what they're talking about. They specialize in this. From someone being a doctor that you see on TV almost every week to someone who's on the board of Pfizer and speaks at all these events, etc. And they disagree. So I think having them get a good, healthy disagreement, a discussion ongoing, should be really interesting. And we'll see how the audience, like, we're going to try our best in 2 days. So be prepped for a potential shit show, but we're going to try to keep it as civil as possible. Alpha, you've been waiting for a while, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mario, Taro, and Tom. I'll try to shotgun some points out real quick, and then if you guys want to bring me back later to discuss them, I don't mind. And like I said, anyone that's part of media, podcasting, or news, feel free to reach out to me. So the first thing is regarding the January 6th stuff and protocol. Thanks for all the stuff you're sharing. I love you, brother. There's a name that everybody needs to look into because there's no real talk around this guy. His name is Evan Neumann, and it's Neumann, Neumann. He's documented. It's on justice.gov. Anybody wants to link, DM me. I'll send it to you. The FBI has this guy, or had this guy listed. He was at January 6th. He was wearing a Ukrainian Orange Revolution scarf during the time. The FBI contacts him in San Francisco in February, like 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks following the Capitol incident, and they let him go. He ultimately ends up getting asylum in Belarus, and he went there. So if you guys are looking into the video, find more people with these scars, because we keep trying to say it's the right, we keep trying to say it's MAGA, and if you look, not as a whole, but if you look at the majority of a lot of MAGA or conservatives or the Patriots don't support the Ukrainian side of the Ukrainian-Russia thing that's going on right now. So that alone is an anomaly that doesn't make sense. Now, with regards to January 6th and my thing, I'm one of all the people that are involved in January 6th that is getting charged on a January 6th FBI case number, and I wasn't at the Capitol. I'm being charged because of what led the investigation started based off me tweeting about January 6th. I'm one of two people that I know that's being charged that wasn't at the Capitol on January 6th. In addition to that, the FBI agent that's handling my case is Enrique Armenta.
So, do you mind if I ask you? Sorry, Alpha. Do you mind if I ask you? By the way, I'm chatting to Barry to see if Barry Weiss can join us today to go through her drop. But just a quick question, and I know with the conversation is kind of digressing to January 6th. But like, what were the tweets, if you don't mind me asking, that led to the FBI investigation? If you're open to sharing.
No, I'm 100% open to sharing. I have to bring them up that way I can quote them. I have them saved on a folder. But real quick, the point I want to make before I get to the tweets is the FBI agent, because this is more important than my case. This is probably one of the most important things let me just say it. The FBI agent is Special Agent Enrique Armenta. He's the same agent that was responsible for handling the Capitol poster boy with the tattoos on his neck. Now his name evades me, of course. But you guys know who I'm talking about. He was the one that came out on time. He testified before the Capitol. The allegations were that a January 6er tased him. My FBI agent that's investigating my case is the same one that was in charge. Fanon, thank you, Capitol Officer Fanon. He's the same agent that was tasked with handling that. On August,
and just
I'll get to your,
without going, yeah, without going too deep, because we're getting a bit too deep into January 6th, but I know that you're personally impacted by it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to go
Be
deep
good. Like,
into it, Mario, but I want to make this point because there are a lot of important ones, but this one specifically. On August the 4th of 2021, Armenta, along with another person assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force, came to my house to return my electronic evidence. While he was there, I asked Special Agent Armenta, I go, you know, people do not trust the FBI anymore. And he goes, why do you say that? I go, yeah, Director Wray from the FBI on TV go and lie that he had not seen any evidence of Antifa or BLM at January 6th. I go, at a minimum, everybody had already seen the pictures and videos of John Sullivan. This is what the FBI agent told me. He goes, well, of course he said that. He can't say anything that's going to help Trump. So I looked at him. I have 14 years working law enforcement undercover as a detective in homicides and gangs. I looked at him. I said, when you're under oath, I go, you don't get to lie. I go, I don't like Biden, but if Biden said something, I would have to acknowledge it. Even his partner looked at him like, what did you say? They shifted the conversation. I had my attorneys reach out to the district attorney to get copies of that audio from that contact. After about 2 months of requesting it, the district attorney's office said the FBI contacted them and said there was no recording of that contact. So you're telling me the FBI went to my home of an alleged January 6th suspect and they didn't record that conversation? No. I had already went on a couple radio shows and podcasts telling everybody I'm going to release that audio. They destroyed it. What I'm saying to Tom or anybody that's listening, I will take a polygraph on live TV and testify to what I said and more specifics. I know it's not admissible in court, but the court of public opinion, it is. Now, with regards to what you're saying, Mario, there was 6 tweets. There was 3 that they focused on. One was a picture of, and I'll summarize it because while I was talking, I wasn't opening up the file because I'm a Marine. We're not great at multitasking.
Good, man. Thanks for the service. But yeah, if you can keep it within 60 seconds if you can, if the tweets are not too long.
Yeah, no, I'm clicking on it and I'm bringing it up right now. So the first tweet is dated January 6th of 21, and I'm going to read it quoting. I go, will you fight, bleed, and maybe even die with me as we take on the evil that is now stealing our nation? I'm a Marine combat veteran, law enforcement veteran of 14 years, and my allegiance is to God, family, and country. I'm ready, are you? It's time to patriot the F up. God wins. The second tweet said January 19th, 4:30. The third tweet was a picture of the skull with the stars around it, and it had the 3 lines on the skull, which they say stands for the 3 percenters. It only appears one time in my Twitter. They try to take this out of context. So the first thing with regards to the tweet, I say take on the evil. I don't say take on the government. I don't say take on the FBI. I don't say take on the Department of Justice. I say evil. So they're self-acknowledging themselves as the evil. The second thing is they took it out of context because there's nothing in there where I'm doing a call of you can die for your country.
I'm going to do this. I've just got up an idea. I just did a poll for the audience. Now, obviously, January 6th seems to be a very divisive event as well. Not something I even considered covering, but I've just put out a poll. Let's see if the audience thinks it's a good point to cover. Like, we can bring people like yourself, Alpha. I appreciate you coming on stage. I'm going to send you my number on WhatsApp so we can communicate directly. And if we do this space, we'd love to have you on the panel. We can get someone from the FBI or ex-FBI to come on stage as well and like go through the tweets, like what you said, targeting evil when they say, hey, maybe you're implying you're referring to us. I don't know. Like he probably look into it. He might be like, yeah, actually that's a bit weird that they're using this as a reason to indict you, whatever, investigate you. So I think I'll ask the audience to see if it's a worthwhile discussion. Every space I do ask the audience. I did a poll earlier if they want us to cover the World Cup and get a few commentators to cover the World Cup, get a few players. I think we can get Messi because I was on a space with Messi not long ago. I was invited to a space with Messi. So I'll see.
I'll wrap it up in 30 seconds just to make
30 seconds, man. If you don't mind, please, bro. Please.
Yeah, I'll make it a quick 30 seconds. So one, the detective that interviewed me during the interview, which is recorded, he even stated, he goes, well, you know how to tweet without violating the law. So that statement alone says that he knew my tweets weren't in violation. The second thing is my tweets didn't even violate Twitter's policies because I've been put in Twitter jail like most people. I did an interview with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny where they suspended my main big account. And the last thing that I'll say so everybody understands is I wasn't some crappy cop. I've been awarded the Medal of Valor. I have an award from the FBI, signed by James Comey. I have awards from Congress, awards from the Senate. So this is who they did it to. I'd love to come back, give you guys the detail. Tom,
man, I think you'll be Yo, Alpha, I think you'll be coming back, man. I just did a space and it's already, I didn't expect this at all. It's at 85%. It's already 1,200 people voted in like seconds. It's at 85% saying yes. Wow. Okay, I didn't
Well,
expect this at all.
there's a lot of stuff people don't know, Mario. Like I said, I was on a tactical team, so I know about the deployment of flashbangs. I can help you cover all that stuff. But when it comes to free speech, what we're talking about here, I am an absolutist. If a private company wants to make rules regarding their private company, then that's a private company. But then they fall out of Section 230. It's when the government tries to get in the way and use these private companies to come after you is where we have an issue. But thanks for the time, Mario, Tara, Tom, and the audience that's listening.
Alpha, yeah, I'm gonna send you a DM. Let me tell the team now to send you a DM. Send my WhatsApp to Alpha. If you can connect with me, bro, I'll be very grateful. I'm sure you have other people that can come on stage as well. We can get people on both sides of the argument, because obviously the audience really wants that investigation. And for the audience, just as you know how I do things, I'll be getting both perspectives, so you hear both sides of a story, and try to get information in a very civil way. Because it's again, January 6 events. I call them events. Like I didn't even know what to call them, because if I use the word riot, some people say I'm being biased. If I use another word, insurrection or whatever other words they use, bias. So I just put events to try to keep it as objective as possible. And yeah, we'll see what comes out of it, because that's going to be another tricky one. But again, appreciate you, man, and check your DMs for when you get it. Atia, you've been waiting for a while. Mic is yours.
You meant me, right?
I did, yeah. I'm really bad. Achia?
Athia, yeah.
Achia. Athia, shit. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, so there's a lot here. And Alpha, yeah, thank you for speaking on that. Very, very important stuff, obviously. But to go back to, the file drop and really the conversation, as Tom said, being around, the dangers of suppression and free speech. I think that Elon is being intentional. He's talked about the importance of being intentional with any of the businesses that he's had. And I think that he's doing that to develop Twitter to show that it's going to be a very different animal, 2.0 versus 1.0. And I think that he's intentionally demonstrating that through transparency. And obviously, the way that he's doing that is by getting ahead of all of this past stuff by opening it up and sharing it. So given that, we can look at the things that he said he plans to do to neutralize or to try to make, Twitter now moving forward.
Yeah, Athia, can you tell us very briefly, before I go to Piotr, can you tell us, what did Elon say he will do to counter the censorship on Twitter? I think Tara knows a lot about it as well, but I'll let you continue what you're saying and maybe touch on do you know what he's actually, what his plan is?
Yeah, so he's been a little bit sporadic about it, but he said a couple of things. So the first thing that he said was that nothing that is accurate will be taken down or suppressed. And then, of course, there were questions, people asked, how do you define what is accurate?
Exactly.
Right. He didn't specifically answer that, but I'm sure he's looking at it. And then he said, anyone being deceitful won't be tolerated. So that's a little bit ambiguous. What does that mean? But anyone trying to pass themselves off as someone else, that won't be tolerated. And then he said, so kind of the next rung is anyone being harmful or inciting violence will be suspended. He didn't say permanently banned, but he said suspended. That is all just based on the content, having nothing to do with which side of the aisle that they're on. So he's looking at it as
interesting.
The threads and the content, totally nonpartisan.
Go ahead, Tara.
I was just going to say, suspended is permanently banned. When your account is suspended, you're banned.
Some people, okay, so it is permanently banned. Okay. Some people were saying that it might not be, but okay, that's good.
Well, as we've seen, I mean, there are ways to bring them back, right? So we've seen Elon bring them back. So it is a little bit tough, but once your account is suspended, you can file an appeal. Usually it doesn't go anywhere. You could ask Ed about that. He's in here. But yeah, once you're suspended, that's like you're gone. You're gone. But unless, Elon flips a switch and says you're allowed to come back, which he did with Kathy Griffin, who, he was, I think, the owner, right, when she was suspended. So I don't know. And that was for impersonating him with a blue check mark.
Mario.
You go ahead, Tom.
Musk just tweeted out in highlighting Barry Weiss's latest thread. Under pressure from hundreds of activist employees, which is the way to describe them, Twitter deplatforms Trump, a sitting U.S. president, even though they themselves acknowledge that he didn't violate the rules. Again, this is the head of the corporation of Twitter confirming what his corporate documents say. Now, I've complained about the release of these records through this process because it gave the media an out to not report on the records because they, quote, didn't have access to them. Of course, you know that is usually excuse, not a reason, but it's an excuse that may fly with some quarters. But when you have the head of a corporation making these admissions about misconduct by the prior management, both in terms of election interference and abuse targeting the elected head of our government, it's hard to fathom why the media wouldn't be paying more attention to this and why government agencies wouldn't be paying more attention to this. And to me, that's a striking point to highlight. And just quickly, secondly, what's also remarkable, at least as it's being presented here, is the quick pivot between suppressing Trump to suppressing material about COVID. And they quickly escalated, at least I know in my personal experience, suppression of information that the public health establishment and the transnational establishment in the public health sector, namely WHO, did not like. So this was just this was quickly metastasized this censorship of Trump, not only to hundreds of thousands of other accounts that we saw subsequently, but to professionals who've covered this, scientists, doctors, and expert commentators like myself, who were basically just highlighting government information in a way that was as pro-government as or government-oriented to make it seem as if that the private company actually became subsumed into the government operation in terms of the COVID so-called misinformation management.
Yeah, I've just done a tweet I want to get from the audience before we go to Piotr. First, I want to acknowledge what you said, Tom. Like Elon's highlight that, I don't have the tweet open in front of me, but essentially executives at Twitter, that's the core issue here. Executives at Twitter, based on their own biases, decided to suspend the sitting president of the United States, which is the major issue. Now, about COVID, and I'll just use the word misinformation very loosely. I've just done a tweet now. I want to get the audience's thoughts. I want to get a better understanding because it seems that Elon is like he even named Fauci in a tweet yesterday or the day before, which is that caught me by surprise. So I'd love everyone's take on it before we get the debate going on in 2 days.
Really quickly, can I just add that he just pointed out exactly what I was pointing out earlier, in that it was the Twitter activist employees who were the ones who were applying this pressure. It wasn't outside pressure. It was literally the employees of Twitter who were applying the pressure to get Trump off the platform.
No, that's true. That's true. I think the outside pressure that was.
Wasn't the government?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive, right? We've seen the drop showing that the FBI and DHS was meeting weekly with them, and they were bragging about it. So, I mean, clearly they're not mutually exclusive. Yes, the Twitter employees overwhelmingly push and cheer this on. Yes, but we cannot negate that federal actors and agencies were circumventing 230, which offers broad immunity to tech companies as an extra legal means to take away constitutional rights from Americans for free speech on the digital public square. I think they're not mutually exclusive.
So I just want to...
Mario, just please. They are not constitutional rights.
Your mic.
I'll come back. I'll come back.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll give you the mic. Put your hand up and I'll give you the mic as soon as you're back with the right mic. I think just Tara, the point that was made earlier about outside influence, I think what they meant is less direct influence and more based on outside beliefs or things that happened outside the platform, which made them just hate Trump more, that made them make that decision, which is not indemnifying them in any way, just saying that the influence came from the outside, which is wrong. So it's kind of highlighting that point. Also, it's I think there's drops in the past that did say that FBI had regular meetings and executives had regular meetings with executives at Twitter, which makes the situation worse, because if this is purely an inside job, then we go back to the things like, hey, it's not illegal. Obviously, Tom will go back and say something important, which is that they lied about it. That's a different story. But the private company could censor whatever they like based on current law. But then if the if the FBI influence their decisions, then we're talking about a whole different story. And I think that's the point that Prodigal was making. And then the last thing I wanted to say, I forgot. So I'll give the mic to Fidgetal dropped out. Go ahead, Stephen.
But yeah, I was going to add.
Piotr, sorry, bro. I know Piotr has been waiting for a while. Is that okay, Stephen? I'll give you the mic right after Piotr.
No problem.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. Piotr, my question to you is a bit different. I know you probably have a point yourself to make, but like we've brought up the January 6 events, and I don't want to digress again, but I brought up the January 6 events. So I would love you on the panel to discuss that, because you were in Washington when that happened, yeah?
I was about 3 blocks from the Capitol at a friend's house at the time, yes.
Ah, cool. Yeah, would love you to come on in 2 days as well, as we get that debate going. But you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'll participate in that. Well, that day was pretty, interesting, put it that way. I think that, to what was said a few minutes back by Tara, facetiously, I'm going to be that person speaking now who some people in the audience don't want to hear from. But if you truly believe in freedom of speech and expression, then you're going to have to accept alternative perspectives. And I just think on the point about if we want to get true representation of people's opinions on Twitter and who should be let on or what the dynamics are on the platform, we need to see consistency. I know Musk has had the account platform for 2 months, 6 weeks. What I would appreciate from him is a clear roadmap, a clear visualization, a strategical plan that gives to me an illustration of what he wants to achieve, by when, including whom, to do to what ends, that sort of thing. The other thing is that when we're talking about whether or not we should reinstall people's accounts, don't forget that a poll done by him is only seen by people who follow him or who it's retweeted and therefore their followers. So the final vote was 2.5 million, which is obviously not reflective of the entirety of Twitter. So if we're going to be pedantic about statistical representation, we need to make sure.
Are you talking about the Twitter votes?
Yeah, the polls.
Yeah, but no, you can't use those polls as a guide just because the impact.
No, but we're
the
making
bots.
reference to them, so I think we should keep that in mind. The other thing I would just say. No, just being pedantic if we're going to be. But the other thing I would just say is, we need to have blunt and frank discussions about. He did resuspend Ye, or however the hell you pronounce it. So, is that something that we want to see no more of at all? Or does it apply in very specific circumstances? And I know what Tom was talking about, that we need to address certain other things first before we perhaps go towards the specificities of child pornography. But I still think it's something that needs to, a conversation needs to begin to be held about that sort of thing. That's all. But that's all I wanted to add for the time being.
And while you were speaking, Ian, what's up, man? Ian?
Is he up as a speaker? I only see him as a listener, but I did see Eric came up here. I would love to hear from Eric on the topic as well.
He's I think it's glitching for him. I know Stephen. I said he's requesting again. So while he's requesting, get Ian's thoughts on all this. Stephen, I hope you're back up, Stephen, because I know it was glitching for you.
Yeah,
as well.
just glitched out.
Oh, good man, you're back.
Okay. What I was just going to add is. Oh, sorry.
I'm in now. Yeah, it was having issues, I think.
Hey,
can you hear
man,
me now?
how are you?
It's
yeah, bro, we can hear you.
It's doing the connection thing, which is always fun. Okay, yeah, it's working. Oh,
Steven,
I wrote up the article on Twitter file, so it's up on Rebel News if you guys want to read it. It's a breakdown of what they released today.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Ian? Because I think it's glitching. You can't
I can hear all of you.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, I'd love, because I know Stephen is going to speak as well, but I'd love since you just jumped in, your take on the drop today. I think it was. It gave us direct insight and communication on how they ended up deciding to ban Trump and how they're trying to find a way to ban him.
Yep.
What are your thoughts? I think today's drop is a lot juicier than previous ones. We expected it to be pretty. I was expecting it to be pretty lame.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be lame. I thought, it's just going to be more of the same. But no, I was actually quite excited about this. When she started tweeting about the internal conversations that Vijaya Gadde in particular had about this, it's like she admitted, right? Vijaya Gadde, who was, along with Yuval Roth acting as the CEO of the company, decided that, Trump didn't violate any of the rules, that we're going to take action against him anyway. And that, I think, set the precedent precedent, which I tweeted to Elon Musk, right? It set the precedent for how they acted against other Twitter users in the months and probably year afterwards, where they would, just skirt their own rules. They didn't follow any of their own rules. They were just happy to apply subjective reasoning to anything people were posting. It was, the start of what I would say branding people as stochastic terrorists. Like anything that anybody says can be interpreted in the way that, is the most negative way possible. Like nothing Trump said violated the rules. I mean, he called people patriots and he said that, hey, my people who voted for me should not be disrespected. How is any of that incitement to violence? They admitted that it didn't incite, it was not inciting violence, and yet they banned him anyway. That is really concerning, especially considering how other world leaders have called directly for violence against people, for instance, Ayatollah Khomeini and all these African leaders, and no action was taken against them. Like some of their tweets are still up and some of them were deleted, but no serious action was taken against them at all. And yet somehow with Trump, you had all these very emotional people going on about how, his actions are dangerous to democracy. And, you have like one or two outliers, like these junior employees, like one guy from China was like, this is really concerning, that I'm concerned that this is going to impact free speech. And, it's funny that it's foreigners who are pointing out how what they're doing is so inherently undemocratic and it's dangerous. It sets this terrible precedent. And the executives just don't listen. They just act on their impulses because they believe they know better than anybody else.
Foreigners know firsthand the detriment of doing that because that's what they fled from. So they're the ones who are going to take a stand and say, this is not okay. This is not the way things should be handled. It actually makes perfect sense.
And a question for you, Ian, before I go to Stephen. Two highlights for me as well were, other than what you mentioned, one of them is the references by Yoel, I think his name is Yoel, to Auschwitz and Hitler, and even putting both these, putting Trump's actions with those events was ridiculous to me. And the other one was an employee that was based in China. So, and we saw other employees. I want to also highlight, we saw employees say, guys, I think we're kind of going too far with this. And we had an employee from China say, guys, if we start censoring, even if I agree, if we start censoring, then we're heading down a really dangerous path. And then lastly, the third point, and I would love your take on it as well, is the person that became CEO, again, I'm bad with names, that took over from Jack. She did, yeah, exactly. But she did say afterwards, I would love your take on this, she's like, now we've gone a bit too far, and I'm paraphrasing, and we've got to look at other solutions, because when you start to censor, you go down a slippery slope, and we've gone a bit too far on that slope, and we need to have a meeting to discuss first how to deal with the impact, the repercussions of what we just did, but also how we can solve this issue of bias censorship. And she even mentioned the concept of quote unquote decentralizing it. What are your thoughts on these 3 points?
Mario. Prerogative is a guy.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. Yeah. What are your thoughts on these 3?
You better get his pronouns right.
I mean, if anything,
how would you exactly decentralize censorship? Like, how would you decentralize the suspending of accounts?
Brothers, it's just patently absurd, right? I mean, first of all, why the hell censor him in the first place? I know they don't like him, and Yoel Roth's own tweets prior to this, like in 2017, he was saying that a Nazi is in the White House. That has clearly colored his judgment, and it's fine to have your own biases, right? I mean, everybody's got biases. I don't like certain people. That doesn't mean I want them censored, because I know that there are larger implications of this. And Yoel Roth seems so adamant on ignoring the advice of the people working beneath him. I mean, like in the previous drop on number 4, there was an instance where one of the employees was pointing out to him how Trump didn't actually violate any rules and how we might be in violation of our own terms of service. And he was like, acknowledge. Like he was like, okay, whatever. Like that was his reaction to being told that he has to follow the rules. Like he was not interested in that. And that's quite clear from the way that he ran the trust and safety thing. I mean, looking at what Elon Musk himself posted, off Yoel Roth, this guy has this history of promoting sexual deviance, not just, in his personal life or whatever, but on Twitter, right? I mean, this is the reason why Twitter was so friendly to like pornography, because this guy literally put porn in the office, right? And that shows the kind of the reason why they never clamped down on what might be illegal pornography on this platform, because of how he ran the place. It just, I mean, hopefully, with Elon in charge now, they're going to have a completely different system, one that's actually governed by rules and regulations, and one that actually follows the guidelines that, they're supposed to follow under, Section 230, because this is what they agreed to. The only reason why Twitter has been so, the government hasn't taken any action against it was because it acted against Donald Trump. Imagine if this was a different presidency, right? Clearly, everything that they're doing is wrong. So it's quite insane to see such a massive social media platform, arguably the most powerful social media platform, simply because world leaders use it and journalists use it, and this is where the news happens. For them to have such a lax system that's governed by feelings and emotions and not by standards, not actual standards.
Do you think Parag's take at the end, and some of the last bits of the drop, Parag talking about, hey, this has gone a bit too far, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job at paraphrasing it. Do you think that even Parag and other executives realized that this kind of went too far?
I think they knew it went too far, but they just didn't care because clearly they banned Trump and they didn't do anything to unban him or anything like that. They just simply sat with their decision.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. They never unbanned him. A very good point.
Yeah, and they never, they applied the same rules, or rules in quotes here, on Trump, on other people as well. I mean, they tried to do the same thing to Lips of TikTok, right? For in the past few weeks, I mean, before Elon Musk took over, they suspended her 6 times. Over what?
Is
over
that
nothing.
so? This I was researching that one, Ian. Is that the account that was posting TikTok videos from people that were bisexual or trans or whatever? They were posting publicly, and then because I was listening to the All In podcast talk about this, and Jason debate this with Sachs. And so from memory, what they said was that these videos were already public. They were posting them, but the intention of posting them was to make fun of them. Now, I have a question for you. If those videos, and this is, I don't know the answer to this, it's a very tricky question, but if those videos were leading to people going to these people that posted those videos initially on TikTok, whatever, they go to them and start to harass them or threaten them, etc. Is that enough grounds to censor them?
Absolutely not. I mean, what happens when people call Elon Musk a terrorist or a Nazi? He's not censoring them, but what they're doing is essentially the same thing. I mean, they do the same thing to conservatives when they screenshot what conservatives are saying. I mean, there's like accounts like at Patriot Takes or whatever, there's a host of them. There's a ton of these accounts. They do the same thing to the right. We don't complain about it. It's like, whatever's public is public, right? If you don't want people to criticize you, don't put your stuff up on TikTok and expect a safe space. That's ridiculous. And it's
so when
she's not like she's saying, hey, go harass these people.
I have another question. So let's say they post those videos, Libs of TikTok. They post the account posts those videos and says, let's go harass that person, or let's go give that person shit. Now I know you don't agree with this, and all of us don't agree that this should be done. If they did that, if an account did that, is that enough grounds for censorship, or no? Still not. Because I know I had a debate with Vivek about this.
That would obviously be in violation of the terms of service. You're not supposed to harass people, right? You cannot direct harassment at anybody. Like explicit calls for harassment are very different from simply putting something out there. So this idea of stochastic terrorism can be applied any which way, right? And that's the concern, is they decided that when conservatives post something, it's for the purposes of harassing that person. It's like that is ridiculous. That means you can't criticize anybody, and they use this to stop people from talking about real issues, like, for instance, going after, like when I say going after, I mean like criticizing hospitals for performing transgender surgeries on minors. And this is something that they claim they don't do, and yet publicly they do it at the same time, right? Why are you not allowed to talk about it? Obviously, it makes people angry. Everything makes people angry. Anything can make people angry. But the idea that if a conservative posts it, therefore it's dangerous to the lives of those people, well, that's ridiculous, first of all. And, all the stuff that they claim Liz of TikTok is responsible for, that she, that direction of, her posting of these videos, these publicly available videos has led to the direct harassment and death threats towards these organizations, or even like a bomb threat to the Boston Children's Hospital, has later proven to be false. Like there was no bomb threat to the hospital at all. It was just something that leftists blew up on social media and claimed was happening, wasn't actually happening. But they used that as a way to suspend her account temporarily. So I don't agree with that. Like if she was saying, "Hey guys, everybody needs to go to the hospital and set it on fire," then yeah, okay, that's fine. Like I think that should obviously be a bannable offense. You shouldn't be calling for violence at all. But she's not doing any of that, and most people are not engaging in this kind of activity. Most people are, if they do go to these places, they're peacefully protesting, as is their right as American citizens to protest anything they want. So the idea that you can suspend somebody because one individual might do something crazy, well, that is chilling speech, right? That's like saying you're not allowed to talk about certain issues. You can't criticize Dr. Fauci because somebody might do something. Like, how is that okay to suspend speech, to suspend criticism of legitimate issues because of something bad might happen? Like the law does not define something as something might happen. You have to actually fucking plan it. You have to actually do something for, to be prosecuted for it. So this idea that what you're saying could cause some crazy person somewhere to go and do something and use that as a means, as a justification to ban anyone from even talking about it, that is just pure censorship. And that is what they're doing to shut down any sort of conversation, any sort of criticism of any establishment organization. I mean, this is what caused Twitter to go and ban people for criticizing journalists. They claimed that was harassment because they changed their usernames to NPCs. Like that was leading to the harassment of journalists. No, it wasn't. Like, maybe don't publish stupid shit, and you should not be immune to criticism. Anybody should be able to say anything about anyone, as long as it's permitted within legal speech, and nothing that lives a TikTok post is illegal at all.
You are
So
confusing legal
I want to highlight.
speech and a private company continuously. This entire space is confusing.
Oh, sorry, I muted you by accident, Fidgetal. Can you continue? So you're confusing. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
You guys are confusing private speech versus public speech, and you are misleading thousands of people. If the question is whether there should be another platform that should be completely decentralized or run by the government, where these things are actually the legal arguments you're making, is very important. But I am tired of hearing over and over and over and over again from public officials, from people in the space. It is a private company that is allowed to do whatever they want with speech. So please clarify the difference between
I think Tom made it. So Tom,
or what they should.
just quickly, everyone. Just Tom, I know you were saying, so Fidgetal made a good point, and we talked about it earlier. Then I want to go to Stephen, and then I brought Vivek to discuss censorship, because Vivek and Ian had a really good interaction last space, and I want to have them discuss it again. But Tom, I want you to comment on what Fidgetal just said. And you said it earlier about, yes, they are a private company, but they lied about their censorship, and that's something. And then there's, of course, the collaboration with the FBI is the red flag.
Well, that's Fidgetal's making a legal conclusion that a lot of, many would dispute, especially in light of the facts and circumstances that we're seeing here. In some cases, private companies can be, for purposes of the First Amendment, limited public spaces that have certain requirements they have to follow. The question here is the government collusion? One other question here is the government collusion with the private corporation in terms of limiting the free speech rights of users of the corporation's product, such that the corporation, as I suggested earlier, becomes indistinguishable for the government for legal purposes. And I kind of go back to, I hope you've all read Animal Farm. But that famous image at the end of Animal Farm, remember? They look in on the party at the dinner, and the pigs are there with the humans, right? And the faces started morphing, so no one could tell the difference between one and the other. And I think that's what we have to see when we're looking at Twitter and the interactions with the FBI and DHS and these decision makings. There's not even a dotted line in terms of the operations here. And when you see language that Trump is a terrorist, his followers are terrorists, that is echoed almost immediately and simultaneously by DHS and FBI officials, it's further indication that this is a kind of a straight line from the government to the corporation in terms of censoring Americans, and it raises much more complex legal issues than my colleague on the panel here suggests. But that's my point. Thank you.
If I could
So
just
I,
add one
Thanks,
thing
Tom.
quickly.
I'll
Mario,
give Prodigal a
before
guys. Just too many. So, Stephen, I know you've been waiting for a while, man. Prodigal, Fidgetal, I'll give you the mic in a bit. Fidgetal, your mic is still very muffled, man. But Stephen, I know you've been waiting for a while, man. I really appreciate that. And I'll give you the mic. Then we'll go to Vivek and Ian. I've got a few questions for them. Stephen.
Yeah, no worries. Just 2 points that I wanted to make quick. I think just to dovetail what Ian's summary of this was, I think the overall point of this whole drop, in my opinion, one of the main focal points of this is to show that both of the executives, both Roth and Vijaya, were taking liberties and essentially making it up as it goes along, and applying new terms of service. They're literally just making up and curving according to what their predetermined biases were and applying them accordingly, despite even what some of the dissenters in their ranks were voicing. So I think the liberties at which they took with all of the terms of service are incredibly notable. Secondly, this idea that Twitter is a private company. Was it a private company? If you're meeting with the FBI on a weekly basis and taking orders from them, essentially, to curate what speech is acceptable and what politicians should have a voice and to what capacity, at that point, I mean, we as taxpayers, we fund the FBI, okay? So at what point, it gets pretty blurry then, in my opinion, between public and private. And so people have every right to be outraged for more than one reason in this regard. And I'd love to.
The FBI makes recommendations to companies all the time, though, and it's always up to the company to decide what to do. They never have to take an order from the FBI. So I don't think we can say the government was
A
forcing
recommendation is
Twitter to do
pressure.
anything.
It's pressure, right? I mean,
They
if the government is
regulate.
pressuring you to do something,
Give
you better
pressure,
do it.
but pressure that has no consequences.
Yeah,
If you
but Ed,
don't,
No,
let's
it's
talk
got
about
plenty of
consequences.
consequences. They're all very
Let's talk
unspoken
about
consequences.
consequences. I can give you consequences right now. The government banned people from congregating and protesting against COVID restrictions and mandates in real life under the public safety state. Then the only means they had for information and for congregating was social media, where now it's clear there was collusion between big tech and the government to stifle free speech there. They offer broad immunity
no,
to
but
big
there
tech.
wasn't collusion, though.
No, there is collusion. There's 100%
They
collusion.
offered
Collusion
broad
in that they
immunity.
made a
Yeah,
suggestion,
they offered
made a
broad immunity to
recommendation.
big tech to
There
be
was
a
collusion.
platform, not a publisher. And then we find out that they are editorializing comment on issues that affect the constitutional rights of people when they cannot congregate in real life. They were arrested.
Absolutely
I know.
correct.
I was in New York. Parents were arrested trying to get their kids to school. I was in New York. People were protesting so they could keep their small businesses open to survive. So the government was literally violating their rights in real life, then working with big tech to make sure that their points in this information couldn't get out. Are you telling me that didn't exist?
And this also happened in the UK and in other countries where governments, which were initiating lockdowns, were basically telling the social media platforms to suspend these users. There's a lot of evidence for this. I mean, with the ongoing case between Missouri versus the Biden administration, they found out that the DHS was meeting with them, on a weekly basis. The FBI was meeting with them on a weekly basis to tell them, to give them recommendations on what to suspend and who to suspend. I mean, there are all these names that are listed, right? All these conservative accounts. The FBI is providing them names of all the so-called violation, tweets that were in violation of the COVID mandates. So 100%. I mean, this was stuff that was done from the top down. This wasn't just, Twitter deciding, we're just going to start suspending people for speaking out against masks and lockdowns and things like that. No, this is actually done at the request of the NIH, right? The National Institutes of Health.
Yeah,
They were
but
directly
it
calling
comes
on them to
back to
do
the
it.
fact that the government wasn't forcing anything. They were requesting it. They were suggesting it. And
Dude, they set up
Twitter,
a
the company,
platform
let
to
me
They
just
have
finish
undue
here, Dave.
pressure.
I
They
need you to land my
regulate
plane.
these
Can I just land my
industries. They
plane?
have billion-dollar
Just give me a
contracts
minute
with
to
big
land my
tech.
plane. The FBI can come knock
So
on your door and
can I
question
be
you
can I
about
be helpful
anything they
here?
want. The
Can you
FBI
guys
can
hear me?
knock on your door
Can
and question you
Vivek
about
speak?
anything
I
you
think he
like.
has some.
All right, guys. Sorry, I think Vivek, you can't hear Ed. So Ed, Vivek couldn't hear you. It's a bit of a glitch with Twitter, and I think everyone was speaking at the same time. So Ed, I'm going to bring you down and bring you back up just because that glitch is happening. I'll give the mic to Vivek in the meantime while I fix Ed's glitch. Go ahead, Vivek.
You able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Yes.
Go for it.
Cool. So let me just one of the points I made the other night was that we have 250 years worth of constitutional jurisprudence that takes some of the pressure off of us. How does it take the pressure off of us? We don't have to reinvent the wheel. And so I'm going to give you just two cases from the past, and then I'm going to bring it back to the present and hopefully clarify, I think some of the debate, I think good debate that I was just hearing. All right. So one case is a case called Bantam Books. This is in the pre-internet era. There's a bookstore owner that wanted to sell a book. A local prosecutor showed up and said, I don't want you to sell the book. The bookstore owner said, thank you very much for that advice. You can pound sand. I'm going to sell the book. And then the prosecutor comes back and says, well, I might have something on you that is going to be troublesome for you. And I really recommend that you don't sell the book. So the bookstore owner stopped selling the book. A consumer who wanted to buy the book said that, you know what, this isn't the action of a private company, the bookstore owner's decision. It's a First Amendment issue. The Supreme Court agreed. Why was that? Because he was responding to the implicit threat of the prosecutor. It's a case called Bantam Books. Another case, and I'm going to tie this up in a second if people aren't seeing the connections immediately. There's the war on drugs in this country, okay? And what the federal government wanted to do was to search and seize drugs from every person who was, say, riding a railroad or crossing state lines, but they couldn't do it because there's a pesky thing in this country called the Fourth Amendment that requires you to have probable cause. So what did the government do? They passed a law. They said that, you know what, we, the government, aren't going to search you, but we're going to give immunity to any railroad company, private company, but we're going to give a special form of immunity that says that those railroad companies couldn't be sued under state law, under state tort law, if they, as the railroad private company, searched their passengers and searched their employees. That's not the government. That's just a private company doing it. We're just saying that private company can't be sued in state court if a customer's unhappy about it. Supreme Court again says, not so fast. That's state action in disguise because you're using an inducement, like a relief from liability, to be able to do what the government couldn't do directly. Now, when you bring that into the present, that's exactly what's happening with social media companies. On one hand, you have companies like Twitter, as we now know, that are being explicitly and implicitly pressured by government actors, including the very government actors who can regulate and prosecute actors at those companies, combined with a special form of immunity. And keep in mind, many states in this country have viewpoint-based discrimination bans. They say that just like you can't deplatform somebody or discriminate against somebody because they're black or gay or Muslim or whatever, you also can't deplatform them or discriminate against them because they're of a particular political persuasion. But what Section 230C2 does is it says that we're going to give you that special blanket of governmental immunity to be able to relieve yourself of liability from that state law, just like the railroad example that I gave earlier. So in a certain sense, I think there's sort of three categories here. First is there a constitutional issue? Is this a First Amendment violation? And the only issue that's relevant there is the federal government using a carrot and or a stick to get you to act in a certain way? I think the answer here is pretty clear. They were using both the stick, implicit and explicit threats, as well as the carrot of Section 230C2 immunity that protects them from being sued against state non-discrimination laws, which about half of states have in this country. The second question is, irrespective of whether there's a constitutional violation, is there a legal violation that goes beyond a constitutional one? My answer there again is yes. It is a different legal violation. It's called consumer fraud. What is the definition of consumer fraud? Telling consumers you are going to do one thing when in fact you are doing the opposite thing. What did they say? We are not engaged in shadow banning. We have fixed terms of service that we are merely applying. That's what they told all of you who were using Twitter. I don't think I was even, or I was barely on Twitter at this point in time, but that is what they were telling the general public for much of that time, when in fact they were doing a different thing. So that's not a constitutional violation. That's just old school fraud, telling users that you're doing one thing when in fact you're doing another. And then apart from all of the constitutional issues and the legal issues, is still just a fundamental issue, a societal and cultural issue, which is irrespective of the violations of the law. Is this how we want our culture to work? Is this the kind of culture we want to live in which the most powerful, elite, influential companies are using their power to silence voices? And this is the point I made the other day, is that is how you get January 6th. That is how you get, free speech didn't cause January 6th, despite what many will have you believe, but it might have prevented January 6th, 2021 from being what it was, because when you suppress people from speaking, that is when they resort to other means, including violence and tearing things down instead. And that's a cultural question that goes beyond the legal.
It's like
So,
a John F. Kennedy
sorry to
quote,
interject,
right?
but
Hey,
hopefully that
can
was
I
useful.
can I
Yeah,
just say what I was trying to say previously?
sure.
So the FBI, we have no evidence that the FBI went to Twitter and threatened them with anything. You could say they implied it, but there's no evidence of that either. The FBI's job around the election time was to dispel misinformation about the election. So they provided facts to Twitter about voting machines, about vote by mail, and left it up to Twitter to decide what they wanted to do. Just like the FBI could come and knock on your door and say,
What
we
do
have
you think of
questions for you.
what do you
Want
think
to
of
answer these
congressional
questions.
pressure?
They
What do you
don't
think of
have
congressional
to. You
pressure?
don't have to answer these questions if you don't want to. You can call a lawyer,
Brian,
and then the FBI can then
Do they
provide you
regulate
with a
these
subpoena.
industries and award them
Can I just
billions
can I
upon
just
Brian,
billions
finish? I
of
didn't.
there's
contracts?
Hey,
congressional
I didn't cut
hearings
anyone else
whenever
off. Can I
people.
just finish, Ian, please?
Yeah.
So the FBI can ask you any questions you want. You can hire a lawyer if you want. You don't have to answer those questions. There could be consequences, but that's entirely up to you. The FBI, or let's just take an example, a normal police officer in your town pulls you over and says, hey, John, you really shouldn't be hanging out in this neighborhood. It's nothing but trouble. That doesn't mean you can't hang out in the neighborhood, but it's a suggestion by the police not to hang out in that neighborhood. You can still do it. It's still up to you. And unless there's actual implicit forcing Twitter saying, if you don't ban these posts or ban these people or censor these posts, we're going to, prosecute you to the fullest extent. Then, there's some issues there.
It exists. What do you think when Senator Warren starts threatening Twitter with censorship, and she's saying that we need to regulate these industries because they're promoting misinformation, what do you think that causes Twitter to do when they get a call from the
Didn't
FBI?
Trump also meet with Jack Dorsey, though, and try and pressure him into doing things?
I don't know. Maybe, but it
Yes,
wouldn't be
he
right.
did.
It wouldn't sit right by me if that's true. Either way,
we
it
had
doesn't matter who's
reporting.
doing it.
We had reporting out of Just the News confirming and detailing the testimony of this FBI special agent out in San Francisco. I think Mr. Chan, I think his name is.
Yeah, Elvis Chan.
That these requests by the FBI to censor Americans were vetted by the highest levels of the FBI before being sent to Twitter and other social media companies. That is plain wrong. It is not the job of the FBI to tell private companies what's up and what's down about political debates about elections. It's not their job. It's a violation. Hold on a second. It's a violation of the law and internal FBI and DOJ regulations, the Privacy Act, other laws related to civil rights for the FBI to start investigating someone based on First Amendment protected speech and then take action against that citizen with the third party here, the corporation, Twitter or Facebook or anyone else. Just because Twitter had choices after that communication with the FBI does not give the FBI an out. The FBI had no business monitoring material about election debates in this context.
The FBI's job is to monitor misinformation and
no, it isn't their job. That's not their job. They're an investigative agency. They're an investigative agency to investigate criminal activity. They're not. Their job isn't to monitor information. That's just made up.
Sorry, excuse me, guys. So Ian and Vivek, go ahead, guys, and then we'll go to Ed.
I was just gonna say that there may not be as much disagreement with what I believe it was Ed who was speaking. It was saying if we also contextualize this in terms of not just looking after what the FBI's relationship was, which, by the way, all of the facts have not yet come to light. I'm eager to see what further facts do. But when you contextualize that in the context of, say, Senator Richard Blumenthal, who effectively plans and promises retribution, to say that if you don't, actually, he specifically asked about silencing Trump before Trump was actually removed from the platform. He asked about if Trump denies the result of the election, what are you going to do? And if you don't do it, we're going to have to regulate you. We're going to have to take a look at anti-monopolistic protections. We're going to have to come back with regulatory legal retribution. if you don't take these steps. And that's not just Blumenthal, it's Senator Warren, it's a number of other legislators. Now against the backdrop of a law that's already been passed that protects these companies from state laws that protect them within the context of federal immunity. And by the way, you know, we can take the FBI example and put that to one side. Take the Alex Berenson example. Alex Berenson was removed from Twitter. Why? Because White House officials repeatedly met with Twitter officials to specifically direct them not to remove a particular kind of person, but to remove this specific person in the White House, where the president is the leader of the executive branch of this government. That White House met in the White House with officials from a private company and named a specific private citizen who happened to be a critic of the government and told them to remove him. And how do we know it had an influence? Because as Elon and others have released, actually, this is actually before Elon took over, it was released in the discovery proceedings of Alex Berenson's lawsuit that they were frightened of that pressure applied to them. They thought there was going to be retribution, and they actually responded directly to it. So in the context of that, the FBI pressure, to whatever extent it was, is one piece of a broader mosaic that paints a clear picture of a government that was applying its full toolkit of pressure, from regulatory to statutory to the White House to the police force, causing companies to do things that they otherwise wouldn't have done. And I know these are complicated issues to see through, but one easy litmus test to always use, and Ian and I are on the same side of this today. We were on the opposite sides of an issue the other night, but it's the easy filter to sort of take on is put the other side, put the shoe on the other foot. And would you see the constitutional problem? And I have little doubt that if it was President Trump in a Republican-controlled Congress doing the exact same thing in reverse, many on the left would instantly see the constitutional problem, maybe even more quickly than those on the right, because these are classically left-wing concerns about government overreach in combination with the private sector. But I think that's a good litmus test for smoking out whether there's a first principles constitutional issue that's apart and above and beyond the preferences of who we might or might not want to see removed. So that's all I wanted to add there.
There's also that list, the COVID-12, the 12 people who the DHS had identified, you know, the Disinformation Governance Board before it was canceled, identified as being the most prolific posters of anti-vax, anti-lockdown, anti-masking measures that they wanted suspended from social media. They claimed that these individuals, these 12 people, which included Alex Berenson and a bunch of other people who have been suspended. Many of them have been reinstated on Twitter, but are still banned on Facebook. They claim that these individuals were chiefly responsible for so-called disinformation in the country. And this is entirely protected speech, mind you. This is all protected by the First Amendment. And they were claiming that these individuals were endangering public safety and that action had to be taken against them by social media companies, and with the implicit threat that if these companies did not take any action against these individuals, the full force, right, the full pressure of the legislative body would come down against them and demonopolize them. So that is a threat that these social media companies had to act on for their own self-interest. And when that happens, right, you can't even blame the social media companies for acting on it, because there is that threat that they are going to be hammered and completely destroyed by the government.
Well, you know, and to Vivek's point, I raised this issue during the Trump administration publicly. I highlighted the idea that this was corporate fraud. The big tech companies were lying. They were engaged in misconduct with respect to consumers and shareholders and such. The FTC, SEC, the Justice Department, all could have investigated it. But, you know, they were anti-Trumpers for the most part in those agencies that are running them, and they didn't want to do anything about it. And I think it's another failure of our leadership here in Washington, D.C., frankly, of both parties, because we should expect honesty and commitment to the rule of law from both of them, to refuse to hold these corporations and their allies in the government, executive branch agencies, and frankly, within Congress, accountable for these abuses of power. I think the silence of the Republican leadership on these extraordinary disclosures show you that politics infects this in more ways than you might imagine, because there are a lot of Republicans on the Hill who don't like Trump, and they don't care much when he's victimized. And as a result, the rest of us get victimized because these policies were being used to destroy the right of free speech and the right to access information on these platforms for millions of Americans.
And
So
Tom, let me just
I just want to
can I
chime
just
in for a
Can I
second
can
and
I
just
can I pop
ask
in
a quick
here?
question to Vivek, and then I want to take a step back, and
go
I'm
ahead.
quite curious. I think what Tom said there is very important, which is that this is notably muted here in Washington from not just the ones that you would expect it to be, the ones that have, shall we say, supported the prevailing narrative of the Democrats or whatever, certain type, certain community, but also those on the right, which is quite interesting. So it talks about, establishment, those who are within the system, and those who we think of perhaps as being on the fringes of what most people would vote for or something, hypothetically, right? But Vivek, there's a question I have for you then, and I'm curious for other people's thoughts as well. But so, okay, we have a situation now where there is a private company that has abused and overextended itself in the fray of political discourse and, influenced or attempted to directly influence a general election. But what's the answer then? What is the solution? That we give greater autonomy for the government to come in and make it a public good, make a private enterprise a public service, but then that's still going to have this concern of overextended sort of hands of the state influencing people and our way of looking at things. So how do we balance, therefore, the ability for private enterprises to do what they want in theory and lie about it or be fraudulent, but equally not ensure that it's then, have a public sector entity that, can abuse that as well? So I'm just curious
it's a
how
great
you
question.
address that.
You criminally prosecute them when they break the law. That will fix it.
It's actually pretty. Yeah, I'm mostly with Tom on that. Is just apply the existing legal framework that applies to private companies that are law-abiding. And so there's a few different North Stars here. One is if you're coordinating with the government, responding to their threats and protected by their inducements, that is actually already state action in disguise. It's not that the government took over through the front door and nationalized it. It's that the government nationalized it effectively through the back door. Then we have to actually recognize that the company is bound by the same constraints as the government if it's just an avatar of government. The second is just applying the rules as they exist. I mean, consumer fraud is consumer fraud. I don't care if it's Sam Bankman-Fried or if it's someone else. If you tell consumers you're doing one thing, when in fact you're doing another, that is a violation of basic fraud statutes. And then as it relates to elections in particular, there are a lot of laws in this country. In fact, Trump was facing in 2016 in the Stormy Daniels incident, he was in the receiving end, the defensive end of a similar kind of claim of constructive corporate campaign contributions. I can't imagine a more effective mechanism, a larger amount of money that someone could have donated to help Joe Biden's campaign more than the help provided by suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. That's a constructive campaign contribution, arguably at least. And so I think that applying existing law combined with the no state action in disguise principle gets us there. Now, I know that we're so worked up about the Twitter example because I am too, but it's sort of clear and present today. I'm just going to give you another example, though, to really show what the precedent-setting, I would say, downward spiral that we're seeing of how government actually begins to do its work through the private sector in a different area that's closer to my professional day job, which is what's going on with, let's just say, the climate agenda. Okay, so the Green New Deal could not be passed through Congress. One of the things that many of you may not know is that most big banks have voluntarily, at John Kerry's behest, and this is not a conspiracy theory or something, John Kerry mostly boasted about this, met with banking CEOs of nearly every major banking institution in this country, and they've all signed the so-called climate pledge, which actually voluntarily commits those banks to not fund Arctic drilling or the kinds of activities that otherwise would have been legal to fund, but for the Green New Deal not passing. So the Green New Deal would have banned it, didn't pass. Instead, the government, through John Kerry and the climate czar, gets them to be pressured to sign that climate pledge. Now, is that really the action of a private company? You could say that it was just a request, but these big banks are not charitable institutions. You have to ask what they're getting in return and or what pressure is being applied on them, keeping in mind that as recently as 2008, these were the same banks that were indeed bailed out by the government and know where they need to go when times go bad. And so for me, when you think about, it's not just a big tech issue. It's a question of who actually rules the country. Is it the people who we elect to run the government, or is it somebody else other than the people who we elect to run the government, which increasingly includes actors in the private sector? And I think a good first principle to be on the list of actions, it's not a sexy item, but it's a list, it should be on the to-do list, month one to-do list of whoever sits in the White House next. Heck, I'd be happy if the guy currently sitting in the White House did this too. I don't think he's going to. But if the next guy or gal, whoever it is, on their to-do list in that first month is to say that, you know what, in the federal government, I want to expose to the public every instance over the last 4 years in which there was public pressure, governmental pressure applied to get a private company to do something that the government itself was stopped from doing, either by the Constitution or by the lawmaking process or by the regulations that bind government. And I suspect what we are going to find is that you roll that log over, there's going to be a lot more than Twitter-related FBI censorship that crawls out. There's going to be a lot more than the climate pledge example that crawls out. And I worry that what we see here is really just the tip of an iceberg that runs much deeper, that should alarm and make the hairs on the back of every liberal and every conservative alike stand up to reveal the illusion that we actually live in a democratic self-governing society when the constraints we put on that government are in fact being evaded every day. And what we're seeing in this debate about Twitter and free speech is just one more embodiment of the way the government is getting increasingly private actors to do its dirty work while evading the constraints we put on that government. So anyway, thanks for having me. I'm gonna hop
The
off.
only thing I'll add to that, Vivek, is I posted it up top. That isn't Breitbart. It isn't Fox News. That's Biden, because he's unable to pass the Green New Deal, pushing multinational corporations to pursue these ESG and net zero policies. You know, there's a reason why the too big to fail banks were never trust busted. Big tech has not been trust busted. They have alliances with the government. They get the Fed bailouts to control the money, and they are managing to backdoor policies on the American people, affecting their life, affecting their ability to buy groceries, etc., without the popular will of the people. So I agree 100%.
But so Vivek, I know
Can
Susie's
I
got. Yeah, jump in, Susie.
thank you so much. I try to be patient and I try to be polite by not just interrupting. So let's look at some real harms that may have been done, that I'm pretty sure have been done, and possibly with the collusion of the government. We've seen the censorship when it came to election integrity and censoring and suspending right conservatives on this platform. Let's look at the physicians that were raising the alarm bells for the last 2 years about what's been going on with COVID. They've literally been taken off of Twitter, shadow banned, blacklisted, removed. All of us have faced that. As a nurse, this is so disturbing to me because I look at this and I think, how many millions, not thousands, not hundreds, how many millions of people were harmed by these vaccines because this social platform, possibly in collusion with the NIH, Dr. Fauci, everybody else in this government, these people may not have died if it wasn't for the censorship that went on this and other platforms.
I would go, Sasi. I would go because this is a very sensitive topic, and I want to make sure that the panels, we have a well-equipped panel to touch on it, because we are talking about something that involves people's lives. So we're gonna do that panel in 2 days. It's on my profile. I've pinned it as well, and it's above as well for anyone that wants to set the reminders to do that discussion about COVID, because it is a extremely sensitive topic, and that kind of leads to the question I have for you, Vivek. When it comes to something like COVID, which is such a touchy subject, where is censorship needed, and where does it go too far? What is something that can impact people's lives? As
So
in,
look,
not
we
live,
have
generally,
laws,
not impact their lives, but get life or death type decisions.
So we have laws about commercial fraud in this country. We can debate whether or not some of those laws need to be tweaked, but they are what they are. Okay, you can't sell something that says it's going to cure cancer when in fact it will cause you to die of cancer instead. So that regime already exists governing commercial speech. Short of that, I do not think we should have and should be going forward engaged in censorship about public debate surrounding any scientific topic, and I don't think COVID gets a special exemption. I personally believe that when you look at the totality of health consequences, including non-COVID health consequences of policies such as school lockdown policies, general lockdown policies, as well as school closures, I think even the emerging scientific consensus today includes, I think, an admission that many of those decisions were ill-fated in retrospect. Does that mean that people made are to be faulted for making the right or wrong decisions in real time when they were in the first wave of the pandemic trying to understand what was going on. No, that's not the point. But the point I'm making is we would have gotten to those answers more quickly had we allowed free speech and open debate to actually settle the score on those questions. And instead, we had a culture of fear perpetuated by the risk of being censored or silenced. A lot of what Jay Bhattacharya had to say was actually, I think, vindicated in the end, but it took us longer to get to even the right answer for the very goals of advancing public health itself. And this is where I come down on the question of violence. It is where I come down on the question of public health, that the pro-censorship camp or the pro-speech moderation camp worries authentically. Like I would say this, I'm not critiquing these people in their intentions, not all of them at least, but authentically think that it's a trade-off between free speech, which is this value that matters, but we have to trade it off in virtue of public health, that we have to trade it off sometimes in virtue of preventing violence. I make the opposite claim, which is that it's not that free speech is in tension with science. Free speech is a precondition for the pursuit of truth through science. It's not that we need to weigh the risk of free speech versus a violent incident on January 6th at the Capitol. It is that actually, what was it not for free speech? Censorship may have actually been the cause of repressed speech that instead causes greater violence. And so that's where I'm at on it, is that I don't think that this is delicate. I think it is, I view it as indelicate, Mario, with all due respect, is that free speech and open debate is the way, not just for freedom, but even for the pursuit of truth through science itself, for the pursuit of science to advance public health interests and the very interests that we're supposedly weighing against free speech. Almost all the time, free speech is actually going to be the better way of advancing those very interests themselves.
You have to join the discussion we have about COVID. I'll give it to Tom. I'll give the mic to Tom.
Yeah,
But make sure
Mario,
you're there, Vivek, and do this. Go ahead, Tom.
Look, you can't separate the FBI from the CDC in terms of being a bad actor in these debates. I kind of overstate that for effect here. But the public health agencies are no more reliable in terms of policing discussions about so-called public health than the FBI is reliable about policing discussions about election debates. We've had interference in our right to discuss major policy issues about how we live our lives based on government interference and collusion with these companies. And there was no scientific rationale for it. It was a political rationale. And now we're finding out, as Judicial Watch has gotten out documents and others have gotten out documents about what was going on in these agencies, they were lying. So it wasn't like they were even operating in good faith. They had a political agenda that was at disagreement with the agenda or the approach that others have suggested as a result of their scientific background. And they abused their authority to work with corporations to shut this debate down in a way that was dangerous. And if there's anything I hope we learn from this debate is that the whole public health establishment is largely rotten to the core. And the same way we need to rebuild back up our federal law enforcement authorities to the degree it's even necessary or warranted or something we want to do. Boy, we need to take a second look at the way the deep state public health agencies operated to destroy our First Amendment and, as we heard earlier, to destroy and harm lives.
So I've got a question for Tom, Ian, and Ed. So this is from the audience. Audience, if you want to ask your questions, bottom right corner. Question: why do we believe that the CEO had nothing to do with the Trump ban? So we're talking about Jack Dorsey, and there's a common theme that he was pressured to do it. Yeah, I do want to say he did give the okay for that final decision by the looks of it.
I think he did probably have something to do with it. I mean, he is a CEO, so he can't escape blame from that.
Ian, would you agree with that point?
I would agree with that point 100%. I think that if anything, it showed how hands-off he was on the whole situation. You just let other people deal with it. And as Elon himself has stated, it would seem that Yoel Roth was the real CEO because he was the one making all the calls, whereas Jack was off on a vacation, right? He just didn't want to deal with it. It just shows that he had no power, no real control over his company, and he didn't want anything to do with his company, which speaks volumes of him as a leader, as his ability as a leader. It's just sad. It's just sad that he would be so hands off on a company that is just going to hell under his watch.
I personally want to know what our current president's take is on all of this. I personally want to know what the current sitting president thinks of the previous president being wrongfully suspended, even though now we know clearly that he did not break any of Twitter's rules. I want to know his thoughts. I want to know how, Joe Biden would feel if he were suspended from Twitter. I think that any United States president should be against the thought of a sitting president being wrongfully censored, suspended, and shut down from being able to communicate with their supporters.
Tara, he doesn't even know what day it is, so I doubt he would have any opinion on what's going on.
Well, he supports the censorship of Trump. He wants to ban him from running for office. His campaign sought to suppress information that benefited him. I mean, we found out in California his PR operation was working with the Secretary of State's office to take down tweets and content that questioned the changes in the elections and disputes about the election processes. He and his people are up to his neck in censoring material. And obviously, when you announce that you want Elon Musk investigated over essentially his free speech efforts here, pretending there is a national security issue, we're in dire territory in terms of Republican form of government when we have a president talking like that. He's made it quite clear he's on the wrong side of the Constitution on this.
So what about other individuals like, say, Mike Pence or Mike Pompeo, or those that were part of the administration but perhaps weren't as okay with what was happening at the time?
I missed the first part of your question.
What about others like Mike Pence, then, who wasn't exactly, he still attended Biden's inauguration. There was, some considerations about Mike Pence's positioning on what happened on Jan 6th. So what do you say about those members of the Republican Party that are, not as aligned on this and Trump and so on? I'm just curious.
Well, Pence is running against Trump, practically speaking. Other members, there are other members of, his former administration, such as Pompeo's, are also running against him. And, there's got to be, if I were them, playing political advisor to people who don't want my advice, I would be really quite outraged at what happened here. They've expressed discomfort with it, obviously, and they oppose it, from my understanding. But there's a big, this to me is a crisis. We're in the Great Suppression. This is the biggest challenge to the First Amendment in history. You'd have to go back to the early part of the last century with the World War I laws designed to suppress this, dissent to see anything comparable. But unlike that, we've got this almost uniform establishment opposition to First Amendment and free speech that we've really never seen before in our nation's history. It's disturbing.
Did you see what happened to anyone who didn't essentially cut ties and turn their backs on Trump? Did you see what they effectively did to those people? I mean, it's pretty logical for Pence, if he planned on running in the future, to go with the way of the sentiment. And it's easy to drive sentiment when you're banning and suspending anyone who has a differing opinion. So, and this is why I continue to say this was interference with the election, because by doing that, they were able to make it seem as though everyone was voting for Biden. Everything was, geared toward Biden, because anyone who was against what was happening was getting shut down.
And as we heard from Sebastian Gorka, sorry, Mario.
That's right, Brax. I was going to ask Ian a question. Ian, I want to go to you, man, to prepare us for the next drop, which is going to be based on COVID. And I've got a few questions on you because it's a very sensitive topic, and you tend to be very, very objective on things in most cases. So I appreciate getting your thoughts on this. Where do you think this could head? Like, how far could the censorship go on? Do you think it's going to be worse than what we had in the elections from what you've read? Because I know you're pretty deep into all this. And what's your take on the whole COVID censorship situation?
I think that it might actually provide a lot of information about the government's collusion with social media platforms, in particular Twitter, and how they violated First Amendment rights of a lot of Americans, and it's going to provide a lot of ammunition for members of the House as well as the Senate to go after people like Dr. Fauci, which is why we see Elon Musk publicly tweeting "prosecute Fauci," right? And he wouldn't be putting that out there just to get some likes. He can tweet anything and you get a bunch of likes for it, right? So I think that it's definitely going to be very, very juicy. I think it's going to be very spicy even, and it's going to reveal the extent to which the government, right, the NIH, suppressed public speech, right, protected speech from being expressed on social media by leaning on these social media companies, by leaning on Twitter in a way that allowed them to put out just a singular narrative that suppressed everybody else. So I think that's going to be a big deal. I think we're going to see a lot of people who were suppressed during this time be vindicated as well.
So my next question for you
is it true? No, sorry, Mario. I was just going to ask. I was just seeing Elon Musk responding to a tweet from Mike Solana saying it's a screen shot of verified accounts. It says this is a legacy verified account. It may or may not be notable.
Yeah, that's real.
And then
mine says
Elon says the wording is mine. That's wild. And
that's
he said
hilarious.
that.
Yeah.
He said that he did that because he's planning on removing all legacy blue checks because the way in which they were given out was corrupt and nonsensical.
Yeah, you could pay $15,000, and this is something that you can verify if any member of the crypto space. They were, encouraged to pay money to basically bribe Twitter employees who kept the money for themselves to be notable, quote unquote, right? And a lot of the times, these Twitter employees would go to bars and clubs and stuff and just give it to DJs there because they wanted some clout locally, right? So you can literally go to google.com and type in Twitter verified account. I want to buy it. You want to buy it. You can buy it for like $50, $500, whatever people are charging for all these hacked accounts, essentially, that would just they were just given blue check marks. They were not notable people. I know some people who got blue check marks because they claimed to have faced harassment. That's how some people that I know, right, some leftist activists, got blue check marks. It's not because they are notable individuals or because they're journalists or anything like that, but because they could claim that they were being impersonated. And that alone was enough to get a lot of people blue check marks, just because it shows that you're verified. And if you can, at the time, there was a previous policy, it was unspoken policy, that if you were notable enough to be parodied by other people, that would entitle you to a blue check mark. It's kind of crazy. So I'm glad he's getting rid of the legacy check marks and that you'll have to pay for it moving forward. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's wild. I love the wording.
Yeah, it's a lot of people are taking issue with it. They're feeling offended because they think they're special. They're not. None of us is special. We're all a bunch of special snowflakes, all as unique as each other.
Just going back to the next material related to COVID, obviously Musk has highlighted the importance here, and I think his criticism of Fauci, he probably knows or sees what's coming. But Twitter, compared, as we've talked about before, compared to Facebook and YouTube and Google, is really small potatoes, and TikTok is another animal altogether that's run the way the left wants Twitter to be run by the Chinese communists. But right now on YouTube, if I were to make a video talking about the 2020 election, they would vandalize the post with something going back to Wikipedia talking about the 2020 election. If I were to say on YouTube that voter fraud had a material impact on the election outcome, they would take the video down. If I mention COVID on either platform, Facebook makes it harder and intercedes and labels and vandalizes the content to make it harder to share, even if I'm talking about documents the government gave us on COVID. So you really do have this weight of suppression and censorship that's ongoing at Google and YouTube, which affects billions of more people than Twitter does. I mean, Twitter has an outsized influence because of its user base, the nature of it, and the policy-centered and media community focused on it. But in terms of the average everyday person, Google and Meta are doing much more in the way of censorship and suppression. And if I were Elon Musk, I'd be calling up my competitors over there and say, you need to be honest here, because I found corporate corruption here, and you're sitting on it too, and you need to call it out. And this is the approach we need to take. We can't pretend this is a policy debate. This is a debate of corporate and government wrongdoing that needs to be exposed, and it's as corrupt as anything we're hearing about from that guy in the Bahamas.
Wait, Tom, could I ask you just to kind of build off of your idea of Google and YouTube reaching these tremendous volumes? Now, all the heat and all the attention is directed at Elon Musk, and counterintuitively, it's directing a lot of traffic to Twitter. So do you think that statistic or that reach and volume is just going to shift, and eventually, because everybody is starting to post the truth, like the real truth on Twitter, do you think that could potentially jeopardize YouTube and Google and Facebook and all of their tremendous reach in spreading lies about everything that we've been hearing about for 2 years?
Well, maybe for some political activist types, but Musk obviously has goals in that regard. Twitter is pretty awful for those who aren't really involved in politics to come in and talk about policy. I mean, you have to have thick skin to participate. Certainly, if you're, if you've got a little bit of attention on the site, you're going to be attacked in ways that are extremely unpleasant. And normal people are probably unlikely to want to do that. They might want to look at it, but they may not want to participate. Facebook still has a lot of, very light, activity in that regard, comparatively speaking, in terms of activity people can participate in. That doesn't make it feel like they're going to be viciously attacked because they post a picture of their grandkids or their dog.
Yeah, but Facebook is starting to suffer. They're starting to hemorrhage money, especially with Zuckerberg's failed endeavor to make the metaverse. It's being outcompeted by its own subsidy, Instagram, and the thing that Twitter stands out between Facebook and Instagram is because they're primarily because it's like a microblogging website. Everybody can see the information that you put out there. Whereas, Facebook, you need to be friends with somebody in order to see, what's going on in their life. So it's more appealing. It's more open.
Facebook is a big ship. Google's a big ship. They both will continue to proceed ahead, and they could lose a lot of money or a lot of users and still keep plowing along, relatively speaking. So I don't want to overstate the, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just highlighting the fact, because they are so big and because their censorship is so widespread and dangerous, we have got to focus on what they're doing now in league with this government.
Okay, all right.
This for the audience. Sorry, I'm eating. If you know anyone that worked at censorship or whatever the department is called at Meta, Google, old Twitter, X or existing, please, or any other big social platform, including TikTok, please hit me up. I'm going to make a tweet about it. Because I want to understand, especially someone from Twitter or Meta. We've had a lot of people leak information on the show during the FTX saga and beyond. I want to see if we can get someone to leak something. They can do it anonymously using another account. We can create an account for them, and they can come in and leak, hopefully leak information from Meta's censorship, because we've spoken to people privately that said that Meta is not too different. Obviously, we're not going to find out about it considering it's a public company. But the same issue applies there. They've got a lot of the same processes they use for censorship. So it'll be interested to see how much human bias, how big of a role it plays at Meta, and how, if someone's in the audience right now that can talk about it, do put your hand up or DM me as well. We can bring you up now. Otherwise, we can bring you up in a separate show. I want to go to Piotr. Piotr, a different take on it. What are your thoughts on the drop? What's your thoughts on the drop so far? And what do what are your expectations when it comes to COVID? What happened and what should happen? Like, does censorship have any place to do with avoiding the spread of misinformation? I'll give you an example, Piotr. Let's just say because determining what is misinformation is really difficult. Let's just say 100% of doctors agree that something is bad, okay? Obviously, it never happens, but let's say 100% of them agree. If someone's posting about it, claiming that it's actually not bad, it's actually good, should that be censored? Is that, and I'm giving an extreme example of a topic that's a lot more murky, which is COVID, but is that, if all the doctors agree that this is misinformation, is that something that should be censored? Or no, free speech, as Vivek said, is part of what makes us human. You know, you cannot censor anything unless it crosses boundaries such as inciting violence or child pornography, etc.
I don't think there's ever going to be a case where 100% of the doctors.
I know. It's never going to be that case. And like I'm not talking about COVID here for anyone listening, because I know it's too complicated. There's way too many theories to go through in this space, and that's for in 2 days' time we'll do that. But Ed, my question is, if there is, it's theoretically, like, is there a place where misinformation should be censored when it comes to people's lives?
I mean, I think.
I don't think it's fair. Really quick, I have to say, I'm sorry, Mario. I don't think it's fair to equate misinformation about COVID being spread to child pornography like that. That is totally two different things, two different levels of wrong. As far as people raising questions or even spreading misinformation, I don't think that should be equated to other things that are being censored and removed from Twitter.
I mean, like, so what if?
No, so I'm not comparing the two. So I'm talking here purely about misinformation to do with medical misinformation. Which again, I'm not talking about COVID either. I just want to make it very clear. I don't want to open that kind of worms.
Yeah. Like, I think I know what you're saying. So, like, what if somebody says drinking bleach is going to cure COVID? Should that be removed or not? In my opinion, there's definitely grounds to censor that. At least, use some kind of community note system to make sure that people know that shouldn't be done. But like, I think that would be the closest to you saying, what if there's 100% certainty that this isn't going to work?
To Ed's point, yeah, thank you. To Ed's point, and maybe to help answer and hopefully even help us get a productive space in a couple of days, we have to, anytime it's human nature, if we start with disagreements, if we start with arguments, it's going to continue that way. If we can find common ground at the beginning of a discussion like this with all sides, it may not be much common ground, but if we can find a few points that we all agree on and then go from there, I believe we're going to have a much more productive conversation overall. Is bleach bad? Most likely. Let's use our common sense on that. Most people would agree you don't drink bleach, right? So we go from there, and if there's somebody who disagrees with me, that's fine. But I would think that most people would agree you don't drink bleach. And then you go from there and you say, okay, what are the obvious things in their opinion, those things that we can agree on? What are the common ground, and how? And then move on to those more difficult topics like, is the vaccine bad? Is it good? Is it? I feel like that's very important if we're going to have a productive conversation in this arena.
Yeah, and I think community notes, what Elon Musk is doing, is a great way to kind of allow the community to decide what's accurate and what is not. Like, vaccines, a lot of people, there's plenty of people who say, you shouldn't get a vaccine. There's just as many that say you should. But the facts around the vaccine, I think community notes could go a long way in helping people to see all the facts in regards to vaccines.
So it goes back to offering transparency rather than censorship. I think it's a good place to, and I'll give the mic to Piotr and Asia to kind of give their final thoughts. But while they're doing this, just for the audience, tomorrow we have the pleasure, the honor, whatever you want to say, to have Marc Andreessen on the show. If you don't know who Marc Andreessen is, Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z, he's the co-founder. So highly recommend you set your reminders for that. It's pinned above, and it's on my profile as well. And then in 2 days, we have craziness coming to the show. We do have medical doctors that you all would know, including a board member at Pfizer. We have someone who's anti-vaccines, as you see all over TV, that will come in and discuss these very heated topics as we prepare for the next drop files to drop. So there's 2 events. They're both on my profile. They're both pinned above. Make sure you set your reminders. It's taking us a lot of time to get those panelists to join us. It's going to be a really interesting space. Piotr, I'll give you the mic while everyone sets their reminders.
Yeah, funny. You asked me and then Ed came in. So history has taught us that the capacity for information to be manipulated is one of the biggest threats that we, across the world, not just in one country, as a society faces. And I think that more than ever, you see disinformation, misinformation, censorship at the forefront of many people's minds, be them in democratic, autocratic, or somewhere in the middle. Clearly, suppressing the information or the perspectives of certain people, even if they're not that extreme, is extremely problematic, undermining what the values that you push to preach, and ultimately counterproductive, because you lead to greater isolation, you lead to greater divergence, and as I said before, the center ground whereby people are supposed to generally congregate, the silent majority, they don't. They go to the fringes. Look at Germany in 1920s. After the First World War, we had people going to the communists, and we had people going to a certain party known as the Nationalist Socialist Party, even though they were obviously the fascists and eventually Hitler. So in this context, we need to remember that it's wrong for any public entity, particularly one as influential as Twitter, to have such an amount of power. Now, I don't agree with much of what's been said here. I appreciate in the principle, which is about the protection of freedom of speech, and that it's about engagement. It's not about isolation. And I think Tom has said some great points. I haven't agreed with all of it. I think Ian has said some great points. I think Prodigal's been extremely impassioned, and I think it's fantastic. So, I think I remain cautiously optimistic in terms of what this platform can become if we can continue to see certain things. When it comes to Facebook or other major platforms, for example, I think it's absolutely absurd that people who even question one specific questioning the documents that are about the issue being published by the, prevailing government are suddenly like, there's such a, this is the other element that we need to keep in mind, which is automation. Automation that a lot of these mega multinationals use, therefore just blanket, there's a COVID thing on this, be careful. And it's like, guys, I'm looking at the documents that were published by the government about COVID, and now you're saying that it may have disinformation or something. There needs to be a greater ability to ridicule this information without us immediately going to sort of a overly protective status. So I think it's been a good conversation.
I want to say, Piotr, just want to interrupt you. Just want to say there's one point you made about misinformation is getting more and more dangerous as well. So I understand the need, and I just realized we all forgot that deep fakes. If anyone doesn't know what deep fakes are, definitely Google it. In the next few years, you'll be able to make a video of me or anybody speaking in that video and saying whatever you like. So you can actually make a video of President Biden or ex-President Trump or whatever, and they can say something like, we will be attacking China because they declared war on us. Something as extreme as that, or this is going to be illegal, something crazy. And that video will look real. And imagine a video like this spreading like crazy on a platform like YouTube or like Twitter or like Facebook. Is that what do you think, Tom?
It's almost as bad as the New York Times and the Washington Post all reporting that Trump colluded with Russia.
But let's say they make. But let's imagine
there's always a variation of the challenge that is seemingly as credible as the last iteration. There's always going to be a variation on the theme, and this is it's just more of the same. I mean, how is that any worse? And I'm not saying it's appropriate to be doing things like that, but we're already doing that in too much of our major media, where they report as truth or suggest as truth something that is not accurate at all. Yeah, and in some ways it's easy. In some ways it's even worse because there are technical, at least currently, you technically can or more easily find out if something's obviously fraudulent. It's harder to do that with a fake news story that has unattributed sources smearing and defaming public officials.
50 intelligence officials, right? That's how they promoted the narrative that the Hunter Biden laptop story was fake. And so, we can be as concerned as we want to be with deepfakes, and there are ways to track deepfakes down. I think Facebook's Meta AI is able to actually undo the deepfakes to find out who's actually behind the images, or at the very least, figure out what software was used to produce the deepfakes. So I'm not super concerned with deepfakes. I think the bigger concern here is the mainstream media itself pushing disinformation and then claiming it's the truth. I mean, like, who's holding them accountable? Absolutely nobody, right? I mean, we have us on Twitter. We can complain as much as we want, and we can be concerned about deepfakes and so on. But what about the mainstream media? What about the lies that they put out there, in particular regard to Ukraine, for instance, where they're literally pushing Ukrainian disinformation about war crimes and so on? They can fire shells into cities in Donetsk and then blame the Russians for it. Why would the Russians shell their own cities? That is never explained, right? And they call it a false flag. The Russians are attacking themselves. Well, Ukraine has been bombing the place for 8 years now. So it's like, as much as a concern it could be, it could pose with this disinformation produced by state agents or whatever. It's like, what about the mainstream media and what it's already doing? I mean, what it's already doing is arguably even worse because they have credibility and they don't seem to care about the fact that they're putting out lies every single day.
I think it's a good place to
And
end
also,
it. Because go ahead. I'm going to end it, bro. I'm going to end it. And I'm inviting you to the next space as well, man. Would love you to come up on the panel. Everybody, if you're not on your phone right now, if you're doing the laundry, going for a run, take a pause, go on your phone, go on my profile, set your reminders for the last 2 spaces. And I'll give the mic to Tara to wrap up the space for us, as always. Tara, are you with us? I'll do it for you, Tara. Appreciate you all for coming. Set your reminders. I'll see you tomorrow for the chat we're going to have with Mark Andreessen. Should be a really interesting one. And any questions you have for him, you can put them in the post for that space. And make sure you set your reminders. And then we'll see you the day after that for the big COVID debate. Pretty tricky territory. Love you all. Thank you so much. Tom, really appreciate you co-hosting with us today. Tara, as always. Ian, appreciate you for coming as well. And thanks for all other panelists. Ed, Piotr, Asya, Stephen, Fidgetal. Bye, guys. Thanks, everyone.
I'm trying to get everyone on right now. Looks like Charlie might have some technical issues, so we'll work that out.
Just so folks know who I am, I'm the communications director for Congressman Matt Gaetz. Fun fact, I also hosted Charlie Kirk's first ever campus tour at the University of Illinois in 2017.
Is this thing on?
This thing is on. All right, let me see. Now it looks like Charlie's having some issues. Oh, we got Benny in here. Let's invite Benny to speak.
I'd just like to say hello to Media Matters, the SPLC, the CIA, the ADL, ACLU,
Yo, Rock.
the NTB, National Tire and Battery. Really appreciate your guys' work. Really want to say a big shout out to everybody.
Yo. What's up? It's Benny.
Just hope they
How you guys doing?
Promo code POSO when they buy their pillows.
Everyone is allowed a good night's sleep this Christmas. However, Nancy Pelosi is still suspended for her access to promo code POSO. I have yet to rescind that.
Hey, Jack, can you hear me? This is Benny.
I can hear you, but you sound like Benny Johnson.
Will you be giving Sam Bankman-Fried a pillow for jail?
Well, see, that's the thing. You have to actually have some money. I mean, we've been able to get the promo code up to 80% now for Christmas. But the problem is he's so bankrupt and he owes so much money to all of his people that I'm afraid that any of the pillows that he's going to be biting in prison will unfortunately have to be U.S. government supplied.
It's a real shame. It's a real shame. You know, he really just didn't. It's been a bad year for him. You know, he's the victim.
Rough day for Sam's too. After Sam Britton, rough day for Sam's all around.
Double Sam's.
Sam's taking it with both barrels today, and I wonder if Yoel Roth has if his middle name is Samuel. I'm just saying, what are the odds? Do we know that? Maybe let's just check his dissertation. I'm sure we can find it at the University of Pennsylvania. Oh wait, no, they've taken it down.
Sam's down bad.
He was supposed to testify before Congress.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
What up, Gates?
What up? Good to be here with the canceled. I mean, I guess it's good to be here with anyone if you've been restored.
Matt, I believe that you're double dipping with both your official account and your personal. I'm not sure that's allowed on Twitter Spaces.
You know, I think in my 6 years in Congress, there have been 8 days when I haven't been under ethics investigation for something. So if what I go down for is combined utilization of the @MattGates and @RepMattGates account on this Twitter space, you know what? We survived the Michael Cohen tweet. We're going to have to weather this storm too.
Wait,
we have no comment.
You had 6 days with no investigation. You're not trying hard enough.
Well,
I'm not sure full and complete investigation. I guess it doesn't count the secret the secret probations and double secret investigations they have you under.
I gotta be the most investigated man in Congress. There's no doubt. I would put my record up against anybody. I mean, they had to go. They went all the way back, I guess, to the city of Dublin to get Swalwell on the Fang thing. So that's pretty intense.
So it would be a violation. So with MTG, when they got rid of her account, it was and it's back now, right? But it was the personal account. It would be like there's been a lot of egregious First Amendment violations, but if they got rid of her official account, right?
Well, they got rid of her personal account, which she used for campaign purposes. And look, when you're like MTG and you don't take corporate PAC money, the digital platforms are the lifeblood for survival because it's the way people who are inspired by your message can be participatory in the movement. And they took away her fundraising and political apparatus online because she had the audacity to draw the comparison between higher obesity and higher COVID morbidity. And she was making suggestions that people improve their personal health and not be obese so as to avoid greater complications from COVID. And for that grave sin, she was given her final strike.
Final strike.
Right. And now what we know about this whole operation is basically what everybody knows who's followed Project Veritas over the last few years. And that is first they identify who is effective that they need to silence. And then they go create this bullshit permission structure around these vague, they're not even standards. These just vague categories. And that's what they tried to do with me. That's what they ended up doing with Trump. That's what they did with Charlie. And, I'm just wondering why they didn't get to Poso.
Yes, that's right, Jack. Prison pillow salesman.
Oh, yeah, Jack, what are we supposed to think about the one guy on the right who's super effective on Twitter who never got shadow banned?
Yeah.
Were you working?
Maybe.
Real suspicious.
Shadow banned.
Hey, Jack, how many pillows did you give Yoel? How many pillows did you give Yoel?
Look, we're not going to talk about the secret Yoel account, but I do remember that I got an interesting message from this email address. I thought it was fake because it was from Milan Husk, and it said that a secret, and so young Milan had emailed me saying that they discovered a secret a Slack channel on, deep Slack within Twitter, where only Yoel Roth was on it, right? And he was just messaging himself back once a day, back and forth for years, and it was just one word over and over every day: pillow, 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 pillow. Still trying to crack the code on that one. Oh, by the way, give me a second. I think we're gonna get Charlie on, but
yeah, I'm working on it.
I gotta find the right. We have to deboomerify it.
Dude, can we get the Kristen Ruby Files update? That was some crazy stuff that hit Twitter today.
We should. Do we have Kristen? I think Kristen's on as a speaker, right? Is she here? Hey, Kristen.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm here. Yes.
Kristen, I'm not doing this for 6 hours like I did the last time I was on with you.
Don't worry. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, so this is crazy, that the data that I'm going through, and I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it so that everyone can understand it, because a lot of it's in code. But basically, I'm looking at a data snapshot. I think this was from September and October of this year. And this is the U.S. Political Misinformation Data Science Division within Twitter at the time. The person is no longer there. So what they did is they used an algorithm to rank all of these different tweets. And so I can see the tweet that was reported, the ranking that it got, whether under violation it says whether it's false or true, and then a ranking for that as well. And then there's a section for clean text versus the other section. But I will say, the majority of this is really just right-leaning terms. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it. I think it's just not ranked equally in terms of that's the big takeaway.
So somewhere as broad as just MAGA, right? If people just talked about MAGA or election fraud in any context, then that was automatically discriminated against as content. Correct. According to your report.
Correct. So I just saw, for example, I saw My Pillow in here a few times, actually. So I just added that. I see.
Whoa. Hold on. You saw what? What?
Yeah. So but this is a perfect example, right? Because programmers are saying, well, it looks like a normal database. How is, what's wrong with the corpus? Well, here's the thing about the AI corpus. Why is My Pillow a term that is being flagged at all by Twitter for political misinformation? That's the question that people need to ask. It's about all of these.
Because Twitter knows that patriots get a good night's sleep.
Patriots is another term, by the way.
So if you use the word My Pillow, so let's say all my Pillow tweets, for example, of which there are many, because it's Q4, baby, and we're blowing it out because we know that shipping window is coming to a close very soon for December 25th under the tree. But hold on, if you tweeted the term My Pillow just by itself, it was automatically flagged in Twitter's AI as misinformation.
Yes, it doesn't necessarily mean they removed it, but it means that someone was looking at it. So you'll see that some of these were kept up. But if you talked about My Pillow and you talked about election fraud and you had certain terms like voter or here's another term I see, FJB, that's in here. And then under the box, it says insult. Or if you use that in correlation with under the box of partisan media, they have Gab under that. They have Newsmax on that. I mean, there's literally thousands of cells of data that I'm looking at. So, and I would also say that you using the term, Jack, is different than a regular user doing it, because there's two sets of rules. Because I would imagine you were considered, a high-profile account like the Libs of TikTok that we saw in that screenshot. So what's so important about this information that I want people to understand is that regular users under 10,000 followers, just the algorithms really hit them in a way that it didn't for other people.
Yeah, you just get completely crushed if you don't have a strong, if you're following, if you don't have enough voices banging the drums and banging the shields for you. Like ALX is a good example, right? Like we all knew it was wrong, and so we took up the mantle of ALX. But there are a lot of people who were done dirty, like thousands of them, tens of thousands that were done dirty the same way ALX was. And if you don't have an army fighting for you, you're hopeless.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Correct. Yeah, so I think moving forward, the question that I have, at least for Musk, is what has changed with the code and with these search parameters? So I need to understand, are these terms still the same for the detection list? Have they been completely stripped by the new data science team? Is there a new data science team? If so, who are they? Like, I have a ton of follow-up questions, because the truth is, in terms of censorship, if this stuff isn't stripped, you're still going to see a lot of the same things happening without these terms being redone and the data being retrained.
Well, it got rid of trust and safety today. Trust and safety.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, that was the big breaking news. So I'm guessing the story that I'd like to believe is that there was that take, and Alex, you might know better than me, that the Tesla programmer team supposedly came in early on in all of this and started going through the code. And then they were actually, just like that scene out of, Office Space, the great Mike Judge movie, that they were bringing people in and asking them, in many cases, they could see in the changelog of the programming, the backend on Twitter, they could see that certain people hadn't logged in or made a single change in months and in weeks. I think in some cases it was a couple of years since someone's name. And again, they're as engineers and senior engineers. So it was sort of that whole question of, what would you say you do here? And they had to kind of sing for their supper and then justify the fact that they either, I'm sure some people had been pretty active users on, again, looking at the back end of what you're showing, Ruby, but then also the sense that if they were doing things like this, they'd have to justify that as well. I don't know if that's completely true, but that's the reality I choose to believe in.
I agree.
Yeah, right. This whole idea of just someone sitting there.
I mean, listen. If you're asking again, if you're asking to, if you're asking about the Twitter backend and the data frame, currently right now, Charlie Kirk is unable to join this space. He's unable to talk. So they're still silencing Charlie Kirk. Think about that. Like, he's currently in this space, and Charlie is unable to speak. Like, in the Matrix.
The most live man on the political right can't join it.
I think finally we figured it out.
Charlie now. Charlie, do we have
Yes.
you?
I'm using.
Oh my God!
I'm using my wife's Twitter account, but I finally figured it out. This is.
Wait, you couldn't actually get in on your own account?
No, it's very. I'm not gonna. I promised I wasn't gonna bash Twitter.
That's a solid wedding pic, Charlie.
Thank you.
That's right at golden hour.
Let me just tell you that all the tech engineers he fired, it's definitely showing. So here we are.
Yoel still has you down bad, Charlie.
I'm telling you, I still got threat tags on my account. I can't log in. It won't send me verification codes. It's like this whole thing. It's out of control. I'm telling you.
Well,
Yoel left some landmines in my account. I'm telling you.
I'm scared. The thing I'm scared the most of is that are we amplifying you? Are we amplifying you right now? They specifically said do not amplify Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I'm not. Technically, you're not. You're amplifying Erica Kirk. So, I mean,
oh, right, we're not.
They're.
Wait, so this is ban evasion.
This is really. They're still winning.
This is actually ban evasion right now. This is.
No, I know.
You're someone
who's
like not supposed to be amplified. Who's now coming through from an account you're not supposed to use, and it's ban evasion, and that's what you had to do because you couldn't. They wouldn't even let you sign in. Because Charlie, I saw you in the space earlier on, and I was trying to hit you a speaker, and it wouldn't let me, and then we couldn't even get you in until you signed in from Erica's account.
No, this whole thing is it's a catastrophe. Hey, Erica has doubled her following, so take that, Yoel Roth.
Got him. Back to Grindr dissertations.
Oh my gosh, that'd be a good tweet. You think you're
one of the reactions I've gotten.
I don't want to get everyone canceled.
One of the reactions I've gotten from a lot of my constituents is, well, who are you going to investigate first? What witnesses are you calling in? And we have been developing some lists, but folks should know at the end of the day, probably a lot of what Twitter did is legal. When you look at the recent FEC decision that was made when I complained about being shadow banned, the FEC ruled that a shadow ban would be appropriate for a private company, even to do to a member of Congress, even to do for a candidate in a federal election. And so I think that, like, on election interference, which is the shiny lure, there's existing regulatory opinion out of the FEC that seems to give them a pretty big shield. My question is whether or not there's a lot of meat on the bone for these state attorneys general who have long arm statutes, who have deceptive and unfair trade practices statutes, and if they can show that systemically Twitter wasn't complying with their own terms of service and thus were engaging in a deception on the consumers at large, if you were a innovative, forward-thinking, right-leaning attorney general somewhere out there in the several states, there would seem to be a whole lot in these Twitter files that might be of interest.
I just got to say, you think you're having a bad day right now. I mean, imagine Yoel Ross grinder matches tonight. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Okay, calm down, prison pillow salesman. So, Matt, I think everyone wants to hear Charlie talk because it was Charlie's account that was so branded by these communists. However, I did want to, since you brought it up, Matt, I did want to issue a parting shot before hopefully we let sort of Charlie take the floor here and talk about the revelations of finding out that he's a do not amplify, which I am totally in favor of Charlie branding a shirt, do not amplify, would order. But Matt, I've gotten like a million fundraising emails from Republicans in Congress, a lot of your colleagues, not going to name any of them, saying they're going to investigate big tech, and they don't have absolute jack. You leave it up to the richest African American in the world to go buy Twitter and to do all of the investigations for you. It does seem as though like Elon Musk is doing the job that Republicans in Congress could have and should have done a very long time ago. Your comment?
Well, I think it's that big tech has a lot of members of Congress compromised. I mean, there's more than one lobbyist for big tech for every single member of the United States House of Representatives. They literally go and hire people's family members. And, the ability they have to get their way in committee and subcommittee hearings, with what witnesses are going to be called, with what interest groups are going to have access to the legislative process, is unrivaled. I wrote about it in my book, Firebrand, and the Big Tech Hates America chapter, just about how they really dwarf any other incarnation of a special interest, at least domestically, that we've ever seen. And, we get all upset when we learn about these revelations and what happened to Charlie, what happened to me with Twitter. But this is going on with every tech company. This is going on in search with Google. This is undeniably going on at Meta, where Zuckerberg even admitted that the FBI and national security apparatus were getting news suppressed on the Meta platform. And I think that, like, when it comes to what Congress ought to do, the past has been, look, let's just be like kind of enough of a virus where people have to buy the antidote and hire our buddies as lobbyists and make financial contributions to our campaigns. But the way to liberate ourselves from that, I think, is to sick DOJ on them from an antitrust standpoint, to drag them before to answer questions with thorough document review. And really some of the best work on this we did in a bipartisan way with David Cicilline, where we showed how Amazon was cheating, how Google was cheating, how Apple was essentially putting a 30% tax on the entire internet. So you're right. We shouldn't just sit back on our laurels and declare victory because Elon Musk bought Twitter. There's a broader war being waged here. And the pure libertarian perspective of, well, just let the consumer decide is going to result in our political perspective being squashed and the left dominating our culture and what we see and what we think and how we behave.
Well, now that I finally figured out how to use this thing, this is okay. I understand. So yeah, I mean, look, first of all, I mean, this has been like a crazy week in so many ways. But I mean, I remember for at least the last couple of years, I remember talking to Jack about this at length when all of a sudden all of our Twitter engagement went down. I mean, and kind of growing on this platform over the last, 6 or 7 years, it was so clear that when things really started to take a turn a couple of years ago, especially like not just after January 6th, but during the spring of 20, when we started talking about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and started talking about lockdowns and the masks. And what I find most telling about this entire thing, kind of looking at the Slack channels, is how all of the language that Yoel Roth and all these other people were using, how it was incredibly harmonic with all of basic regime diction and word selection and talking points. They really believed when they were censoring Trump or putting do not amplify on my account or going after Bongino or whatever, that they were doing not just the right thing, but the righteous thing. And that is clear throughout every single one of their messages and communications. And here's a question I have, Jack, for you. And Jack, I was thinking about it. Why didn't they delete all of this? I mean, this is like an open-ended question. Why didn't they delete all these Slack channels? I guess the question would be, preservation of record requests, but that didn't stop Hillary Clinton. Like, it would have been better for them just to delete everything and do the typical excuse, like, oh, we just lost it. Like, what? Were we supposed to find this stuff? Like, here's my question. Why did they allow us to find this?
Yeah, there was, and Alex, you might remember this as well, that there actually was a preservation order that Elon sent in, I want to say, even before the ink was dry on the contract, that they were not allowed to make any changes to the back end of Twitter, any changes to the Slack channels, really any changes at all, because again, if his engineers have back end access, they're able to see if changes were made and who made those changes. So
I get that, Jack, but why did they listen? I mean, that didn't stop the IRS from the Lois Lerner emails or Hillary with BleachBit. I mean, at some point,
with Yoel,
their calculus is usually destroy and then, make an excuse later.
So if you remember, though, Yoel had this angle he was trying to run early on about the bots. And remember, Elon keeps Yoel on for a couple weeks after the acquisition. And I think he was trying to play this game of getting on Elon's good side, so possibly that he could, number one, stick to his power, which he was obviously addicted to, but then also hopefully go back and try to justify all of these comments. And it was because he was leaking information to Elon even before the purchase took place, even while that lawsuit in Delaware was going on over the acquisition, saying, hey, these guys are lying to you about bots. Parag is lying to you. Vijay is lying to you. I'll give you the truth. I'll help you win this thing. And I think that got him in Elon's good graces, at least for a time. And Elon seemed like he was keeping him on. He put up that one tweet that said, I trust this guy, basically kind of, gave him some credibility. And then I think he just found out what was going on and pushed him away. But again, going back to what you and I talked about on your show today, that I do think that Yoel was being run. And I think that, the FBI wanted to keep their man at Twitter. And I think that's really what he was. And that's beginning as we unpack more and more layers of why exactly Yoel was doing these things and who was giving him guidance and who was giving him tasking and who was building these relationships, these directional relationship with him from the national security agencies, and putting these lines into his speeches and, telling him he's a patriot, telling him he's defending democracy and all of these things. We've heard these statements before, but we've heard them from people like Peter Strzok and Andy McCabe. And this is the same type of mentality you hear from the FBI and DHS and others. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if those were the people that were trying to keep him there. As far as
there's another alternative though, Jack, which is they actually did probably delete almost everything, and this is what they either forgot about or that they were unable to delete, right? I mean, because I'd love to get either Matt's thoughts or Benny's thoughts, but I mean, if Hillary Clinton going BleachBit was bad, she never got indicted. Some people say she lost the presidency because of it, but she made a calculation that whatever she deleted was worse than the penalty of deletion. They do this all the time. The IRS did it with the Lois Lerner emails. I mean, it's anytime
But it's possible, though, that he did try to delete it and they were able to resurrect it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I don't know the.
Well, remember, Charlie, they thought they were acting righteously. You know, they thought that,
that's the other
that
argument,
these were the
right?
that these
That
were the great, that the great deliberations of our time to save humanity, preserve democracy, and forever thwart insurrection was to, creatively find a way to nestle our conduct into these, broad brushstroke theories. And when it didn't fit, and when people obviously raised the fact that our conduct was not violative of anything, they were able to overcome that with a permission structure around calling us racists or insurrectionists or threats to incite violence in some way. And when you believe that shit, then anything you do to people is justified, because in a world in which we have to all be anti-racists now and we have to take these affirmative steps against people who are dangerous, we really gaslight harm to one another. And I mean, it is harm to deprive people of access to the digital world. We live in a 50-50 country. In a lot of these states, it's a handful of votes here and there that are deciding who's winning these races. And when they're able to shape it like this, you can't tell me that's not election interference.
So, yeah, Matt, I think that's really smart that there might have been an internal deliberation, and Yoel Roth might have been so drunk on his own propaganda that he thought, okay, the right wingers won't like this, but I'm going to be like vindicated in some sort of strange pantheon of heroes of the American left, that people are going to find this. They're going to say, wow, look at how thoughtful they were in getting rid of the threat to democracy, right?
Well, and how could they not think that? To Posobiec's point, they were meeting with the FBI and entities of the national security apparatus telling them they were doing the right thing on this stuff. How could you not feel validated?
These people literally believe that they're gods. I mean, if you take a look at particularly what they did with Libs of TikTok, one of the things that they accused her of doing was breaking the hate speech policy, right? But one of the instances that they cracked down on her was not just that she broke the policy because of something she said or tweeted. They literally say in the Twitter files that came out that they determined her intent, that her intent was to break the hateful policy. So not only were they determining speech and condemning and charging you of what you said, but they were declaring, like, straight up 1984, we're declaring what you meant to say. We know you mean hate speech, therefore it's hate speech. That's like on a whole other level. These people believe they're God, and they're declaring your intent as if they know your conscience.
And that started too with what they did with Trump too. So what the whole argument from the latest drops recently, yesterday or 2 days ago and today, were the whole intent behind the "I'm not going to the inauguration." So they were saying there was no policy violation on its face, and then they were making the determination whether they could say, "Oh, but people might say that he intended to incite violence by saying, oh, I'm not going there, so it's going to be a soft target." And that's what they were going to take him down because of. And even though that they had no policy violation on face value, that's what they ended up taking him down for. And the trust and safety team said that there was no clear violation. And then the whole drunk on power thing, the quotes coming out of today's drop, you saw the real-time reactions from the people in the Slack chats. Team, DJ Trump is suspended. OMG, well, this feels like a piece of history. It is. And they're all celebrating like they just did something. That's just witnessing what was going on inside is just unreal. And I think there's a whole lot more to come on that, and especially with the COVID files too.
The one that I just have to say it, and I was talking about it earlier on the show, and Barry Weiss had the response up, was, do you remember the guy from China? Well, we don't know if it's a guy. It could be a guy or a girl. It's blocked out. But it says, maybe because I am from China, I deeply understand how censorship can destroy the public conversation.
Yeah.
So you actually had an individual there who, born in China, comes to San Francisco, gets out, right, escapes to the U.S., is working for Twitter, and you've got a Chinese national saying, don't do this. Don't go down this road. We've seen where this leads. This is what I got away from. And then the response coming back, well, we're not government, so it's different. That's the exact response they say back. I think it's important to understand that hold on, excuse me.
I also think it's important to understand that censorship by government is very different than censorship of the government. The First Amendment only applies to legislation.
So what that was that was all of the soy evaporating, the last drop of testosterone in Jack's body. That's what happens when you do soy infusions, and when you put yourself as the Minority Report master of people's thought crimes at Twitter, which is really what it was, right? Remember Minority
I've
Report?
been reading so many of these Twitter internal emails. Like, the soy is seeping through my computer screen, and the soy is just infecting me with its.
So how long until Yoel Roth gets a sympathetic article in the Washington Post or New York Times that says he's receiving?
Oh, Charlie, you didn't see the CNN thing already, have you?
No, that he's getting like gay hate crimes or whatever. Like,
no, it's already happened.
It's already out, dude.
Right? Yeah.
Sorry, I can't figure out how to join on the Twitter space. Let alone every article.
No, so wait, who's got the article up?
Charlie, just take a Relief Factor. Calm down.
Hey, there's Relief Factor Calm now, and it's really good.
Good. Just take a Relief Factor.
Well, obviously you're not taking it though.
Hey,
take a Relief Factor energy. Use your My Slippers. Put on your My Slippers, and
I need my My Slippers. Then
promo
the
code
will
Kirk.
dissipate.
I love Taylor Lawrence is going to write this up about how
I heard promo code Kirk only goes up to 60%. Just saying. I heard that. I remember I heard that somewhere.
Wait, this is why they believe everything is Nazis to these people. Like, I think Matt Gaetz is right. This is why everyone and their mother is a Nazi to everyone on the left. January 6th behind the scenes on Twitter was literally D-Day for these people. They believed they were going up against Adolf Hitler and they defeated him. And that's why you see all the celebrations behind the scenes. Like, if you literally believe that you're going up against a dictator, Adolf Hitler himself, and the Nazis, like, you are going to think that you are like the savior of the universe. And that's how they viewed Trump, and they view every single one of us. And it makes total sense to me why these people have like put themselves on this level of superiority where they actually believe they could dictate speech and thought because they believe they're fighting against real fascism when it's obviously them.
Well, wait, Drew, I mean, go back to what Barry Weiss, number 28 in her thread today. And that's what you just said is exactly what happened, because, there's no date on this one. I think it's right before Trump's ban. So I want to say it's on the 8th, but it's kind of hard to tell the way she has it laid out. But here's what it says. Just to update you, I spoke to Redacted just now. They understand our assessment of Trump's individual tweet, but they now view him as the leader of a terrorist group responsible for violence/deaths comparable to Christchurch shooter or Adolf Hitler. And on that basis and the totality of his tweets, he should be deplatformed. They will continue to push that argument with leadership, and we will see where it falls.
Boom. Receipts.
That's the actual internal receipts from Twitter.
Again,
Christchurch shooter, the leader of a terrorist group.
Someone's going to have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, right? Like, there's going to one side's going to. You can't live in a country that doesn't have shared facts. And this is how a considerable portion, a minority, thank God, but a considerable portion of the country, do see these events.
It's been
Twitter's actions as totally justified, thus the blackout for their preferred media outlets.
Yeah, I mean, Jack and I were texting about this earlier, and it's remarkable to see. It's not even a matter of them smearing Elon like the weirdos at The Atlantic are doing that. There has been a collective decision just to simply ignore this entire story. Just total blackout, story selection. It doesn't exist. And whether it be Politico, CNN, New York Times, like, they'll defend Yoel Roth when he plays a gay card or whatever. But that's besides that, the Twitter files has been CBS,
even
NBC,
Fox,
and ABC. Nothing.
Do you know how many hours Fox has spent telling me that there are no updates in that Idaho murder
fairness,
case?
Matt, in fairness, I've gone on at least to talk about it 5 times. I mean, I'm not saying they've covered it enough, but like it's better than most. It is.
I just think it should be the number one story in the world. It's the major PR wire of the globe, and it was essentially hacked by the political left, repurposed, and then when we complained about it, they all said we were whiners or conspiracy theorists.
Wait, but guys, no, but Congressman, no, there is actually a bigger story. There's a bigger story, and Charlie, I've pulled this up. The great Tony O'Sullivan from CNN is published at 4:59 p.m. Eastern today. Former top Twitter official forced to leave home due to threats amid Twitter files released. That's right, Yoel Roth, who resigned from the social media company.
Manufactured. This is exactly what they did with that. That's what they did with that freak from California, whatever his name is, Weiner or whatever, Wiener.
Charlie, you're gonna have to narrow it down. There's a lot. California's got a lot of those, man.
The gay freak, whatever his name is, that I got
again. Again, if we could narrow it down.
Keep it going, Charlie. Keep it going.
No, but like when I started tweeting at him, all of a sudden he plays the gay card immediately. Again, I don't care about your personal sexuality. I really don't.
No, he's the one who brought that up, not you.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say, though, is that like this is all it's completely immaterial to me. But when you're doing transgender, laws where all of a sudden these sanctuary laws or these relaxing of standards for pedophiles or that you're allowed to spread HIV without consent, and all of a sudden I tweet that out and you're like, these attacks against the gay community. I'm like, just shut up. Like, you do not get immunity from criticism for allowing sanctuary for medical mutilation because of your own personal sexuality. And I mean, this is such a tiresome thing. And now Yoel Roth is doing the same thing. Like, I'm getting all of these threats. Like, okay, I'm sorry about that. I actually doubt the legitimacy of a lot of them. But also, we all get death threats. Like, Jack, how often do you and I get death threats? All the time. You had some guy.
I literally had someone stalking me and my wife through the New York train station earlier this weekend with my wife. Like,
dude, that's just everybody in the train station, Jack. You're not that famous. People weren't stalking you in the train station. That guy was
some paid chill for the SPLC.
They just wanted your money.
Yeah.
No, but anyway, this is the playbook, right? Which is something bad happens. Find one of the people that was involved that is part of the Oppression Olympics that has a victim identity politic card that can be waved in the air. And all of a sudden we're supposed to back off from our criticism because all of a sudden they allegedly get all these threats. This is the playbook. This is how they stifle criticism of the most heinous and evil things happening in our society.
Yeah, dude. And I think it's even more sinister. I mean, the guy's literally tweeting that he's mistaken crying babies for pornography being played in the other room. And it's like, dude, when you tweet stuff like that and you say stuff like that and it goes absolutely viral and exposed, like, what do you think it's going to happen? But the reason why I say it's more sinister is because you say things like that, but they hide behind the pride flag and they get a pass for some serious statements like that and some serious sus activity when it comes to his interest in underage children. But all he's got to do is hide behind the pride flag and he gets a pass.
Yeah, and it's also like, okay, he's really upset that people are attacking his creepy 300-page Grindr dissertation. Then maybe you shouldn't write a 300 creepy Grindr page, a 300-page Grindr dissertation. Like, if you were going to do that for your PhD and then be the de facto CEO of the world's public square, and then all of a sudden cry into the woods like you're a victim when we start to actually single that out, then, I mean, this right here, there has to. And Jack, I'd love to get your opinion on this, or Matt, or whatever, or Benny. The only way to handle this is we cannot allow them to stifle our speech just because all of a sudden we're supposed to shut up because of some sort of power dynamic that doesn't exist, right? This is going to repeat itself and manifest itself in every possible way. Like, for example, you're not allowed now to, I don't know, ask a question that our nuclear energy is not handled correctly because that freak keeps on stealing luggage all over the place. And like, well, he's part of the trans community and you can't say, like, this is unsustainable.
So the way that you know that they are guilty in this, and the way that you know that this is the crime of the century, is that they're not talking about it. Now, I found it very interesting that the New York Times, CNN, the Washington Post, The Atlantic, all of them could cover Elon Musk getting booed when he was brought on stage by Dave Chappelle. That happened last night in San Francisco. Of
That's
course,
not even what happened, though. There was a fight that broke out in the crowd, and that's why he was cut short. They lied and said that he got booed off the stage, which isn't even what happened.
So I'm simply stating, wow, there's a gigantic possum on my porch. I'm looking out on my porch right now. This possum is huge. I'll take a photo and post it on Twitter. All I'm saying is,
dude, are you sure it's not Jamie Raskin?
LOL.
I have
that will get you banned.
No, it's Jamie Raskin's new wig.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I've got it. All right. Anyway, what I'm saying is they can write about Elon Musk. They just choose not to write about the Twitter files. Just like they could write about Jeffrey Epstein and ask the question. He was trafficking children. Who was he trafficking them to? There was a recipient to this. He may have been the dealer, but who was using? They refused to ask that question. Right? Ghislaine Maxwell, lock her up, throw away the key. And Jeffrey Epstein killed in prison by Hillary Clinton. So, that's the indicator of guilt in all of this. Is the lack of coverage is the largest smoking gun. The lack of coverage, the fact that there is a complete and total 0 minutes of coverage on all three networks, and I think it was only CNN that clocked in a whopping 5 minutes of coverage over the last 2 weeks on the Twitter files. The largest bombshell story in the world. And
Hannity did comment on it.
It shows criminal complicity. I do not include Fox in this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not counting Fox in this.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, and I don't know the answer, should we try to force the hand of the mainstream outlets to cover this, or can we survive without it? Like, is it possible to win the broader macro zeitgeist culture war without any institutional coverage? I don't know the answer. It's just
such a great question. Such a great question. Is the machine broken enough? Do their tactics work, right? So this is a tactic. Ignoring and not signal boosting. So to signal boost something is just to simply report on it. And there's a lot of people that think, and Matt Gaetz is probably one of them, that all press can be good press, right? Regardless of intent. And as long as you are surviving and moving forward, then who cares? But the coverage of the fact, like the coverage of Hillary Clinton's email scandal, that was enough to prove to these people that they should never, ever, ever cover another scandal by a Democrat ever again, right? So, like, they view themselves, there's this blood libel. They view themselves as guilty for losing Hillary Clinton the presidency because they covered her emails, right? That is endemic inside of the media, the corporate media profession. And so they're trying not to repeat that mistake. Of course, they tried very hard with the Hunter Biden laptop, and now they're trying again here with Twitter files. That saying nothing in not signal boosting the story is the goal.
Yeah, and so that's the question is, for the conventional wisdom has been, we don't care, we don't need the New York Times, we don't need the Washington Post. But like, should there be an effort to try to get them to eventually cover it? Because the only way they cover it now is from some sort of bailout lens of Yoel Roth, right? There's going to be this like nonstop narrative of this is what happens when you liberate hate speech. Yoel Roth gets homophobic messages from anonymous people, and he has to be put in the witness protection program. And so I'd hate to get to a place where we have to win these culture wars, and the other side has the power just to ignore the largest story involving technology ever.
The way I always wonder about those too, even when they're doing the conservatives pounce, Democrats, liberals, whatever, Scott Weiner are the victims, is it's like conservative pounds over Twitter file. Well, what Twitter files, right? Because you haven't covered them yet. So you have to wonder, because I always think of everything in terms of information silos, right? There's the CNN information silo, there's the MSNBC information silo, New York Times, then there's sort of the podcast sphere, YouTube, then there's Twitter and et cetera, et cetera. And so you have to wonder, though, if there's a certain percentage of people that every time they hear about it, they're going to say, you know what, maybe I do. It's almost like a Straussian kind of thing where it comes out that you definitely shouldn't look at those Twitter files. Nobody should ever look at. And Chris Cuomo did this with WikiLeaks too, if you remember. It's different rules for us. We're allowed to look at WikiLeaks because even though they're stolen materials, And is there, at some point, did the contradictions become so entirely accelerated that when you're attacking somebody like Elon Musk and calling him a QAnon supporter, and then he's leaning into it, right? He's posting like follow the white rabbit and stuff. That because he's got so many non-political, and that's key, non-political followers and this massive fan base that are watching this the same way that they saw, if you look at Sam Bankman-Fried, who's just been arrested in the Bahamas, being extradited to the U.S. on fraud charges at the federal level. They saw the regimes try to circle the wagons around him, particularly with the New York Times, and give this guy complete carte blanche, say he was a good guy, he just messed up. Meanwhile, all the people, and actually, this might be a good question for Tara, if you want to take this, that, kind of in the crypto space, you guys aren't necessarily conservative liberal, but is everything that's going on with Elon, everything that's going on with SBF, is that changing the way y'all look at mainstream media?
Yeah, I think it's already been changed, but it definitely opened up the eyes of many people who I would say probably leaned a little more left in the crypto space. To see them just completely diverge and come to the right side. It's crazy because it's so blatant, and these people have been affected directly, and you can't hide it. And even if the media doesn't want to report on it, you can't hide it. It's out in the open. It's blatant. It's obvious. And then a perfect example was the WEF having FTX promoted right on their website and then scrubbing it as soon as this all went down. Since when does the WEF promote any sort of crypto? I mean, they've all hated Bitcoin because it was, it wasn't you couldn't regulate it. So that's why everyone loves it. That's why Bitcoin was even started. And I think a lot of crypto people didn't realize that it was sort of meant to be kind of anti-control, anti-government, all of the establishment. So I think a lot of people who just kind of got into crypto to make some money or goof around online have come to this realization that there is a deep, deep rabbit hole, and it doesn't just stop there. I mean, everything seems to be kind of snowballing. And I was just going to add to the conversation in regard to the media not reporting on Twitter files. It would legitimize everything that all of us have been saying for years and been called conspiracy theorists for. So, I mean, we would all be legitimate now, and they would be illegitimate, which they are. I mean, let's face it, that's why everyone's on Twitter. I mean, I've almost doubled my followers in the last month since Elon Musk took over and has interacted with me and come to spaces and all of that, which is amazing. I mean, he even is snubbing the media and coming and doing his interviews right here with common folk like us, and they're having to come to Twitter to hear what is being said. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. And he's an amazing businessman, and I think he's taking the right steps in sort of forcing the media's hand and forcing them to come to us. Like we're in control now. We are the reporters now. You can come to us. You can hear Elon's talking points and try to, take something from it and make him look bad, but it's just not working in their favor because more people are just coming to Twitter. I mean, there is a huge wave of conservatives coming back to Twitter now who were either, wrongfully suspended or just got off of here because of what they did to Trump and did to all of us when they suppressed us and censored us. I mean, my first account was suspended. I mean, it's crazy. So I don't know. I think the media is dying, and I think they're gonna just, I guess, go down with the ship rather than try to sway with the sentiment and realize that people are onto their whole grift.
By the way, we got Libs of TikTok on here. One of the great threats against the regime. Just phenomenal. Libs is probably one of the most targeted social media accounts, and honestly, one of the most effective. It's just amazing. Can
you speak? You want to speak?
Yeah, I don't know. AOLX is in charge of the tech. I'm definitely not this. I'm the worst. Don't even begin to try to have me.
I invited her, but if she isn't able, then that's fine. But I invited her to speak.
No,
That'd be amazing. I invited Elon Musk, so we'll see if he has time to show up. I think it would be cool for him to come interact with, ALX after he resurrected your account and did what he did. So I think it would be cool to show support.
Just
Hi.
saw RC Maxwell, by the way, is back up on Twitter. He texted me and he said, I think my account's back. And then turns out, yes, it is back. So that's Black Hannity. If you guys don't know, RC Maxwell has been around for a long time, works for Veritas now. Just absolute great guy. And I texted him. Let me see if he says how he got his account back. Yeah, he requested his account. Sorry, it's my 2-year-old. He did request his account back. And Roger Stone had said this as well in a Substack over the weekend, that a lot of these people, they're just requesting their accounts back, even if they were banned years ago. And for the first time ever, they're finally getting back responses that say, oh, okay, you're restored. So they've completely upended the process. And if there's anyone that obviously they couldn't be listening to this right now, but if there's anyone that was banned, and I actually mentioned this to James O'Keefe the other day, just put it in the request. Just put it in, and it seems like they're actually overturning these bans now.
So I want to talk about one thing really quick. So Kristen, I don't know if you're there or not, but I saw that you have some of the Twitter code you published today, and Elon replied to that, and you said that there's more coming. Can you expand on that? I think it's super interesting.
Sure. Did he reply to so I saw he replied to the first one. Did he reply to what I did today? I'm not sure if he did yet.
No, just the first one is what I mean.
So,
I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know if he replied today, but walk everyone through it. I think it's super interesting.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I know Matt had asked me about that a little bit earlier, but I'll definitely walk everyone through it. So basically I have access to two different databases or files. One is called political misinformation, and the other has a larger categorization of what was deemed as political misinformation. So I can see examples of flag tweets. I can see the algorithm that was used. I can see the score of those tweets from 1 to 290. And then I can see what action was taken, whether it was approved, whether it was denied or kept up. So I think it's important for people to understand with this reporting, because it's really complex, and I'm struggling to report this way through a series of tweets on all of this machine learning type stuff. But just because, for example, you see the term MyPillow, that doesn't necessarily mean that Twitter was going to take it down. It had to be used in a correlation or combination with other things. One of the terms that kept coming up over and over was this movie 2000 Mules. So they said that they were quote unquote neutral on 2000 Mules, the person I spoke to. However, they saw that the entity, it's a search term, the entity of 2000 Mules associated with other words such as election fraud showed political misinformation in their eyes. So therefore, they would flag that. And then it would, again, go to AI or manual review. And so it's there's like literally thousands of cells to go through in this. And I've shared about 30 of them. But like, again, so even if I just share one, keep in mind, like there could be another 200 that are literally saying the same thing. So there's not the equivalency of bias on both sides in the data set, right? If you're talking about political misinformation, if you're using certain words to flag for political misinformation, ideally that data set would be equal on the left and the right. And based on the data that I'm seeing, it's just not there. And so people, when they're looking at this, I think they're not really sort of understanding that component of it when they say, well, what does this really mean? Like, why was Twitter monitoring for MyPillow? Why was Twitter monitoring for FJB? Why was Twitter monitoring Gab? Why was as partisan media? Why did Twitter flag Newsmax as partisan media, right? So they're like all of these different data sets are in there and in what I'm going through. Also, every sort of government entity as well, right? So ICE is there, and the FBI as well, right? So I see FBI, and then that with specific terms. I see China a lot. I see Russia a lot. So I'm still really like trying to report live as I'm here and doing all this, but there's just a lot to unpack. And I think what Matt said earlier is really true, right? Even though I'm reporting about this on Twitter, like this is really a systemic issue that's much larger than Twitter. I believe the same is most likely happening at Facebook as well. And I think one of the greatest challenges and threats to this country, at least in terms of social media content moderation and the future of it, is the role of artificial intelligence and how it's being leveraged. And so AI can be used for good or for bad. When it comes to the US versus China, it's definitively clear we're losing that race right now. And if you don't have data scientists who are equally right-leaning in these companies like Twitter, this is a perfect example of what happens. And when I asked how many of your colleagues that were involved in this were right-leaning, the answer is none, right? And so garbage in, garbage out. What you put in one side comes out the other when you're talking about data and machine learning.
Well, guys, we just hit 6,000 in the chat here, and I got to say, Charlie, I don't know if the schedule is set yet for AmFest, but I mean, this really seems like something we should do, like a live spaces at America Fest this weekend.
We should do a
in
live
Phoenix. What do you think?
At AmFest with
right?
Tucker, with Bannon, with it's going to be amazing. By the way, everyone's got to get their tickets, right, Jack? And promo code POSO will actually save them some money.
Yeah, you got to get. We're flying out. Promo code POSO's got you, but I don't even know how many tickets are left unless they're able to maybe open up some seats or something in the convention
we got a
center.
Few left.
Because
amfest.com.
Yeah, we're flying out. It starts Saturday. We fly out. Let me see. I'm going to fly out there a few days early, so I'm going to do my show from headquarters, and then I'll be there probably Wednesday around noon, and then we're actually pre-filming a bunch of content that's going to run at AmFest, and for some stuff that's going to run afterwards because I don't feel like working that week, the week after Christmas. Yeah, you got to take some time for family. But we're going to be pre-recording a whole bunch of interviews with people who are at America Fest, and then we should totally do that. Do people realize who's all going to be there?
Huh?
Do people realize that I think pretty much every major, I would say, conservative new right podcast show, etc., is literally going to be under one building?
It's going to be amazing. I want to get to Libs at TikTok. What's going on? You finally not banned all the time, and to the lesser extent. Floor is yours, Libs.
Let the hate speech flow.
Hi, everyone. This is a surprise.
Hi.
We're all of the most banned and suppressed accounts altogether.
Yes.
Totally agree. Hey, Shia, I have a question for you. It's you take a look at the Twitter files. I mean, yours was so intriguing to me when I read it because the direct threats against you that remained on the platform, like literally calling to firebomb you, kill Shia Raychek, like all these things that have been floating around, even behind the scenes, like they determined that those weren't hate speech, but everything you put out, even determining your intentions, when all you do is like put up a mirror to these psychos on TikTok, your hate speech and your intent is hate speech, and you're the one they're accusing of being a threat to the LGBTQ community, but it's actually quite the opposite. What's your reaction when you see this stuff? If you don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. Like, I got probably about 300 death threats a month. And, is that the media's fault for always painting me as being a terrorist and being homophobic and transphobic and all those, insults that they hurl at me without any evidence? So if me just posting about, let's say, a drag show is harassment and is terrorism and results in violence, then is them criticizing me the same thing, right? Because they criticize me and then I get death threats. But, obviously whenever we ask that, it's obviously the answer is no, because they're hypocrites and it only goes one way.
100%. I think we see that pretty clearly within the Twitter files because, you have a woman here that is just absolutely killing it in the world of journalism and reporting, while we have the left and the feminists claiming out that we want more rights for women, we want more spaces for women. But as long as you have the right think, as long as you have the right politics, and as long as you're on the right side, but if you're the type of woman that comes out and does something against everything we believe in, you get death threats. And not only are we going to defend the death threats, we're just going to let them be. And so you're on your own. I just think it's wild. It's insane to me.
Yeah. And then whenever they get, criticized or called out, they always play the victim game. Like we see with this Roth guy, what he's doing tonight, claiming that he had to flee. I mean, there were 3 times already when I had to flee my house. I literally booked a flight and left town because I was scared. But obviously they're never going to cover that. They don't care. And I mean, what we've seen, usually there's no basis for their claims. So I wouldn't even be surprised if he is lying about having to flee his house.
Well, yeah,
I wouldn't doubt either.
Yeah, this is the only defense that they have. I mean, so talk about. I mean, you're constantly exposing not just the stuff on TikTok, but you're such a threat because of your capacity to aggregate and then distribute it, and it really bothers them. I mean, what's that woman's name? That really sick person, Taylor Lawrence or whatever her name is.
Taylor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I like to call her Tay-Tay, so I always refer to her as Tay-Tay. That's my nickname for her, and if everyone could do that, that would be really great.
No, she's a neurotic freak. Like, I mean, she everyone's past COVID, and she's still tweeting this crazy stuff out about I'm still really worried about the Q variant or whatever it is. Anyway, but you're a huge threat to them. And it's because you're able to really pinpoint and find this content and distribute it. I mean, I've never heard you say this, but why do you keep doing this? Why don't you just close your account? What is the why for you? I've actually never heard you talk about that.
Yeah, I feel like at this point I have a moral obligation to continue because once I started, and I'm sure a lot of people can feel the same way. Once you start and you look into everything that's going on, and you're aware, you see how bad it really is, and you see how much there is to just expose and to raise awareness about, and you just I can't stop. I feel like right now I have an obligation to continue for the future of our children and for humanity.
Shia, Benny Johnson here, huge fan of your account. Love the content that you put up. But as somebody who does content for a living, I find it particularly interesting that all you do is notice, right? You're technically a journalist that is serving a beat, so you're walking and reporting on a beat, and you're just noticing what's going on. And that seems to be your crime, is that this is your beat. You're simply, nobody's arguing that the videos you're putting up are doctored or aren't true or are somehow, malevolently or maliciously intended. You're simply reposting libs.
Yeah. The crime is noticing. That's the entire crime. So they want to be able to groom and sexualize kids, for example, without anyone noticing. And the second we start noticing and asking questions and raising awareness about it, that's when they freak out. It's putting a wrench in their entire agenda. So you're not allowed to notice.
I did have a follow-up question for you as it pertains to the photo of Taylor Lawrence triple masking on one of your relatives' doorsteps when she was trying to hunt you down. Mm-hmm. It was like a Ring doorbell photo. It was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. And since Taylor Lorenz is definitely on a sock account listening to this, I'm wondering if you had a message for her.
A message for Taylor? I think about this a lot, and I think I'm going to save my response for a special occasion. But I will note that I did offer Taylor to go on a date with her because, she harasses me a lot. She DMs me for comment and for this, and she's always talking about my account. So I'm like, obviously she wants to date me. So
is Taylor, is she into that?
So my first response was, listen, Taylor, I understand you, but I'm straight. So I don't know. I'm in a predicament here. And then finally I agreed and I said, okay, I'll go on a date with you. And her response was, this lady is weird as hell. So I offered.
Wait, she says that being gay is weird? How dare she?
Wait, is she homophobic? Is Taylor
Wait a second.
homophobic?
Would you be able to take her on a date even though the nursing home she lives in has strict visitor hours?
I think we could arrange all the logistics, but to your point earlier, it does kind of sound homophobic of Taylor. So I'm not sure what's going on.
No, but Taylor Lorenz is like super old though. Like she plays this like young girl, like she's like this new 23-year-old reporter. I mean, like relative old, but she's not at all.
She was born in 1897.
She was a bit out of my age range, but she was really begging, so I was like, fine. She pulled at my heartstrings. But she also complains a lot that I never showed my face. And then I literally said, I'll go on a date with you and we'll live stream it. And so
you should triple mask while you're on your date.
Yeah, well, it's not happening.
So we got to have you do a virtual appearance at AmFest, by the way. It would be amazing. We would love to have you walk through some of your stuff. It would be incredible. Because the only way to push back against these people, these neurotic freaks, is to show them that no matter how much they attack you, you're not going to back down and that you have supporters. That's what we're going to do this weekend in Phoenix, by the way, is show people that, yes, we do outnumber you. We are going to out-organize you. We have more energy than you. And I just think it's super admirable. These people have literally tried to destroy your life. And the second you criticize them, they're like, oh my goodness, I'm getting all these mean messages. Like that's your job is to try to create hate for other people. That's what they do. And as soon as you start to call them out, they complain about it indefinitely.
Yeah, they always cry victim. Well, they're doing worse to me. They're actually calling me things that are false. I'm not calling anyone anything. I'm not calling LGBT activists terrorists. Like they're calling me all those things. And then that results in a lot of hate and a lot of death threats, a lot of security threats. But they don't care. So, but yeah, we'll definitely.
Well, no, talk about Scott Wiener, because you and I both tweeted at him, and then he does the same thing, right? So Scott Wiener comes out with his fake thing, the Cursor Gate. That was like 2 weeks ago, where he's like, look at this, hate crime thing or this death threat, which again, we don't support death threats for anybody, but it didn't really seem very legit. And again, I think you said it perfectly. Your crime is noticing, because you dare notice what these degenerate people are doing to children, the curriculum, all this stuff happening. And they don't like it. It's a legit exposure project. But have you heard anything from Scott Wiener recently? He just went on a huge PR tour trying to blame me and blame you for all the death threats. Sounds like Yoel Roth, actually super similar.
I did not see that, but I mean, I don't know if you guys saw, I got a death threat after Scott Wiener tweeted about me, a really, really scary one. There was is there a way to put it up on the top with the tweets?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, let me look for it. Did you tweet it recently?
Yeah, it was like last week.
Okay, I'll take a look.
So I guess, I didn't know, Charlie, that he was on a media tour now complaining about us.
Oh, yeah, no, every like LGBTQ Nation, like The Advocate, the San Francisco Chronicle, which is, no different than LGBTQ Nation. Like they wrote up all this stuff and they were saying that we were to blame for all the death threats and that he's going to be stronger than ever to go fight for, whatever rights that he's doing, the HIV spreading thing that he's fighting for or whatever.
Yeah. And then I received a death threat after he lied about me, but he doesn't feel bad.
I think I put it up. Is that the one?
Where is it?
It's just at the top. It says Senator, a few hours after Senator Scott Wiener tweeted lies about me, I received this death threat.
It's my death threat. It was as legit as his death threat. They both had a cursor at the end.
Never forget that those people that came out of the closet now want to put us in a closet. Never forget that.
Should we all just post our best death threats?
We get them every day. It's not a fun part of public life, but it's unfortunately what happens.
Posos had a promo code in his, so I'm not sure how authentic his was.
So I want to get to Seth Dillon. Seth more than anybody else could probably take credit for the fact that Elon bought Twitter. Seth's going to be at America Fest this weekend. Seth, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you? You transitioning on us? Your name's Erica now, or is that your wife's account?
Hey, we've been through this. I can't figure out this app for the life of me. Okay, so I had to use my wife's account, and it's very complicated. But
Charlie, was that you at the airport grabbing that lady's bag?
Oh, Benny,
tell us. Just give it back. It's weird.
Seth, what's up?
Not much, man. How are you doing?
Good. So, Seth, I guess the question I asked earlier is: should we care? Should we try to force the hand of the mainstream media to cover the Twitter files? They've been totally silent on it. Does it matter? Are we able to win the broader discussion without any coverage from them?
I don't know how you force their hand. I mean, if it's actually a real legit story that everyone should care about, they don't care about it. And if it's a nothing story that no one should care about, they turn it into something and make up something so they cover that. And I don't know how you veer them off of that course. It's just what they do. You know, it's all about the narrative. So if it's not driving the narrative, they just suppress it to the extent they can. They're just doubling down on doing what they were doing in coordination with Twitter to begin with. So I don't know. I mean, the cool thing about what Musk has done with Twitter is so amped up right now, and there's so many people on it. There's so many people engaged on it, and it's getting so much attention despite the media's best efforts not to give it attention, that I just feel like all these stories are really amplified. And I don't know, maybe it's the bubble that I'm in because I'm on Twitter so much. You guys tell me, but it feels to me like there's a lot of attention on this despite the media's best efforts.
Seth, do you think that there will be any type of meaningful zeitgeist penetration of this story without corporate press covering it? Or the flip side of this is, are they so broken? Is the corporate media so broken that when they try and cancel you, when they try and cancel the Bee, when they try and cancel Shia and Libs of TikTok, that they make you more powerful? Same thing happens with Tucker, right? Like, is it going to be a Streisand effect that they're not going to cover it, and then more people are going to care?
Well, I mean, already they're doing their best to not cover it, and whether or not like the American people in general on a broad scale like care more as a result of that. I mean, I think a lot of people can see through the nonsense and see that there's so much bias at play here. It is a big deal, no matter how much people try to downplay it and say that it's not a big deal, that there's government agencies that are back behind the scenes working with Twitter to suppress accounts that they don't like, and Twitter arbitrarily making decisions suggesting that people violated terms that they never violated. All of that is a really, really big deal. And I guess the challenge is just to continually push people to think, if this were happening in the reverse direction, if it was Twitter coordinating with Republicans to help Republican candidates and hurt Democrats by colluding together with the government and deciding who to censor, who not to, who to ban, who not to. If that was happening, would you think it was a big deal? And obviously the answer to that is yes. You know, it would be the biggest story that's ever happened before. And so, you know, maybe that's the angle that you go for, is just to show that, you know, this would obviously matter if the shoe was on the other foot. But I don't know. The fact that we're all able to get our voices out there on Twitter right now, that we're getting our voices back, what Elon's done is absolutely huge, because this is getting a lot more attention than it would have otherwise. Obviously, it's been surfaced, and we're all allowed to talk about it. There's accounts that are now restored that weren't restored before, so it's awesome.
Do you personally believe that Twitter will become the prominent media ecosystem because anyone who does content for a living is not going to want to invest in something where you just wake up one day and your account's gone? So I don't care if you're just a meme, if you're an Anon meme account, or if you're the Babylon Bee. It was really, I mean, and I personally think this was an attack to destroy your business. I think this was an attempt to actually destroy your company, the Babylon Bee. When they deplatformed you, that was the purpose. Because there's always an ulterior motive here.
I think it's a large part of the purpose. I think the main target, though, is the truth. The truth is what they're after. They really want to suppress and silence anybody who challenges what their new version of reality, which is, you know, that men can become women. You know, they want everyone to affirm that 2 and 2 make 5. So it doesn't, you know, I consider us collateral damage in that whole battle, because we're willing to speak the truth and stand by it. And so obviously they're going to want to take us down.
But humor is now legal. Humor is legal on Twitter again. Elon Musk tweeted Twitter is. Did he tweet exactly that? That humor
he did.
Is legal?
Comedy is now legal, and
yes.
I have big question marks about this, and I haven't engaged him a lot personally to try to get answers to these questions. But one of my major questions is, you know, Twitter has not updated their terms yet. So you still have terms in there that prohibit misgendering, for example, dead naming, like the radical gender ideology is still baked into the terms of service. And so, well, Musk has made like judgments and exceptions and is unbanning people and is trying to restore speech. What's going to be done with the terms of service? I would like to see the terms of service rolled back to how they were, like, I don't know, 8 years ago on Twitter before they put all that stuff in there. I don't know when they actually inserted all of that stuff in, but there's older terms of service that basically protected lawful speech for the most part. I mean, it was like, with few exceptions, like in the hate speech area. But that stuff is all really fuzzy to define. I would like to better understand how that's going to work. Because Musk seems to, in practice, be kind of honoring this idea that we should have free speech there. But the terms haven't been updated yet.
We know
that's a big question.
The entire world saw your podcast with Elon Musk. It was incredible. You're close with him. Is it correct to say that Elon Musk bought Twitter because of you?
No, I wouldn't say it was because of us. I would say that, he spoke to this in a space not that long ago where, he was addressing this issue. Like, was there any one thing that motivated him to buy Twitter? And it wasn't one thing. It was really just this idea that there's so much concentrated power that's controlling public discourse. The town square is no longer free. And there's a lot of speech suppression of one side that's happening that's bad for society. It's bad for democracy. And he wanted to do something about that. And the B happened to just be one of those examples that hit home for him because we're one of the 130 or so accounts that he follows and has a relationship with. And so when we got locked out, it was a big deal to him that, this is an example of an account that I want to be able to continue to follow that now I can't follow. So it was, if anything, it was kind of icing on the cake or maybe a last straw, but it wasn't, I don't think, the driving impetus, like I have to spend all this money to free the Babylon Bee. But it definitely factored in, of course.
Mm-hmm. We also have Scott Pressler in the room if he wants to give an update on the RNC race. I know he's been working hard on that.
Thank you. Well, I had a few thoughts to dovetail on your discussion very briefly. I don't think the conversation should necessarily be centered on trying to get mainstream attention. I think Twitter is going to continue to be the most popular used social media application. And we're going to control Truth Social and Parler, and the libs are, the ones that won't stay on Twitter. They're going to go over to Tribal. But the only downside is on the left or right, those are going to be kind of echo chambers where you're not going to really have discussion and dialogue like we will on Twitter. Now, if we wanted to be smart, we could do something like, President Trump used to do, where he'd say, I'm going to make a major announcement on X controversial issue. And then when the red lights were on, he'd bring all these military generals that were supporting and endorsing his campaign. And we could do something similar to try to get the attention of mainstream if we want to go on that route. But otherwise, for those of you that don't know, Scott Pressler here, I'm leading the charge to make sure that we have a change of party leadership within the Republican National Committee. Our current chairwoman is Ronna McDaniel. And my main message is, look, it's been 6 years of losses, 18, 20, quote unquote, in 2022. And under her guidance and leadership, we've lost the Senate and we only have a narrow majority in the House. And so if any of you feel conservatively or are freedom lovers, you may not be a fan of the Republican Party, but I'm asking you to join it, to take it over, and let's create a party that we can all be proud of and that's going to actually win elections in 2024 and beyond. So we've created a website called hireharmeet.com. That's HIREHARMEET. Harmeet Dillon is a lawyer in California who is running against Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, and I'm endorsing and supporting her. And there are 168 voting members of the RNC, and those are the people that are going to be the decision makers as to whether Ronna stays or goes. So whatever state you're in, please go to hireharmeet.com. Contact the 3 individuals for your respective state and let them know how you feel. If you love Ronna, great, tell them. If you want new leadership, great, make your voice heard. But unless you make those emails, we're going to remain with the status quo of Mitch McConnell, Tom Emmer, and the current leadership within the RNC unless you guys do something about it. So thank you for your time.
Yes,
I'm for new leadership in the House.
That too.
I pinned the link to the top of this, by the way.
Scott, so people get
Scott's
super
tweet.
confused about the RNC process and they feel helpless. If everyone contacted their RNC leadership, this could be a very big deal, right? And it's hireharmeet.com. So can you just walk people through that? We want to democratize the process, right? We want to open it up when usually it's very clubby and it's done in the back room. This is now going to be opened up for people to actually participate. Can you walk through that?
Certainly. So kind of the party structure is one thing that I know that Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA has been really focused on is recruiting people to become precinct chairs, because that is the most ground level participation that a Republican can have in their party. And then after precinct chair, it goes to chairman. And then you have a committee man or committee woman, which is in the bylaws for every single state, that all states have a committee man, committee woman, including the Virgin Islands, America, Samoa, etc. And so the process is that we aren't just going to have the RNC members voting, but for example, to kind of show you how this is going to be democratized, we just had the Nebraska GOP chair rescind his endorsement for Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, in part because we've been emailing, we've been calling, we've been making our voices heard. And what he said is he's going to open up a vote to the State Central Committee. So within the state, you also have state central committee voters that are below the RNC. And those are the people that choose the RNC members. So as you can see, it's kind of this top-down approach, but instead we're going to focus bottom-up and top-down at the same time. And so I ask you guys to not only, contact those 3 voting members, but also the State Central Committee people that you can find online by simply typing in literally Utah GOP State Central Committee, Virginia GOP State Central Committee. And then that way, if these members of the RNC are asking for a vote, then that way they will not only have heard from you at the RNC at the top, but the State Central, the people that elected those committee men and committee women and chair people, will have also heard from you at the same time. And then you will be empowered to actually have your voice heard and represented. And last, we are very respectfully telling people, as we tell members of Congress and governors, the people that represent us, that if they are not willing to listen to the overwhelming majority of voters that want change within our party, then it is incumbent upon us and demanded upon us that we work to tirelessly repeal and replace those members that are voting against our interest. Very similar to what we did to the 8 out of 10 Republicans who are not returning to Congress that voted to impeach President Trump. So the message is, just to be succinct, Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, with all due respect, has no business returning for another term of the RNC, especially after 6 years of losses. We are asking for voting members of the RNC to support Harmeet Dillon for RNC Chairwoman. And respectfully, if our voices are not listened to, then we are going to work to replace those voting members. I hope that kind of
very
helps.
Good. That does. Hey, Matt, really quick. You mentioned some stuff in the House. Walk us through what the latest is of what's happening on 1-3. Speaker of the House. Walk us through that. And we had a good dialogue on my show today. But Matt, who's going to be Speaker of the House?
Not Kevin McCarthy if he needs 218 votes, because he doesn't have them. So, look, I think the policy changes to the operation of the House that are being sought by a handful of colleagues and myself are reasonable ones. The Jeffersonian motion to vacate, single subject, the ability to have conservative representation on committees, not just have committees captive to the lobbying groups who lobbied them. And, Kevin McCarthy has drawn a lot of red lines on those things and said that he won't negotiate them. And that's led, more than a dozen people to say currently he doesn't have their vote and he can't stand to lose but about 3 or 4. So, look, there's a lot of time between now and January 3rd. we'll work to try to get a House of Representatives worthy of the great people that we represent. And right now, I don't think we get that from Nancy Pelosi. And I don't think everybody did all this work to win the majority to see the gavel pass from one member of the California delegation to another.
But man, who's it going to be, Sebastian, here? Because, even when you ask great fighters like Jim Jordan, they're just not interested. So who wants it and who can get the votes? Give us a game plan.
So, I mean, here's the deal, Seb. Like, if Jim Jordan right now were the favorite of every member of the Freedom Caucus, myself, and that's how Kevin went down, Kevin's blood would be on Jim's hands, and thus he would be functionally disqualified from further consideration. Now, that's not to say that Jim's going to change his mind, though I'm going to work every day to try to convince him to. But there are a lot of people. Look, there are folks like Tom Cole, Steve Womack, Mike Simpson, Claudia Tenney. There are people like Lee Zeldin, former member like that, but who's currently in the body, that I think all could be effective at running a House of Representatives that wasn't captive to the lobby corps. And that's what we're going to fight for.
Thanks.
Hey, Alex, you have somebody else you want to welcome in?
I tried to add Kim, but it's saying error. Let me try and get him in. I'll try and send a DM to him.
Hey, Matt, while we got you here, I want to ask about some breaking news. Maxine Waters, of course, blows kisses to Sam Bankman fraud. She's supposed to obviously be overseeing this, and she missed the largest fraudulent scam, Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme collapse in American history. Many people are in my timeline. I tweeted this, and they're saying, no. This is about him avoiding responsibility. They didn't want him to testify. He's too much of an open book. He would have just spilled his guts in front of Congress. And so they arrested him in order to stop him from testifying, because he's all up in Fox reporters' mentions. He's all up in DMs. He's like a loose cannon. And so that's what's going around right now. As a member of the House, I mean, your thoughts on that? Is this a cover-up?
Well, first of all, I don't believe any serious country should rely on Maxine Waters to catch and detect anything. If that's your last line of defense, God help you. And she blows kisses at everyone, whether she knows what direction she's blowing them or not. It's actually a little weird. But look, I think that this was an individual who was talking a lot and sharing a lot of perspective and not really listening to those who might have been advising otherwise. And yeah, I think that congressional testimony would have been pretty explosive and illuminating. She made very clear that wasn't going to happen at the outset. So I don't know that the arrest was a result of her action. Maybe they thought a Republican Congress was going to bring this guy in, but it was hard to imagine there wasn't going to be an arrest coming, just with the seemingly like a mountain of evidence of criminal culpability. I mean, I don't want to prejudge somebody, but golly, it seems like there was a whole lot going on here.
So you think that this could potentially be a protection mechanism to stop Republicans from having the gavel and the investigation chief to potentially pull back, like who was behind this operation, who he was funding?
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of people we can ask those questions to. So if that's what it was, that's not going to be effective, because these types of calls are not executed by one person alone. They can't be administered by one person alone. So, I honestly think that this was an arrest likely as a consequence of criminal culpability more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Not getting the Ghislaine Maxwell treatment.
To change the topic for a second, and maybe ALX or Benny or Jack, I don't know where Jack is, could walk me through it. What Twitter file drop are we on? Like, I lose track of this. And like, is there? How many more are there going to be?
We're on the Ruby files. That's the Twitter we're on.
Okay. So
Ron, official number 5, that was Barry's, and then
how many are there going to be? Is this going to be like Survivor and it goes on for like 25 years or something?
So per my question to Elon, he said that he's going to release all of the files. I don't know if they'll all be in drops like this, but I feel like the most important points will be highlighted. Like, for example, I think the next one that they're going to go on to is the COVID files, because he kind of hinted at the Fauci thing. So,
aren't you here for it, Charlie? Are you already tired of winning on the Twitter files? I'm here if this goes on forever.
No, I love it. I'm just trying to manage my expectations here. Like, you have to wonder. I mean, we talked about this earlier, what they deleted and the missing pieces of all of this. And then legitimately, who is going to act on this and how? I mean, from a consumer fraud standpoint. And then a more interesting question is, Elon is admitting that he purchased a crime scene. Does that mean he also inherited a massive risk and liabilities, right? Or, I mean, this is more kind of a corporate law question that I'm not able to answer fully at all, but is he going to be potentially held liable for a lot of this, or is he, or is there an indemnification clause, I guess?
He's not going to be culpable for any of the conduct that occurred before they got there, but obviously he has a duty to resolve those issues and not create lagging liability for his investors. I think that what's going to be dragging at him are the derivative suits that come out of the Tesla investment entity, because those folks are going to try to make the argument that his duty to Tesla is being somehow diminished as a consequence of his Twitter activity. So that'll be the Chihuahua chewing at his ankle as he proceeds to revolutionize the frontiers of speech.
Yeah, so I guess what you're saying is that he won't be culpable for all of it. I mean, because I could just imagine a flurry of law. I mean, people are asking me, Charlie, are you going to sue? And I mean, yeah, I mean, we went from 120,000 retweets a day to 800 retweets a day. So, I mean, we have a material way to prove that, our bottom line and our ability to get the message out was impacted, right? For the do not amplify tag that was assigned. But the question is, who do I sue, right? Like, do I sue the former board of directors? Do I sue Twitter, which I don't want to do? I don't want to sue a company that I now think is heading in the right direction. So, do I sue the federal government for, suppressing our speech and meeting via proxy to shut us up, and circumvent the Constitution? And that's a legitimate question. Like, if I were to sue, who do I sue?
Well, it would depend on what legal theory, right? If you're saying that they breached their terms of service with you, that's a different thing than if they, were engaging in some sort of deception. And then, you're not, I mean, Twitter, what duty do they really owe you, right? Probably no duty beyond their terms of service, and their terms of service give them this ability to moderate essentially, without much limit. And so I don't know if there's I think the damages are easier to prove than the duty that they owe you.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And I mean, but then is there also a case to sue the federal government for suppressing speech by proxy, right? I mean,
you should sue the DNC and you should sue the FBI, because they put the censorship team in place, and that's where you get the most interesting discovery and most interesting evidence.
So sue the federal government for their meetings and then suppressing us. The question is how do I prove that the do not amplify tag that was put on my account was because of the federal government, right? That's the question.
Well, it's the collusion between the Democratic Party and the institutions that they control. I mean, we know that the deep state is in bed with the Democratic Party. They don't like the right very much because, they have an easy way now with censoring people and controlling the media without politicians really doing anything about it. And so they are the target that you want to aim for, right? Because if you do get discovery and if you do get depositions of people like Roth, you can ask them, how many contacts have you had with the FBI? How much influence have they used, to make you an asset and to execute all these ideas that they gave you? And there you go.
Yeah. So how confident? I mean, Jack is putting his kids to bed and he'll be back. So I mean, Yoel Roth was obviously an instrument or an asset in one way, right? And interestingly enough, I actually think a couple months ago, there was another story where the DHS paid money to that nonprofit to censor people via social media. I don't know if you guys remember that story or not, but it wasn't really widely covered, but it showed that Mayorkas and DHS, this was back in early October, it came out, was paying these third-party companies to then go to the social media companies and, put threat tags on us, which was obviously unconstitutional. But it wouldn't then just be me. It would be basically everybody on this chat could do a class action lawsuit against the federal government, right? I mean, there's never been, at least to my knowledge, just one of the great, campaigns of the suppression of speech of the modern era.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you need to look where all of this is coming from, right? This is not an individual employee making these decisions and guiding a major organization like Twitter the way he wants, right? It's a group of people. It's the general counsel. It's former FBI employees that are now at Twitter. It's people that are aligned with the, political forces on the left, but also communicating directly with them. So there's a lot here that you can work with, right? A really good law firm can make a case and say this is actually, a criminal conspiracy to undermine, our basic human rights, the Constitution, democracy. Like this thing is much bigger than a couple of individual players that are now getting exposed by these releases. You can be sure that there's much more to it, much more guidance from those people who wanted this censorship in place, right? So those people are the ones you want to target.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have people coming nonstop asking to represent me for that. And again, I don't know the law that well. It's just the damages, as Matt, smartly said, are way easier to prove than that. It's also.
Well, hey, Charlie, this is Gates. Don't look at it from a civil standpoint, but look at it from an oversight standpoint. Like, when we look at the people in the national security apparatus that we want to question, the policy making, the rule making, the reports that were done, the regular monitoring, the meetings, the notes from those meetings out of all this. It's only the limits of one's imagination as to what you might find regarding that very collusion and the extent to which, like, the DNC was able to cloak their political goals with the platform through the features and credibility of the national security state.
Yeah, it's also another interesting wrinkle in this that I don't know if it's illegal or not, but it was done in a way where it's one thing to ban somebody from Twitter. That's really bad, obviously. But they did it without ever telling us, right? They did it without ever notifying any of the account holders that there was basically a thumb on the scale of your account. Now, we knew it was happening, but every time we talked about it, we were called conspiracy theorists and QAnon or whatever, right? But we really don't know even how
Rick
deep.
Wilson just said, we suck. He said, if you believe you're being shadow banned, it's not that your content isn't of interest to people. It's just that we suck.
Yeah, and so obviously we now know, the do not amplify tag was put on my account and Bongino and then Jay Bhattacharya and all these others, and I guarantee you there's more. I just think it was just serendipity. Mine got, published in the Twitter file first. I bet every single person on this chat is going to be on some list at some point, right? Especially through hashtags or through, and we already know that, with some of the other stuff that's coming out. But what's so fascinating, and, I'd love Matt or Benny or whoever, Kim, you want to chime in, which I find interesting, is that they were not confident enough to censor us and then own it. They had to censor us, do it quietly and secretly, and then lie about it.
Yeah. That's the beautiful thing, because they have done that and they have lied in front of lawmakers under oath about it. That's such a huge opening. So the first thing I would do, if you really want to take legal action, your lawyer writes a letter to Twitter and asks them to disclose all the details of everyone who has ever been subjected to these tools. And then you look at the most prominent people on that list. Your lawyers reach out to them and say, hey, do you want to do a joint legal action against whoever was responsible for that? And then you go wherever the evidence leads, right? So your lawyers can subpoena Twitter to get more information. You can go and pick your targets, but you will end up picking the political party that is responsible for all of this. It's the Democrats that have set up the system of censorship and media control and, quite frankly, manipulation of elections. And that's something you want to get to.
Then what's the remedy? I mean, let's pretend I sue and I could finance it or whatever, do it on contingency. What's the remedy I asked for? Like,
sue them for $100 billion or some crazy shit. I mean, it's big enough, If you have enough people, you want to go big.
By the way, we just crossed 10K listening right now, so thank you to everyone tuning in, all the 10,000 listeners. It's going to be a great space. Let's continue.
I think that's a good point to remind people to share the space as well, Joel, if that's okay. If everyone tweets out the space, then you'll likely get
absolutely and
way
tweet
more.
it out to Elon Musk as well.
I just want
to just a quick poll here. Does anybody want to let Kyle Rittenhouse speak? Just a thought.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Of course.
I invited him up.
By the way, almost everybody here is going to be at America Fest this weekend. If you guys want to get your tickets, it's amfest.com. But I think it's interesting. I mean, I just find it, we may never know the extent of the impact of this. Obviously, the election is the easy thing to keep pointing to. The lives lost in 2020 with the suppression of ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, all that other stuff. But, Elon unexpectedly purchasing this. Here's an interesting thing, guys, to think about for those of us that are chatting about this. I actually think Elon purchasing and liberating Twitter, I would rather have this than the Republicans control the Senate. I know that sounds super provocative, but it's what is happening in real time. If Twitter continues to open up the way it is and we keep on learning this the way we are, that is a greater good for a free society than, being able to get a marginal concession on a corporate tax rate.
Was that meant to be provocative? I mean, really, Charlie? I mean, I presume.
Well, I get a lot of hate mail on that.
Charlie, that's about as provocative as me saying I'd rather have Elon on Twitter than Kevin McCarthy be Speaker of the House.
No, but nothing's going to change in the House unless we have new leadership that's from the Freedom Caucus. That everything has changed already just in the last 10 days when it comes to Twitter. And to go back to the previous point, and I made this on yesterday's space, is that the most interesting facet outside of the James Baker revelation is you look at this internal traffic. It's arrogance. I mean, it's utter arrogance, but it's also massive incompetence. And it's just there will be that piece of paper sooner or later. There will be that paper trail that either allows people like you, Charlie, to bring a massive case against Twitter or the government, or there will be something that allows all of us to bring a class action against them. So they're not. None of them are geniuses. There's nobody inside Palo Alto. I mean, outside of Elon Musk, that actually was Machiavellian in all of this. They're pikers, they're amateurs, and they're arrogant ones. And that's why sooner or later we will have that email chain or that Slack chain that will be prima facie evidence of First Amendment, Fourth Amendment infractions. And that's when people like you and all of us need to get busy.
Yeah, I mean, having a platform where we can speak and actually challenge authority is, I mean, it shouldn't have to be an either or. We should have won the Senate, but 2022 is a great year thanks to what Elon did. I mean, despite the midterms being underwhelming, and you could tell by the way that they're covering this and they're threatening Elon and they're mobilizing. The Democrats should be celebrating for winning the Senate. Instead, they're freaking out that their conduit to shut us all up is going in the absolute wrong direction for them.
That's exactly right. And they are realizing right now how big of a problem this is going to become for them. I mean, just look at John Brennan today coming out of his deep state cave, attacking Elon. They are hurting, and they know that they have a big problem coming to them. So, we need to take this opportunity and really bring this fight back to them, because they have been so malicious in everything that they have done that we now have to get them back.
If you haven't checked out the John Brennan BTFO ratio from the seventh circle of hell, I encourage you go and check the mentions on John Brennan's tweet. It is a ratio unlike anything I've ever seen on this platform. Thus underlying the point.
Think about this, guys. If Twitter was important enough for the FBI and the DHS to have weekly meetings, and it's been reclaimed and at least going in the right direction, liberated, and Seth made a good point, the terms of service do need to be rewritten. The intel agencies have lost one of their great assets to control us. That's a really big deal.
Which means they'll do everything they can to bring down Elon.
Well, and that's the question, right, for kind of all of us to think about, which is, Elon is obviously anticipating and or going through all of the different kind of threat assessments of them going after Tesla, them going after Starlink. But, what happened? I mean, how does that play out, right? Game that out, because they can't allow Twitter to actually restore itself as a platform. Let's put it this way. They cannot allow 2016 Twitter to exist again. 2016 Twitter is an existential threat to the Democrat Party.
Well, Charlie, that the first vector being the foreign ownership, right? You've already seen Chris Murphy signal that with the Democrats having 51 senators, they're going to have subpoena power, and their first kind of a salvo of attack is going to be where Elon raised the money.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a weak attack, given those are the same people that are like defending Al Jazeera. But sure. I mean, good luck. So
I simply want to the point of 2016, 2015 was certainly the golden era of Twitter. I think we all agree on that. To that point, 14 minutes ago, Robert Malone just sent his first tweet in probably 2 years. Test. So it looks like Dr. Robert Malone back on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean,
let's invite him in.
I'm on it. I'm gonna go to his DMs right now.
I think Carrie Lake is coming on in a second too.
Who else is as surprised as I am that Elon's going after Fauci and the COVIDiots as well? Who is pleasantly surprised?
I mean, I'm shocked. He just probably convinced himself he's in a simulation or something, and he just keeps going.
Well, no, what actually happened is he listened to a space that I did a couple of days back with the former vice president of EcoHealth, the company that had the gain of function contract to create COVID-19 in the Wuhan lab. And we spoke for 3 hours about everything that happened. And anyone here who hasn't a clue about the origin of COVID-19 should listen to that. And anyone who does will come to the same conclusion that Fauci and the U.S. government are responsible for the creation of COVID-19.
Yeah, and that actually opens up a really interesting point, Kim, which is the liberation of Twitter might actually open up so many demons the regime might not be able to control it. They might have to triage, right? So because of how many corrupt forces ran through Twitter, we're going to learn about the NIH, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, and it's becoming less about Twitter, and it's becoming more about Twitter being almost a meeting point or a gathering point for every major corrupt force in the world that we can then almost reverse engineer and get back to them, right? So it's going to be self-preservation mode for these people very soon, in a very serious way. And the intel agencies to the defense contractors, I mean, just wait until we get to the Ukraine files, right? I mean, my goodness, not to mention everything we've seen the last couple months. So, I mean, Kim, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, the Democratic Party, the deep state cabal, they don't need to worry about Russia. They don't need to worry about Elon.
To some extent, Elon has a bit of immunity. I know we're all worried what they might do to Elon, but his position with SpaceX and Starlink and NASA and with the U.S. Air Force, he has a ton of allies within the U.S. government that does provide him a bit of immunity to some of the political games that are being played. The military does not want anything happening to SpaceX or Starlink. Those are strategic key advantages for them. So I think there's a lot of people on Elon's side within the U.S. government that are probably going to be protecting him at the same time.
That's super smart.
Right, but there are enemies there. There are enemies there too, because think about the companies that compete there that don't want to see those sole source contracts. For all of those friendships, there are people on the other side of those relationships, and at some point they become zero sum.
Yeah, and that's the question, right?
SpaceX is so far ahead of some of those that ULA is not even a competition anymore for SpaceX. So, I mean, and everyone knows that.
Do they need Elon more than Elon needs them from a geopolitical national security standpoint, from satellite to Starlink to even implementing their green energy nonsense, right? So that
cheap access, very cheap access to U.S. to low Earth orbit is a key strategic advantage, and the U.S. Air Force desperately needs it. So everything SpaceX is doing is utterly critical to national defense.
Yeah, so he has leverage, is what you're saying. Is that Elon is not one who could be cornered easily if he really believes in this, which is what it looks like he does. He has leverage around things that the entire Western Hemisphere relies upon.
By the way, welcome Kyle Rittenhouse to the stage.
I think we have Kyle up here now. Yo, Kyle.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Yo, what's up, Kyle?
Hello, sorry. It's hard to tell who's speaking. I'm new to Twitter Spaces.
Kyle, hey, this is Benny. This is Benny Johnson. Hey, everyone, throw up some emojis for Kyle. Let him know he's welcome here. Kyle, shoot your shot, man.
Yeah, I'm a little late to the party. I know we're talking about Twitter. I heard a little bit about suing old Twitter, and I absolutely agree, and I think that's a route I want to take. I read a little bit about Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and I don't think they're protected by that in old Twitter.
I wouldn't think so. Not with colluding with the federal government. I mean, I can't imagine that could be protected. Jack, welcome back.
I don't think so, and I'm just curious to see the censorship that took place in my case, like the support they took down, the people they put in Twitter jail or just completely outright removed from the platform for defending me and defending other people. And yeah.
I mean, I've never seen anything like what happened to you, Kyle, where it was illegal to say your name. You were a public figure. It was illegal to say your name on multiple platforms, not just Twitter.
I think just on Instagram, I think 3 days ago, I was allowed to put my name in my bio finally, like for my name.
Kim, how are you actually close to Elon?
I would say no comment.
Because the one thing that he promised that we still haven't seen yet is the algorithm. So we need to push Elon to release the algorithm.
Okay. Well, my understanding is that everything that was done in the background with all of these algorithms that were de-amplifying people is going to be released. There are a couple more Twitter file rounds to go. So that stuff is going to come out. And I think he has also already said that everyone who has been affected by these tools will know about it. So, I expect that there will be a big reveal about all the account owners that had been affected by it directly to them. So everyone will learn if they have been de-amplified, shadow banned, or anything else that happened to their accounts.
Do you think Jim Baker was able to effectively get rid of anything in the background while he was still working at Twitter before he was recently exited?
Yeah, that's a worry that Elon has already communicated, and that's a real possibility. But, fortunately, in a huge organization like Twitter, they do back up their servers, their databases, and emails. So all they have to do now is to restore one of the backups from, a year or 2 years ago, and they will have it all back. So any kind of effort that has been made to try and erase this history will be undone.
Maybe that's what led to delays that there were in just releasing the files.
Yeah, totally. I mean, they're literally fighting for their survival now. With all of this information coming out, it's becoming pretty clear how nasty this entire censorship regime was and who put it in place. So, their media operatives who are trying to make this into a nothing burger and telling everyone, don't look there, there's nothing to see there, they are all shit scared.
Okay,
because
wait, Kim,
there's much
who
more
put it?
coming.
All right, Kim, who put it in place though? Let's have a conversation because we're throwing around terms like algorithm, right? There's a lot that's involved in that, so let's get super technical. One, who put it in place? Who's responsible?
Well, obviously there are team leaders, right, that create the moderation tools, and they then instructed developers to write software based on the architecture that they wanted. So they would request from their coders, we need a tool where we can de-amplify a person, meaning whatever they are tweeting is not seen on timelines or is not going to be promoted at all like other content on Twitter, right? And all these coders do is execute that. But then again, the people that are running the moderation architecture are, of course, put in place and working with the Democratic Party, because that's really where this desire came from to censor people on Twitter, on all social media. And by the way, what has to be clear, Twitter is just the tip of the iceberg. The same thing is happening at Facebook. The same thing is happening at Google. All these companies are basically in bed with the Democratic Party. And people who want to understand why that is happening, there are two reasons. Number one, these are all monopolies. They should be broken up already. Google dominates the search space. Facebook is dominating with all its entities. All these companies have become so big that the only way they can prevent monopolistic measures against them is by being in bed with a political party that is going to protect them. So there's a financial interest for them to work with them in partnership to make all of this happen. These CEOs of those big tech companies, they don't care about politics. They care about making sure that their shareholders will get the maximum benefit out of their monopoly. And that is why this is happening.
Yeah.
Do you think there's an issue with ex-CIA and FBI still employed at Twitter currently? Do you think that that's, are they working for the Democratic Party? Do you find that to be a little bit troublesome?
Well, Elon is on it, right? So he has already fired Baker. He's fired a lawyer who was responsible for the appointment of Baker, who is also, by the way, deeply embedded with the Biden family. And then there are, of course, many others that are now being looked at for their roles previously in the deep state, and they're members of the CIA at Twitter. There's FBI people at Twitter. There's actually quite a big list of these people involved at Twitter, and of course they are being used as molds, as operators, assets to the deep state to further their agenda, which is, to make sure that the Democratic Party, which is the most friendly party to the deep state, and don't make a mistake here, there are also a lot of Republicans, unfortunately, who are, partner partnering with them. But the Democratic Party has just shown that they are more willing to go the way of, endless wars and complete chaos around the world, which really fuels the power machine of the deep state and generates the income for their stakeholders, which are all in the military industrial security complex. And now they're including pharma as well. Pharma is now part of the deep state because it's another way to siphon billions and billions of dollars out of the pockets of countries and ordinary people to make money with shitty pandemics and vaccines. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Congressman Gates, for the 13,000 people listening, can you give some context on who exactly Jim Baker is and how embedded in the deep state he is?
Well, I mean, Jim Baker was general counsel at the FBI during the Russia hoax. He was the one meeting with Michael Sussman, who was later accused of, converting this political dirt into, what they tried to utilize before a secret court to get an illegal, warrant to surveil people they thought were close to the Trump campaign. So he, was well embedded in that, was laundering information there. And then, as many of these folks, he goes and lands a job in big tech. But I mean, it wasn't just Baker. I mean, you look down the list of people who were, in the Department of Justice in the Obama years, even some in the early Trump years, they all end up, working for big tech. And it is a revolving door. And Kim described it totally correctly. They never really stop one job when they go to the other. And there is a control of the information ecosystem that they try to maintain in those various places, and Baker is no exception. And then the fact that he's trying to filter the information as the team at Twitter now is trying to get it out, that seems to be indicative of the cover-up being more insidious than the crime.
Just look at one really important example here, and that is what's happening in the mainstream media. You all remember what happened recently with Pelosi and her husband. None of the left media said anything about it, and the one journalist who actually, told the story as it happened, he fucking disappeared. They got rid of him. That is the control that they have over the left-wing media. And again, the example of Twitter is perfect because you see all of them yell against Elon and get mad about what he's doing, and that all these people that are now revealing the Twitter files are really just doing PR for a billionaire. It just exposes their entire scam that they have set up to manipulate and fool the American people. None of these people working at these organizations are real journalists. Many of them are on the payroll of the CIA. Just look at Operation Mockingbird. Educate yourself about how all of this really works. This entire system has been completely corrupted by spy agencies and now the Democratic Party, which is in bed with the deep state doing all of this shady stuff.
All roads lead to Twitter. That's what we're going to learn. The more files that are dropped, almost every one of these intel agencies, almost every one of these corrupt forces, they all had inroads to Twitter in one way or the other. To censor stories they don't like, to promote ones they do, to kick people off that were somehow a threat to them. It's going to be less and less about Twitter in the coming weeks and months, and more about the powerful forces that were able to get what they want through Twitter.
And if Twitter is willing to allow us to develop that pattern recognition on where elements of the government were trying to manipulate the ecosystem of the social media environment, that is going to accelerate the investigations into Meta, into Google, where we know this stuff was happening also. We are absolutely certain it was happening enterprise-wide here. And so when we see those patterns develop in Twitter, it's actually going to help us do our work a lot more quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, there's a Yoel Roth who currently works at every one of the big tech companies, just that they still have their jobs.
Yeah,
there's a
right.
really crazy thing too that happened here, which is this is Libby Emmons from Post Millennial, and the intentional suppression of people who did not adhere to the approved narrative had a huge impact on culture at large. So our amazingly leftist dominated culture would not have been that way were it not for this kind of perception. And the perception of what Americans think and believe and are interested in was totally skewed by this kind of censorship. It had a hugely far-reaching effect, not only on suppression of individuals, like I saw this chart before on Cerno's feed with Libs of TikTok. Jack Posobiec's follower account would have been bigger, Lib's follower account would have been bigger, but also the suppression of conservative outlets. Conservative outlets like the Post Millennial and others would have had a way larger reach and gained a lot more revenue, and then had the ability to have more resources so that we would have actually been able to compete with the New York Times and the Washington Post. But they just, solidified their ability to control things, to control the narrative, and to just maintain a stranglehold on journalistic resources. It's really shocking to see that, and I hope it opens up after this.
Well, just look at how close the midterm elections were, right? Imagine there was no censorship. Imagine none of these tools that they apply in the media and in big tech are working anymore. The elections would look completely different, and they know that, and that's why they have to use these types of tools to try and manipulate the outcome.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think it was total manipulation, and it was intentionally done. The other thing, too, that's interesting is a lot of the people who were doing this kind of suppression, it's not like they had, some education full of critical thinking and the ability to really discern the difference between, various ideas and to make their own judgments on this. These are all people who studied tech or whatever else. They didn't study a lot of philosophy. They didn't have, really deep, far-reaching educations, which is because of the stranglehold on universities. So all of this goes back, I think, to a project that began probably in the 60s, and here we are with the outcome of this. People didn't study ethics. They didn't study how to think. They didn't learn anything other than to believe and think what they were told, as the entire moral basis for understanding was eradicated.
I think Libby's correct. I mean, these people put out what they say preemptively a lot, and then they just go and do it because they know that they can. I mean, 2016, like Benny was saying earlier, 2015, 2016 was a breach in the matrix. President Trump breached it. Wasn't supposed to happen. The deep state was unmasked and exposed. And you had the infamous Google meetings where they're all crying, talking about how could this happen? The world's going to end, and they all blame themselves. And we could only imagine that the federal government was probably pointing fingers at them as well for allowing something like that to happen. So it makes sense to me, and it's abundantly clear that they've been intentionally attempting to manipulate and drive the direction of the elections in their own specific way, even beginning in 2016 after that outcome, because they clearly saw that Google, Facebook, Twitter were at the forefront as to why that took place in 2016. So here we are, a couple elections in, and everything's changing in unison with the shadow banning and the deplatforming. That's why it makes sense to me why people like Charlie Kirk, people at the very top that were very influential at that time, that got him over the edge, are now absolutely deboosted out of their mind. So to me, it all comes together and makes sense. And they all say it out in the open.
Well, and that's, Yoel Roth tonight, despite the narrative that he's pushing that he has to get reassigned or whatever, is deeply proud of what he did. Because for him, he was somebody that was willing to use power to prevent anybody on the conservative side or the conservative spectrum to be able to get or continue in political power. And so he will, for the rest of his life, he and his allies will tell a story, eventually publicly, but privately, that what they did at Twitter was a moral crusade against the bad guys. And this is exactly what happens when...
you just watch where he goes next.
Yes,
watch
that's
what
exactly
his next
right.
step is going to be. Because all the people who have done this and are involved in this are going to be rewarded. Just look at where the General Counsel of Twitter is going. Look where all these people end up. They will get rewarded for what they have done.
Yes, and they're proud of it. And it's interesting because the election of Trump in 2016 was such a shock and surprise to them. They all promised that they will never allow this to happen again. But what Yoel did was, through his kind of team of allies, becoming de facto CEO of this platform and then putting threat tags on all of us, is he, more than anybody else, was seeing the virality and the popularity of our ideas and the MAGA movement, because he was able to get reports. He was able to see the back end. And Yoel and his buddies, of course, the DHS and FBI and that entire community, they made a very conscious decision that the only way that they were able to get Joe Biden into the presidency in 2020 was to, for lack of a better word, cheat and to suppress every single one of our voices. But it's not even like we caught them. And that's what we're kind of treating this as, right? It's that they are actually delighted that someone can finally see their work.
It's just like Molly Ball's article in Time in February 2021 that was like the secret history of the shadow campaign, right? And they came right out and they talked about the underhanded and dirty methods that they used to make sure that voters did not see all the options and did not feel, and did not really have a clear choice. You're right. They are proud of it. They're really proud of it. And they're not going to be able to stop themselves from telling everybody how proud of it that they are. I think, Charlie, you're right.
Yeah, and it's such a different perspective that we have, because we're like, oh, we finally got you. And in some sense, Elon has that sense too. But the gatekeepers in the media, I mean, look at Brandy Zadrozny or whatever her name is. She goes on television and she says this. Yeah, she's like, this is so great because we can finally see how this works. I mean, basically what Brandy is saying, like, we can finally see how the sausage is made of how we won the 2020 election and how we are able to, shut up the other side. And I mean, we look at this and, Elon uses the word crime scene and all of that. And that's exactly right. Anybody that has a moral compass looks at it that way. But for Yoel Roth and all of them that were actually the boy king that was behind the computer screen that was actually calling the shots, for them, they looked at this as the equivalent, the moral equivalent of using political power, of preventing the Third Reich. That is how they look at it. That's how their allies look at it. That's how the people in the media look at it. And so for us, we consider this to be incriminating. They consider this to be affirming and worthy of celebration.
And the irony of it is that we are closer to nuclear war than we've ever been.
Yeah, through no fault of the conservatives, really, at this point, But yeah, I mean, they really do believe that we're, all Nazis. Like, I was at the New York Young Republicans Club the other night, and there were these protesters outside. Before I got there, Jack was like, hey, you should check out these protesters. And I walked up to them and I was like, shooting. And they just called me these horrible names to my face. They actually believe that any opposition to, their total approved narrative view, they believe that any opposition is all of the horrible things. They believe that we're all these horrible demons, Meanwhile, they're the ones who are out there, like, dressing up in women's clothes and
mental
exposing
illness
themselves to children and, like, reading to them in libraries and schools. Ian, you're exactly right. It's craziness.
Yeah.
It's just wild to watch this. And having come out of this culture myself, like, having been involved in a lot of this stuff, like, seeing it morph into this has been horrifying, knowing that I helped it.
They were
Can
empowered.
I just shout out Carrie Lake really quick? Carrie Lake's down as a listener. I just want to say I'm a huge fan and hi.
Yeah, I mean,
can we let her
speaker.
speak? Because she just dropped her big case in Arizona. I'd love to hear about the case.
Trying to get her up. It's not letting me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll filibuster until we can get Carrie up. I mean, we've been working on it for some time. I think we can get it. It's something. Okay, I've got
she's up now.
We do.
Hey guys,
Carrie.
Hi everyone. This is great. Thank you for putting this on tonight.
Hey, Carrie.
Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining.
I just have to say, isn't it great? Can we just take a second to enjoy a little bit of the joy we're getting out of this? We've been in such dark times, and to have Twitter opening up and seeing all of this revealed, all the things many of us have known for a long time, I've needed a little bit of joy in my life, and I have to admit I've enjoyed every little bit of this and getting the truth out to people, because that's what it's all about. All right, can I get it?
I always said I wouldn't fangirl, and I am fangirling so hard right now. Kari Lake, I am such a fan of you. You are a powerhouse. Every young girl should look up to you. Every little girl should look up to you. Watch the way you handle the media. I mean, you are a firecracker. It's amazing to watch.
Well, thank you so much. As I listen to all of these amazing people speaking, and
I can't
you guys
hear.
have been,
Can other people hear her?
You can't hear? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear Sebastian. It might be a mic issue with you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I just want to
Jump off
say
and back
some
on.
of my thoughts on the whole Twitter thing, and it all, President Trump always says, you ask Kari Lake about the weather, you ask her about her family, she always brings it back to the election. It is completely all about the elections. It's all about who controls the levers of power. Controlling what people are thinking, controlling what they're talking about. It goes back to the elections. They're pushing the propaganda on COVID, on Ukraine. What they're not talking about is also the story, but it all centers around the elections. And I hate to keep hammering that home. And somebody was talking about suing Twitter. How do you sue for the cost of what they've done in pushing illegitimate leaders into power, like Joe Biden? I mean, how do you sue for what happened in Afghanistan? We lost 13 of our finest. How do you sue for the open border, 5 million or more people pouring across, cartels taking control, fentanyl crisis killing our young people who, our children, our 19-year-olds, our 20-year-olds, those lives that are lost. We'll never know what they were able to accomplish and do. Think about what we've all done, in our lives since we were 19, and the moments our accomplishments, our growth, all of that. The inflation skyrocketing and the economic hardships that are being cast upon people. Loss of jobs to the vax mandates. I mean, there's no amount of money that can ever bring back what we've lost through what they've done by pushing this false narrative and propaganda on us. So, I always bring it back to the elections. We're at the tip of the spear here in Arizona. As you know, I was on Charlie's show today talking about our lawsuit. I'm just reading through, and I'm sure you're going to be talking about it tomorrow, an incredible lawsuit that Sonny Borelli is listed as the plaintiff on Mojave County. We are going to have a lot of lawsuits coming down the pike here in Arizona. And I think it's important to get the message out that until we stand up and demand fair, honest, and transparent elections and get them, nothing matters. Nothing matters. So that's I didn't mean to take it dark, but that's just my thoughts on Twitter. It all comes back to elections and controlling who we end up putting into power. And that comes with controlling the messaging, what people are thinking about, what they're talking about, what they're focusing on. So I'll leave it at that.
Let's also welcome Blake Masters to the stage. Thank you for joining.
Hey, absolutely. Thanks for putting this on. It's been fascinating to watch the Twitter files, and I think we all owe Elon a huge debt for doing this. And then I'm also just like, I don't know if I feel vindicated, or I hate to be the I told you so guy, but it's quite something, I'll tell you, to campaign for 15, 16 months. And every day I was out on the campaign trail. And I know Kari was talking about this too, talking about how big tech, put their thumb on the scale in 2020. And we got a lot of blowback for it, right? I think there were some Republicans in, more affluent areas in Arizona that made them uncomfortable. Stop being an election denier, Blake. And it's like, no, really, guys, big tech censored the Hunter Biden laptop story. Big tech deplatformed President Trump and shadow banned so many. I can't tell you how many grassroots patriots we've educated on shadow banning for the last 12 months, right? And so to see all this stuff come out, stuff that we knew existed, that we knew materially does influence our elections, to see the sort of details come out because Elon is just going full renegade against the establishment. It's just really breathtaking, right? So Kari said it, we're the tip of the spear here in Arizona, and we all saw what's happened here in the past couple of weeks. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to stay in the fight. We got to get this message out. And if you think Twitter is bad, just wait till you hear about Google, right? Maybe someday we can get the Google files, because I'm telling you, Google is 10x more powerful and 10x more evil than anything that's happened at Twitter. So we'll find the right way to stand the fight. Thank you, guys, and God bless each and every one of you.
Hey, Blake, before you go, this is Benny Johnson here. Again, thank you for being on. I had a two-part question. Number one, Elon Musk said for the new Twitter CEO, he'd be looking at a Blake Masters type one. Would you accept that role?
I would chat with Elon about it. You're kind of putting me on the spot. I don't know. I think Elon's doing a hell of a job as CEO himself.
Well, yeah, but he said he's not going to hold on to that position. And so, not to put you on the spot, but this is the most listened to Twitter Spaces that I've ever seen. We have almost 14,000 people on. So what you're saying there is this is not a no.
I think I'd be pretty good at it. Elon, you can call me. How about that?
All right. Okay. So the follow-up.
I just let him know that you're in here, Blake. So maybe he'll join you. Maybe he'll come in and say hi.
He just might. I mean, there's nothing else going on right now. So
the follow-up to that is as a CEO of Twitter, and this is of course a hypothetical, but we've had Seth Dillon on here talking about how none of the terms of service has actually changed on the platform. And there's a great deal of work that still needs to be done. Would you have a roadmap? You come from this world. Would you have a roadmap to ensure that elections can't be rigged on this platform? That intelligence agencies, in coordination with the DNC and vertically integrated media, wouldn't be able to eliminate our God-given First Amendment rights on this platform, to destroy an entire political party in a two-party system? What would be a roadmap?
I think you just gave us the roadmap, right? Devil's in the details. How do you implement it? The details are probably so much worse than even what we've seen, right? We're probably just scratching the surface, and I hope these Twitter files dumps keep going. And I understand the COVID files are coming up soon, but you said it. Like, I believe in free speech, and apparently Elon Musk does too. And I bet most of the people on this Twitter space do. But free speech is under assault, and I don't think the modern Democratic Party believes in it. I don't think the deep state, however you define that, they clearly don't believe in it. And this is the battle. This is the battle for the future. Can we have free and fair elections? Are we going to live in a techno surveillance state where unaccountable bureaucrats control what we say and think? Or are we going to have freedom? Can technology be used in ways that are going to leverage human freedom and amplify it instead of extinguish it? And that's on the table right now. I think in the next 10 years, we're going to know the answer. And I know what side we're on. And I think what Elon's doing at Twitter is incredible, and God bless him for it, truly.
That's the future CEO of Twitter talking, Blake Masters, everybody.
That'd be nice. I mean, the first thing he needs to do is needs to get rid of the gender misgendering rule. That's like the big one, because you're not allowed technically to even discuss what needs to be discussed, which is the abuse of children, right? And they're hiding that behind the whole misgendering thing. Like, you can't talk about it. And that, to me, is like the biggest, the most pressing issue.
Well, and Elon tilted towards that when he was tweeting it. Is that Mark Kelly's twin, by the way, Blake, that he was tweeting at? Scott Kelly?
In a bizarre twist of fate, yeah.
So wait, Katie Hobbs and Mark Kelly had twins? Like, are twins? That's just like strange. Or are they brothers? I don't know. Anyway, but so Elon tweets at Scott Kelly today or yesterday, basically destroying the entire pronoun tyranny, like saying that it's wrong to ask, demand somebody a pronouns when they don't ask for it. I'm paraphrasing. That's a good sign. I mean, the terms of service need to be rewritten like immediately, or else you're going to just have bad policy that then can be enforced by whoever the next, Yoel Roth is.
The other problem with the whole pronouns and misgendering thing is it's a prohibition on truth. Like, you're not allowed to say something that is true because it might hurt somebody's feelings. And that's just ridiculous. Like, when I talk to my son about, like, don't lie, and he says, somebody's feelings are hurt, and it's like, who cares? Like, that's the truth. There's nothing for it. That's just what's true. Just say what's true. It doesn't matter who likes it and who doesn't.
I'm just right now. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get over the fact that both Hobbs and Mark Kelly are twins. I'm thinking how much Blake and I could have used a twin when we were actually out campaigning.
Well, but Katie Hobbs didn't campaign, and so she didn't even use it. Like, imagine having a twin and not even using it.
I'm just thinking if I could have had if I had a twin in just one day of the week, I could take a day off and have a twin campaign for me. But I digress. Back to
Elon Musk has one. He has one in China, apparently. I don't know if you've seen that one.
He's one of 30, right? He's one of 30, according to Ye. You know what's interesting is how his pronouns thing, it set off a firestorm. I've never seen that many likes on a tweet, first of all. It's like 700,000 likes. And, Mark Kelly's is at maybe 200,000. And it shows you how many people actually support what Elon is saying. I mean, these are like the San Francisco wokies, in Brooklyn and so on. They're the ones liking that tweet. They're the ones amplifying it, right? Scott Kelly's tweet. And it's clear that the vast majority of people on the planet do not align, their views with this tiny, tiny minority of people, right? Most people support what Elon Musk is doing. The majority of the world looks at the wokies in America. They look at these, the people that Biden tries to placate and pander to, and they look, and they see freaks, right? Like the guy who was stealing handbags at the airport. I mean, is it any surprise that he was doing that? Like, Jesus.
Of course not. It's a pronoun cult, the rainbow cult. If you don't go along with what they say, they force you to believe what they want you to believe, and you have to use the language they want you to use. And if you come out and speak out against it, you're actually the fascist and the terrorist. But these people just want to come after your children, dictate your speech, and control your mind. At the end of the day, they're the real fascists.
Alphabet
Mafia.
Really are.
Yeah, Alphabet Mafia. I mean, the Wokenista, right? I like to call them that. They are, they say it's about being nice. It's about being respectful. And it's like, why don't you respect me? Like when you're forcing me to embrace your ever-changing pronouns every single day, what is that? Like, doesn't that make a mockery of pronouns? Don't like real transgender people, before the woke brigade even became a thing, right? Transgender people existed, but they wanted to be perceived as like the opposite gender. And, while I don't think that's like normal, I'm also, at least they're not using made up pronouns. And yet here you are, you have these teenagers mostly and 20-year-olds who are literally changing their pronouns every single day because one day they feel like a woman, one day they feel like a man, the other day they feel like a demi-romantic, genderqueer, whatever. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like how is any of this normal? And I've seen what they do. They brag about this on TikTok where they bully their families. Like there was this one woman who had an electric buzzer that she would buzz every single time she was misgendered by her grandmother, and she would brag about it. It's like, what the fuck? It's insane.
Well, and for those of us who appreciate grammar, I just have a hard time calling an individual they them. I mean, I can't go that way. But,
it's insane.
This just gets back to what, Ian's saying. People aren't for this. The majority of people are with common sense and sanity. And this gets back to ensuring that we take back our elections and ensure they're fair. I'm not asking, and I don't think any one of us want to see an election that goes in our direction unfairly. But this is truly the hill worth dying on right now, is restoring honesty in our elections. And if we don't do it at this very moment when it is top of mind, and we're not going to have another election, 24, the people who have come around and said, I'm going to vote like my life depends on it, this last election, they're not going to be there in 24. We will have lost the people. We have an opportunity with the movement of We the People to keep them in the game. And all of us that have any influence and power, and now that some of our influence has been restored, a lot of your influence has been restored, to keep on this subject of demanding reform in our elections so that we the people have one legal vote per legal voter.
Carrie, this is Benny speaking. You sort of had your own Twitter censorship, but on sort of a structural campaign level, where your opponent, even though you were leading in the polls, sometimes by double digits, your opponent refused to debate you and just wouldn't speak to you. And we covered earlier in the spaces how this is a tactic, a corporate media tactic of just silencing and memory holing something and not signal boosting it. And she was often asked about this, and she simply said she didn't want to boost you, which is really meaning she wants to silence you. She doesn't want to give you a platform, which is, quite frankly, the ideology behind Twitter censorship. Did you feel like that on the campaign trail? And what would be a Republican response to that tactic in the future?
I don't believe that was her reasoning. I think truly that she knew all along where this election was going to go. I mean, she was holding a lot of power over that election. And knowing that it was going to go her way, this is what my gut is telling me. Why risk bad press? Why risk a debacle of a debate? Why risk having highlights for me and lowlights for her?
That's exactly right. She knew she had it in the bag.
This is what Tucker said to you the night before the election. Tucker says, so she's acting like she has this thing wired.
Yep. I think a lot of people were. I was sensing it, and I knew that anybody who was out campaigning with us, and Blake, if he's still out here, can attest to it. I mean, we have, I don't even want to say had, we have a movement. The people are with us, and we cannot afford to let this human energy and potential slip away. We've got to contain it and keep it because it's so important to the survival of America. And we have a movement, and there's nothing that could stop that except widespread fraud in the elections. And I said it, fraud. They had to use their usual tactics that we saw in 2020, and then they had to go above and beyond and make it a very obvious highway robbery where everybody saw it. And they were like, we don't care that everybody saw it. We cannot afford to let these America First patriots take control of Arizona. It's too pivotal of a state. It's too important of a state. And frankly, there's been too much corruption for far too long for it to be revealed.
I want to call on somebody here who actually is focused on fixing that. But first, everyone's got to come to America Fest this weekend. You guys, amfest.com, promo code Carizona. It's Arizona with a K. Do that for Carrie for a great deal. Harmeet Dillon is with us, who wants to be the next RNC chair. Harmeet, how you doing?
I'm great. I've had a long day of calling people and hearing from them all over the grassroots of this country. Some exciting developments in our campaign today that bring me a little closer to having the ability to do exactly what Carrie was talking about just now in a more systematic way. You know, for years, our national party has not viewed the election litigation business as their problem or even a priority. And I think that has changed for the positive in the last 2 years. But without a robust political, setup where we have Republicans who can hold these corporations accountable instead of just taking money from them, we aren't going to be able to fix some of these problems. And to get those people elected, we're going to have a robust RNC to make sure that we are doing the litigation at the time needed, not after the fact, which is better than nothing, but years in advance. We are meeting Mark Elias with every dollar. We are holding corporations accountable for suppressing the speech of politicians. I mean, one of the things that happened here with the Twitter files is we've learned how Donald Trump got censored, but there's so many others. They're mere candidates for office who've had their speech suppressed. They never got the voice the Democrat did. They never got elected because people did not hear them. This is scandalous, and the damage to this country is yet to be assessed, but I think we can do something about it now that we recognize what the problem is.
So Harmeet, just curious, what do you, there's 168 people on the RNC. What are you hearing? What are your chances? What is the path? Because there's been a fair amount of propaganda shared that this thing's already, kind of the cake is baked. What are you hearing? Give us an update and how people can help you.
Well, here's a clue. The number of mainstream media suddenly doing stories about this today, which were fed to them by my opponent's campaign, I believe, is indicative of being over the target. And so that's why we're getting the flack, is we are threatening the status quo with our grassroots-oriented power to the people perspective. And so, I've had hit pieces about how much money do I make and what do I do for a living, and, I'm too Trumpy or this, that, or the other. And these are all different attempts to try to smear me. I'm trying to run an above board campaign. We have to look forward, not backward. We have to have an RNC that is strong and that focuses on the priorities, and it has to be armed with modern data, modern tools, has to have the right people there who care more about their country than about skimming millions of dollars in cash into their consultant pockets. I think there should be a top-down review of all consulting contracts and vendor contracts at the RNC. Anybody in DC knows that that's the game, is that it's just the same people, you know, rearranging the deck chairs. They don't really care if they win or lose. They get paid either way. I think one of the biggest innovations that people are excited about in the grassroots, and what I'm talking about, is taking the RNC really outside of DC. Maybe not completely, but I'd like to relocate 80% of the jobs of the RNC outside of DC, get our people away from this corrupt consultant class, get talent who live in America, not in DC. DC is not really America in the sense that that's not sort of the heartland of our country. And in today's day and age, we can have all kinds of creative people like you guys in Turning Point are running, you know, one of the most exciting operations in the country in Phoenix. We could have an office in Florida, an office in Arizona, an office in Ohio, you know, an office in the Pacific Northwest where people live, and just really get back to the grassroots of our country. So back to your question, the momentum is moving in our direction. A remarkable thing happened today. The chairman of the Nebraska GOP, who had announced that he was endorsing Ronna just a few days ago, or Ronna endorsed, he was endorsing her, revoked that endorsement. He said that as a result of our campaign, Scott Presler accelerated that on Friday with you know, publishing contact information, but it had already started from the first day that I ran a week ago. He flipped his vote. He said, I'm unendorsing her because I'm hearing from the grassroots of my party. And I think this decision should be thrown into the hands of the party electorate in our state. And they should decide who we should be endorsing. But he made a few more statements that was clear that this is a struggle between moneyed power classes trying to hold on to power and the grassroots trying to be heard. That's obviously me, and you know, the status quo is the moneyed side. That was really encouraging. I just got off the phone 10 minutes ago from a person I'd been speaking to several times. He told me I had his vote. So that's a couple of pickups today and a lot more encouraging signs. So it's been, I want to say to all the listeners out here who took a moment to either weigh in online or contact their RNC members, thank you. Now, some of them don't like hearing from the people, and that's part of the problem. The very reason that I'm running is I think every single person who represents people at the RNC needs to be very welcoming to hear from those people. Yet at least a dozen of the members of the RNC have let me know that they're very upset that the people they represent, the little people,